We had an amazing break. I am. There's a lot of topics, rolling in my head right now, but we'll come to that later. But I'm feeling really excited for the upcoming last two matches because it's pretty important for some of these teams who are
all the teams,
all the teams, but specifically some teams who are facing the brink of elimination, right? But of course, all this excitement would not have happened without our sponsors and partners. So we got to give a quick shout out to them. Eilat, Escape to the Sun as our host city and main global sponsor, Maccabi World Union as our main hosting partner, alongside the Israeli Esports Association, also our main hosting partner, the MCST, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, as our IESF partner, and last but not least, M21 as our LOC partner. Thank you very much for making all this a reality.
Yeah, and what a reality it has been, because in the break we were discussing how the teams sort of been matching up. We've seen some team beat this team, but then lose to another team that, in a very weird matchup sort of situation, very Caesar paper stone kind of situation. And we might actually be in a awkward spot in terms of tiebreakers. If we look at the team scores right now, you'll see that we have 3 teams with 6 points, 2 wins, 1 loss, 2 teams with 1 win, 2 losses, but there's a potential that we can have teams just 5-way tiebreaker.
Yeah, there's a huge possibility, and this is the wonders of Southeast Asian Dota. Like, you can be the strongest team in the region, but you lose to the most unlikely team, right? And we saw that, from Myanmar. Not to say that Myanmar is not a good region, but they always throw in those surprises. And let's bring up the scoreboard and take a look at what we have right now. Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam tied in 6 points, but of course Thailand have played all their games, so their tournament lies in the hands of the remaining 4 teams. Indonesia and Philippines, they still are looking for the second win because they are at the bottom.
Yeah, and Indonesia, I believe it's going to be Vietnam versus Philippines, and then Indonesia versus Myanmar. So if Indonesia and Philippines wins, 5-way tiebreaker. If one of them loses, we'll have a 3-way tiebreaker. It's very dicey situation. Yeah. So if we have a 5-way tiebreaker, we'll do the whole thing all over again.
Yeah.
Right. That's not an official call, by the way.
That's group stage starts all over again.
Right? Everyone just needs to take 2 more days to do the whole thing. So it is an interesting situation. But right now, it is going to be Vietnam versus the Philippines. The Philippines has had a tough tournament.
Yeah, they are.
To put it lightly,
right? If realistically, if you look at the stats, the only win they had was a default win.
Yes,
it does not look good in the records, right? Thailand had the same luxury, but at least they ended their group stage match with a win over
a very convincing one as well.
And a convincing one, right? Is 24k goal lead with just, I would say, clean play. So Philippines right now, their pride is on the line. And we talked about how Scam is carrying the Philippine flag, on his troll warlord. He's the one that the nation relies on to make a difference.
For sure. And Vietnam, on the other hand, their only loss has been because they forfeited the match. They couldn't attend in time, so they're like, yeah, well, sorry, we'll just throw a loss. But then they came and they've been playing super well, just demolishing everyone they played against. So it's really a big hill to climb if you're the Philippines right now, because you're up against what's looking like sort of the best team right now in the group stage.
Yeah, you're up against the team that took down Myanmar, and then, like you say, right, the only loss that Vietnam has is that they couldn't make it to fight against Thailand, but we saw how Thailand...
School exams, university exams, that's the only thing that beats them. They're like, I have a university... Guys, I can't attend, I have a university exam.
But even when you look at Thailand's track record, it's also pretty interesting. Right? They beat Philippines, they lost to Indonesia, and where does this go? Thailand's kind of stuck in the middle of the pack, but again, their tournament run now rests in the hands of everyone else.
Still, we look at what the Philippines has been having a problem with. I feel like the cores, and you don't want to sort of point too many fingers and say, it's all their fault, but they haven't been able to enable Yopaj and JG. JG and Yopaj, every time we see them play, they seem to they just cannot, they're not being enabled somehow. And it goes back to the supports who aren't really enabling them. So Scam is having a great tournament. He's playing really well. But everyone around him just seems to not be able to find that chemistry yet.
And I think it's pretty weird, right? When you look at the lineup of Philippines, when you think about Janua, when you think about Play Hard, these are playmakers.
Yeah.
But we have not seen that performance that we would expect from these players. And it's just pretty weird. It feels really weird. When you look at Play Hard, you think of his Tiny. Well, Tiny has been the most banned hero.
For sure, yeah.
But still, he was able to put up a clinical performance in previous tournaments. Same as Jano, right? Jano, the weirdest post 5, and he makes it work.
Yeah.
But so far it has not shown up in this tournament.
It's really been a tough tournament for Thailand. But we'll go into the draft. Maybe they'll be able to pick up that Tiny finally. If it's not banned against them, maybe they'll be able to give it to Play Hard and see what he can do. And nope, it's banned. There you go.
Of course, it's banned.
There's gone. Oh, they go for
but
the
they got
Magnus.
Magnus, right? They got Magnus, so that's
Magnus. This tournament, I believe, has been the most banned hero.
Yeah.
We've never seen him, but he's been banned but they banned the Phoenix, they banned Enchantress, Tiny, and Io as well. Tiny also a very highly banned hero, but Magnus gets picked. So every team in this region seems to really prioritize this hero.
yeah. And I think Magnus in general, has been one of the most picked heroes, and for certain reasons, right? And it's. You can say it's like the Southeast Asia identity. The people just love to power farm. They love those flashy RPs, and of course RP is one of the best spells. It goes through BKB. It doesn't care who you are, and if you're up against and I've seen, if I'm not mistaken, a droid from Philippines when they went up against anti-mage. Their go-to counter was the Magnus, right? Because you RP, you can't blink, you kill him off. Simple as that.
Another thing is also the hero is so flexible. The hero is very flexible because you can pick him first pick and you can say, all right, there's no good counter for mid. He goes mid.
He goes mid.
I think he can do on the offline. He goes offline. Oh, I picked Terrorblade or Troll. I want them to farm. He goes 5. So he empowers, and that's all he does the whole game. So the hero, you can pick him. Is very flexible. Skewer gives you playmaking potential through the laning stage. You skewer someone to the tower, they're dead, and you can do that with a shockwave combo. Empower, like we said, it gives you that farm potential for your carries. So the hero is very flexible, very tanky as well.
Yeah, but instantly, right, Vietnam, they first pick the Clockwork, and they see, well, Slaughter and Magnus, Strength Heroes, Timbersaw.
Yeah, which means that putting him as a 5 becomes a little awkward. You want to keep sort of Magnus away from the Timbersaw now, because he can't trade against him. There's no way he can deal with him, and he becomes very useless in the lane as a 5.
Yeah.
So Magnus is now being pushed into the mid lane, because if he's not going to be the off laner, now you have Slaughter. Slaughter can't play the position 4 very well.
Yeah, but there's a possibility that this Timbersaw can be flexed, right? So you have this Timbersaw that
could be mid.
Can follow this Magnus around, but even if it's not the Magnus, even if it's the Slaughter, the Timbersaw is fine, right? I have 2 lanes right now that I essentially just do well against.
Yeah, they're opening it for me. And this also means that the Philippines is going to start to think, all right, we need to pick ranged carries. We don't want to pick this Spectre who gets demolished by the Timbersaw or the PA. We want to pick someone who's ranged, like maybe a Drow Ranger, for example. But you're up against a Clockwork who can do a really good job against the Drow very early on.
And then perhaps an alternative would be the Terrorblade, right? With the Metamorphosis, that could be the only alternate range carry that Philippines can pick up. And I think Philippines love that Terrorblade as well. Now you have the Troll ban, you have the Void ban. Terrorblade looks a bit more juicy.
I think that Vietnam might consider banning the Drow the most, because her damage also really pierces through the Timbersaw's armor.
Yeah.
So it's like, we want to get rid of any range carry. Troll Ward was already taken, Fistable, because you can take a bit of burst damage, but you can time walk out of the cogs. You can go away from all the burst damage that Timbersaw brings. And Leshrac, that's a hero that you mentioned is being banned a lot.
I think Leshrac has been perma-banned so far in this tournament, right? And I think for a good reason. Leshrac has been one of the strongest mid laners right now. It's great to see Leshrac back in that S tier list in the mid lane, but it's also really frustrating because it's so little way.
Because we don't see him.
We don't see him, and it's frustrating to play against him, right? It's always hard. Like I remember back then, people max like your Lightning Strike, and then it went towards the Split Earth max. There's a point where people just go Diabolic Edict, but either way, he is that strong, right? Easy to secure range creep, insane poke, insane tower push. He runs at you with Pulse Nova. Like, what can you do? Sumail 500 movement speed, Leshrac build is always relevant.
And they actually go for the Undying ban. Very interesting here. They recognize that Undying is also pretty good against the Clockwork as well as Timbersaw. So I thought they might consider getting rid of the Drow somehow, but the Drow is still in the pool. Philippines might consider taking him. You also mentioned the Terrorblade, who does have the range form. I think that it'll be a bit of an iffy situation where in meta you're fine, but when you go in close, you have problems.
And I think, with that being said, Drow Ranger just does look like a better choice, right? You can fight slightly earlier.
Possibly, right? Yeah, possibly.
With marksmanship. There's always the Vengeful Spirit that you can pair out with the Drow Ranger. If the situation calls for it, you can swap your Drow out of the cogs if she ever gets caught. I think another good pick that Philippines can consider, the Necrophos. So far, Vietnam don't have any way to deal with the Necrophos, and Reaper's Sight is always pretty decent against hero like Timbersaw.
But if Philippines take Necrophos, you think it's going to be what, mid Necrophos?
maybe they force this Magnus mid and Necrophos go. I don't know.
But if that's the thing,
right?
Necrophos, if you put him offlane, Slaughter is going to be a support, and that's the
But knowing Philippines, right, it
could happen.
It could happen, right? You might see a 5 Slaughter.
It could be Slaughter mid. For all we know, it's your Paj. You know, he's like, guys, I tried Sand King mid.
He tried. There's Earth Spirit available. Like you might say Earth Spirit mid, right?
But the thing is, if I was Philippines, I'd be worried about getting more strength heroes against Timbersaw. More melee strength heroes becomes a bit of a problem because like you already have like Timbersaw to deal with. And Vietnam really sorry, 1 second. Vietnam really diving deep into their reserve time, but they're going to go with the Wind Ranger in the end. Interesting pick here.
I highly doubt Philippines would consider the Wind Ranger. I don't know. Looking at their draft, and I think that there are way more heroes that serve well, that serve better than the Wind Ranger. But it's always a good pick, right? Vietnam can. We saw Play Hard play Wind Ranger 4. Yeah. But this might not be the same case. You might see this Wind Ranger actually going mid.
Yeah, that's true. I find that this pick is kind of a bit strange. By the way, Philippines, they do go for the Rubik. So that's probably going to be Play Hard hero right there. It's a big playmaking hero. There's a nice bit of spells you can use. The hook shot. Timbersaw has both the Timber Chain as well as the Chakram. That's pretty good. Anything from Wind Ranger is pretty solid. Like Power Shot with this like 400 damage for Rubik, you buff it up to something like 500. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, maybe other than Focus Fire.
Terrorblade.
Yeah, they take it away. So now what does Philippines wants to do? And I think they should have seen this coming, right? If you talk about range heroes, it's Terrorblade, Draw Ranger.
There's not that many range carries right now. It's
There's
like
Medusa, but do you really want Medusa?
I've seen
I feel like Medusa is kind of like low, a bit beneath the Terrorblade and Draw.
I think that when I've seen Medusa, she usually goes into the mid lane.
Right.
So because she needs all that extra farm, needs all that solo EXP, she really benefits well in the mid lane, and she's a lot faster tempo than she used to be. You know, you go with the Dragon Lance, you go with maybe a Manta, and that's all she really needs. Even Dragon Lance and Yasha is enough.
There's Morphling. Like Morphling is also one of the
that's true. I can't believe we forgot about it. Yeah.
It's a highly banned hero so far, but now for one of these games, at least for this game, it's left open.
I like the Morphling pick a lot because you can also.
But he has to avoid the Timbersaw lane, right?
No. I mean, I suppose so, but you can transform to Terrorblade, you get Meta Form from him, you can transform into the Timbersaw just to move around the map, or with the Wind Ranger with the stun. I really, like you mentioned, I'm like, Morphling seems like a really decent pick, but they go for the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think it's either that or Gyrocopter, and both are okay. I personally think that perhaps Gyrocopter would have a better early game.
Because of the way Rocket Barrage works, yeah.
And you have to call down, right? It's easier to fight when it calls. And I feel like Vietnam would run at Philippines and looking at what they have, like the Magnus, the Rubik. You want a hero that can fight as early as possible. I think Gyrocopter fits the repertoire a bit more.
I like the hero because they're up against probably 2 melee. We assume Clockwork is going to go 4, but he could go 5, and you have the Wind Ranger go 4, and that could be something they can do. But yeah, Timbersaw, he dives in, you activate Rocket Barrage, and you can trade really well then.
Oh, yeah.
So it's very hard for the Timbersaw. Queen of Pain being banned as well as the Undying was already banned from the last stage, but Queen of Pain being banned here. Philippines, are you going to go for a mid, or are you going to have Magnus mid and you need the position 5? It's either going to be 5 or mid for the Philippines. That's what they need.
I wouldn't be surprised if they pull out like a Mars right here,
for the Philippines.
Yeah, I think like a Mars off. I think now that is assuming this Slaughter ends up in a 4.
Yeah, but then for Rubik 5 is not considered the hero. He needs a bit of form. So I would, Vietnam. They're thinking
they actually ban out bench, right? So they actually worry. So there is a chance. There is a chance we see either the Magnus or the Slaughter go into the support role.
Because I was looking at one of the Philippines when they picked Gyro. One of the reasons I was saying Drow Ranger is okay and Medusa is okay is because these heroes like to get Hurricane Pike.
Right.
They're fine with it. So they can save themselves with the 4-step, or they can save someone else with it. That's fine. But Jacob doesn't like that. He does not go for Hurricane Pike because he actually kind of wants to be in that mid to close range combat. He doesn't mind. He's a tankier boy.
Yeah, you can go for Axe Satanic, or you can stun him, his side gunner will still shoot you.
So I was thinking they might go with that just to sort of counter the Clockwork a little bit, but they don't care. Philippines, they have the last pick here. Is it mid Magnus or is it position 5 Magnus? That's the thing that we're going to interested in. Watch them make us look like fools. Where
Yes,
they put
like Void Spirit, Puck.
yeah, right. They go with something like that. I'm thinking that the Rubik is going to be 5, and they pick up position 4. They're like,
Yeah,
yeah.
you know, Yopash runs the gyrocopter mid.
Here it goes. They go
Here
with
go the Snapfire.
oh, still keeping it quite a bit flexible actually.
Yeah,
with this.
you might see a core Snapfire. Right? We have it's
Oh,
Snapfire with the axe. There's people that you can spit out. You know, in
I actually like the idea if Yopaj goes with the Snapfire, because if you are playing a 5 Magnus, one of your big problems is you're never going to get the Blink Dagger.
but then
But now you can be like, just toss me, just toss me.
yeah, just send my. As long as I get the RP off,
I don't care.
job done.
Yeah, I don't care how I get there as long as I get
As
there.
long as and I get a free stun, and that's a guaranteed RP. You know, you
Oh, it is. Oh, okay, so it is Yopaj. It is going to be that 5 Rubik.
you know, I put the blame on them for being too crafty sometimes.
It's
But it's good, you know. Like
I'm
gets
sad.
my brain going. I'm
I'm
sad.
sad. I want to see the 2 Snap and the Magnus 5 and just throw him.
There's
But
too much pubs, you know.
too much of how we would play.
Yeah.
But it was an interesting draft coming
You
out.
tried it before.
We've tried it before.
Yeah,
We've tried it with me and you, yeah.
Yeah, but that was Bounty Hunter, right? It's not Magnus.
But
But it was the same. It's got the same impact.
I like the draft coming out from Vietnam. I like they think the last pick was Pugna
Pugna,
mid.
yeah.
Yeah, Pugna mid against the Magnus. Pugna should have a pretty decent time. Magnus will require quite a bit of farm because that's the way he's like a TA, where he can fight. You generally want to fight if you have RP, but then you want to go spend most of your time farming. Vietnam's side's pretty good. They have the Terrorblade for late game that no one really beats. It's Terrorblade versus Gyrocopter. I side with the Terrorblade. I'm going to go with Vietnam here.
Yeah, I agree as well. And I think one of the biggest problems that Philippines might face is that when Yopash goes off to farm the jungle, they just push the tower, This Pugna can just drop the Nether Blast.
That's another thing, yeah. It's like they have Gyrocopter and they have Magnus, and they can fight pretty well with these heroes, but I feel like both these heroes want to spend the first 20 minutes doing a lot of farming.
Yeah, and it's all about the execution, right? Like when it comes down to all these huge ultimates, it looks fancy on paper, but you have to get it off, and I think getting it off is the main problem.
Another thing is that Slaughter versus Terrorblade, I think that's Terrorblade. We saw yesterday Slaughter demolishes Anti-Mage, but Terrorblade's a whole different beast. He's his older brother, He's not going to be bullied like him. So he can his metaphor makes it really difficult. If you're Slaughter, yeah, you can charge him, but you're taking 2 or 3 hits to the face, and Terrorblade it's hard to bring him down.
Yeah, he's going to get sundered at one point.
Another thing is that he has so much more armor than the Anti-Mage because he has insane stat gain with the agility. So even when you do amplify damage on him, he can manta BKB earlier, and he just doesn't care as much.
Yeah, and it's one of those heroes that can just stand there and man fight you. Like 1v5. Like we've seen Terrorblade, Manta, Dragonlance, straight into a Scarly.
Yeah.
There's no way you can kill him.
I do like that Yopaj is on a bit of a farming hero. We've seen him play the Queen of Pain. We've seen him play all these, I think it was Ember Spirit, Voice Spirit, something like that. Some sort of hero that runs around the map. But here he's going to farm. We'll have to see if that works out for him.
We're about to find out because the game is ready. Let's jump in. An important match for both teams, especially for Philippines. They need to beat Vietnam. Like
Tournament life on the line.
Tournament life on the line. They are going to dictate whether we redo the group stage. This is the first step towards that grand remake. It's Philippines winning, but they're up against a very tough adversary.
Looking at the 2 supports on both sides, we have Rubik and Snapfire. Both of them have it disabled, so that's nice. The Rubik 5 is a bit awkward because I think that Snapfire might play that role a bit more suitably. But Snapfire can have a huge impact. She has 1 stun with the Icon. She has 2 stuns, huge cast range, decent ultimate. Solid hero to have. I don't think either of this hero is particularly super amazing in the late game. On the other side, you have the Clockwork as well as the Wind Ranger. Clockwork's pretty good because of his ability to, his multiple stuns. I don't know, like, are they going to fight? Oh, they might.
They have the rocket. They might be able to kill him off. They have enough damage. Okay, maybe not. Yeah.
Nice
stun.
stun
From the cookie. Yes, they do. They have the Fable. Right clicks in. There goes Scam with the first blood. The man who carries the flag of the nation. Give him that extra goal.
Philippines, they are dying for some good news, and this is really good news. Starting with first blood on your carry.
Yeah, Chan must be happy.
One side of it.
One
side.
One side of it is happy.
One side is very happy. But yeah, Rubik 5 is a bit of a tough situation to be in because you can secure the range creep with Fade Bolt, but the hero doesn't trade very well, especially compared to the Snapfire, who's much better at it.
I think against a hero like Wind Ranger,
I know, it's like Wind Runner.
Bearable, right?
It's not bad. Not too bad, I suppose. So it's going to be Gyrocopter against Tibursa. Tibursa really can't bully him as well as he'd like, but yep, top lane.
Getting bullied.
If you are when Terrorblade activates his scary form, You know, his man form. So he just you just run away from you. Like, I'm sorry. Don't hit me again.
Yeah, and this is another problem, right? Like, you want to go for last hits, decrepify.
Yeah.
It's harder to secure the range creeps as well.
On the other hand, though, playing pretty aggressive. Might have to worry about a skewer, but if you're Magnus, you're not going to take it too early. You want to get that empower, just get those last hits. Oh, well done. Well done by both.
Yeah, the shockwave. Right when we saw Hong Kong play just now, I believe against Indonesia, yeah. Indonesia, they killed the Wind Ranger again.
Oh.
Yeah, they played against Indonesia, and his Kunkka went for the the very classic full damage, face pulls, double braces, BKB, Daedalus, and he destroyed it.
Yeah,
right?
just one shot people. But 2 kills for Philippines. I mean, and both for Skem. Skem has, we've said, had a phenomenal tournament. If he can get the support he needs from his teammates, Philippines will be a much stronger team, and they're really bringing it this game.
And I think if you can shut down this Timber Saw early on, then you have one less threat to worry about. And that was the problem when they went up against Thailand. Timber Saw got way too huge.
That's actually an interesting point you bring up, because they are up against the Timber Saw 2 games in a row. This is the second game where they're up against the Timber Saw. They were up against it last game, and they really didn't deal with it as well. But now it's like, oh, we got Gyrocopter, we can deal with it.
Like, we've seen this before.
Yeah, we're not picking Troll Warlord into this. So a good pick by them. Well, small good news for Vietnam, though. They are able to get that courier kill. Play hard, not getting his courier in time. How is the top lane going, actually? Slardar did farming pretty well. With 10-1 to the 13-2 for the Terrorblade. So decent farm for the Slardar.
Yeah. And I like what Ken is doing. Oh, now they took out the Timber Saw's courier as well. This is
slightly more impactful, by the way.
It feels like, that things are going all too... It seems surreal, but it's good news for Philippines. The Scatterblast does miss, so that's unfortunate. But I would say Ken is doing a really good job of just keeping the Snapfire away. So Snapfire plus Lada, they can really put the pressure onto Terrorblade, so Ken doesn't want that to happen.
That's a good point, actually, because Terrorblade, very high armor, but there you go, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and they want to punish him, right? The battery assault is there. He has the Fairy Fire, he's going to cog in JG. JG still gets the kill, but JG might trade his life back though. Just need to take out the cogs. The right clicks on that. JG not gonna make it out. That BB to trade it back. Yeah,
because Terrorblade, he has a lot of armor, but his actual HP pool is not amazing early on. Especially before he gets all those extra stats. So you can burst him down with a Scatterblast, Cookie, Slithering Crush to a bash. Like, there's a lot of damage you can bring to the Terrorblade. For almost a 4-minute ruins. Who's gonna rotate to get it? Looks like John Wall is going to go for that bottom ruin soon.
Yeah, and he's totally fine leaving.
Neither team actually really has a mid that really cares about the ruins that much. It's not like you got Storm and Queen of Pain. Like, yeah, they want the ruin, but
it's the top.
It's the other side.
It's the other side.
But then again, they do have Play Hard.
Yeah, they took it out.
Play Hard's right there. Looks like he just denied it for the enemy team. So nice rotation. Like we were saying, that the Philippines supports, they have to be more. Like, they have to do more. That's just how it is. They just have to do more, and they are really doing a lot more this game.
Yeah, and they are known for that. Right? I think they really made their mark in the previous few tournaments. That these two supports, you gotta watch out for them, right? You give Play Hard a hero like Tiny, that's it. That's it. He wins the lane for you. He runs around the map, but Tiny, ever since Tiny has been almost perma-banned when you see Play Hard in any team.
Oh dear.
Now they're gonna get a great shackles on the Jano with a great live. He's gonna throw Red back into Bombi, and the rocket cancels the Timber Chain, and now Scam's gonna try and run Red down with the right click. He actually gets the kill. Bombi can't kill off Janwo, and Scam with the flat cannon. The South's gonna keep Bombi alive. One more would be enough. Bombi cooks up that power shot into a shackle. What a counterplay from Bombi. Takes out Janwo, but Scam will be able to get that bounty rune, and Yopar skewers forward, eats the magic stick, almost goes out to the Mega Blast.
That was an interesting sort of turn of events. Scam getting that kill. That means that Timbersaw, honestly, he's not going to have a game for the next 3 or 4 minutes. He just needs to spend time recovering. He has 2 deaths right now. But thank God for Bombi, because he was able to get that kill on John Well. Which again, if it wasn't for that, the lane is completely gone. So now they still have a bottom lane. It's RP.
Yeah, and RP instantly, they're going to get the kill on the Hong. Great rotation from Jano, comes in, refills the bottle, Yopar solves up, and JBO, he might go down as well. He gets bashed by JG. And Philippines, they turning up a notch,
Right.
Like Thailand was a warm-up. Vietnam, this is the real war.
And it's really, this is what they really need to do, because again, even if they win this match, they will be forced in the tiebreaker. But oh dear, top lane.
And we talked about this threat, and this time that BB Scalar Blast in the face. He goes for the Sunder as we get a pause for dramatic effect. Now JG is in a
commercial break, you know, like the heroes are on top of the cliff. One of them is hanging on. Can they reach him in time?
You know, like the $10 million question, like what's gonna happen? Hey, you know, JG dies. You know.
Not enough time to come up with those though, and man, he actually had to take Sunder at level 6. Not something you really want to do. You want to go for more points in your meta, more points in your illusion, so you can farm faster. But he has to take Sunder, or he's dead. So at least they force it down. I mean, sorry, force it out of him. The one skill point that he doesn't want to use early.
Bombi is going to rotate top and get the shackle shot onto Playhard. Playhard's going to try and cookie out, but they should be able to kill him off. So it's still pretty much worth. But that means they have to abandon Red. Red is now all alone in this bot lane against both Januel and Scam.
Yeah, they recognize, I think, on the Vietnam side that Timbersaw, they're like, all right, Timbersaw's not going to have much of a game. We can't put more resources for him to recover. Either he recovers, good for him, or he doesn't recover, and then he's a meat shield.
Hey, Yopaj gonna run into Ken. Ken was ready with the rotation. They're gonna try and kill off Yopaj. Yopaj will get the skewer. The shackle shot actually connects as Playhard TPs in. He wants to save his teammate, but he ends up getting Yopaj killed. Now Jano will be forced to TP in as well, as long as he's gonna get a double kill with the Nether Blast. Can he decrypt himself in time? No, he can't. As Philippines, at least they get that counter kill back and stolen power shot by General, but it's an unfortunate event for Philippines.
Yeah, that was really impressive though. The way they, I mean, it's a 2 for 2, so it comes out very even. You can see that it's just very even. No one really got advantage for that. 3 heroes rotated from both sides, so it comes out very even. But what a nice play! He gets shackled to the while skewering to the tree. He cut himself. He cut the tree himself while skewering towards them.
Yeah, and it lashed onto his teammate. You know, was trying to save him. Can you imagine the comms like coming to save you? Oh,
sorry about that. But Pugna coming down bottom lane again. Timbersaw, he's where is he? He's actually ahead of Yopaj. Damn, Yopaj, I think he died. I mean, he got a kill on the Pugna, but looks like he died twice after that.
Yeah, and you can see TP in the bot lane. They want to try and kill off Pugna again, and Pugna is all alone. Well, he has red, but the cooldown is dead, and then Blast not enough. Pugna goes down. This rotation might have gone pretty sour. A bash to cancel the Timber Chain. The stolen Nether Blast, a lot of magic damage to get the stun again. Red. Can he get out the right clicks out there? The amplify damage, not enough. He gets the Chakram, and the slow will be enough to save his life, but they still lost the partner. To force a 4-man rotation from Philippines. I
mean, if you're Vietnam, you still aren't going to be happy about that, because Pugna dying. I mean, now we're saying Yopaj. Looks like Pugna was like 3,100 gold, something like that, and Yopaj was 2.6. Now Yopaj takes him because he dies, gives gold away. Yopaj gets a minute of free farm. So it's like the game is very dynamic. Any second, one team can go ahead. But Terrorblade consistently in the top of the net worth, and Terrorblade is what you're going to have to rely on for if you're on the Vietnam side. Yeah, and seeing how Bombi has been playing this Wind Ranger, this is kind of what Playhard should have been doing in this period of the game. I think he was the Wind Ranger, right?
Right, he was the Wind Ranger. I think when it comes to the term do a bit more, it's these kind of small maneuvers, right? I think Bombi has been able to secure quite some space for his team, even though it's not a lead. But his active maneuvers on the map has been, for example, this, creating space for the Terrorblade, getting a counter kill onto the enemy support. Ken shows up. Pugna is there as well. They want this tier 1. Yeah, again, for Vietnam, if they would core-to-core matchup, Terrorblade should be able to crush the Gyrocopter. It's Gyrocopter does a lot of spread damage. Terrorblade, though, not so scared, but everyone's going top lane. Yeah, there is the RP available. They get the shackle shot onto Playhard. Playhard instantly taken out, and that BB has to be careful with the RP. It gets cancelled. He decides to not go through it. They realize that this is not the match not the fight that they can take. But they're gonna go for the re-engage. The Cox pushes JD away, but they still lost that BB. It's a dominating spree for Scam. Focus fire is there. Yopaj gets battery assaulted and still taken out. Philippines, they lose 3, but they do get the Terrorblade, so not too shabby for Philippines. I don't know though. Vietnam, they got tower and more kills. I think overall Vietnam, they'll be happy with this. Yes, you lost to your Terrorblade, and here's your there. Yeah, Wind run, trying to get Bombi away, but they walk into the Pugna. What a cookie to cancel out the Light Ray, and they're going to crush him as well. But they still lost Scam, and there's a huge streak given away to Bombi. Can we actually look at what Wind Ranger has? Does he have a Javelin? I think something triggered on the attack.
I'll see what the Wind Ranger has equipped. Yeah, he has a javelin. I was like, there's no way his auto attack will be enough. It proc the javelin because there's like a small circle with the Arcana. So
RNG.
With that, he's like, I calculated it, guys. I knew it was gonna happen. What a play by the Wind Ranger. Overall, though, the game is very even.
Being a bit generous with the RP, like I thought it went through, but he actually decided to, hold it.
You mean conservative?
Yeah, conservative.
Yeah. Because I thought that same. I was like, is he gonna use it? Then he's like, no,
I felt like he couldn't. It would have reconnected on the Terrorblade. They're now gonna run at red. Run because is there. The damage is enough. One of those games where they are. Philippines overcoming their biggest nemesis, the Timber Saw.
The Timber Saw and the Wind Ranger. So once when they have it, now when they're against it. But the Timber Saw definitely not having the same impact as last game. And Vietnam, yes, you're okay kind of sacking the Timber Saw, but he's really behind. Like, you want him to do a bit more than this, but I think the Timber Saw just not having a game, and he's not going to get a better game. Like, he does. Timber Saw's not a hero that gets stronger. He's a hero that gets a lot weaker as the game goes on.
And well, at least this Terrorblade is still top of the net worth. It's not too far ahead of Gyrocopter, right? I think if Vietnam can see the numbers, they definitely would have hoped that this Terrorblade gets a bigger lead.
This game is sort of the reverse of last game in that, remember how Philippines had the one core with Scam, with Terrorblade, with the oh dear, was that RP used?
Yeah, the RP was used. They actually couldn't get a single kill. Now the life drain is there, Cookie, to get Playhard out of the way. It seems like Vietnam, they are still chasing. They might want to kill Playhard, but they're not going to be able to reach him. And what a weird engage. So no RP available. They do get the mid-tier one though.
And the rocket's coming out for... Oh dear, he's still going.
Nice drain shackle, okay, there's a call down. And we go to Thunder. Ken's gonna lock JG up. JG gets cooked out the cogs, but still into his death. There's a lot of magic damage right there, and Nether Blast is going to be stolen. Gonna lift Ken back in. Now they have to keep Scam alive. No, Scam gets shackled. What a shackle from Bombi. Now Scam goes down. Yopach's gonna skewer Red in, and even though Red does not have a good game, he's still pretty darn tanky. That's going to throw the chakra. There's the power shot coming through. The Cookie is on point, but the Scalabash does miss. They pull Red back into the Nether Blast that is stolen, but Red still stays alive. And a standard fight in the favor of Vietnam.
Yeah, Vietnam, they're able to juggle the aggro very well on their team. Like, you can see someone's taking some damage, then they sort of put someone else. It's like Clockwork goes in and takes some damage, then Timbersaw goes and takes some damage, so they're really good at that. And the Philippines side, when they whiff the RP, and a lot of their damage is spread damage. Fatebolt's, it's okay damage, Snapfire has okay damage. Like, a lot of it is okay damage that's spread out among multiple people. Just like the Gyrocopter, so they don't have that big single target killer. You have Wind Ranger, she can do that. You have Pugna as well.
Yeah, and just lucky. I think the Philippines were not keeping their eyes on Scam. Then Scam got caught a couple of times, and he was the one trying to call the shots, trying to be aggressive and run in as a Gyrocopter. That was not the wisest move against what Vietnam has.
I like what Red is going for. He's like, all right, I'm just going to go for that. So I have the hood. I'm going to go for the load sword just to protect other people. Very much recognizing that his impact in this game is going to be something of a support impact, just enabling the Terrorblade, which is fine. With the game he has, he understands it. Oh dear.
And a hook shot straight onto Playhard. Playhard gets his Cookie from his buddy. But he's most likely going to go down the barrier, so we'll finish him off. And General, sorry, gets finished off, and Playhard, well, he will also go down.
Yeah, it was looking a little okay for the Philippines for a while, but Vietnam back at it. They're like, all right, we gave you guys enough space time to start actually winning the game.
Yeah, but Yopash and JG, they both just got their blink daggers, so this might be huge, right? They can go for a smoke. They can get those surprise ganks off, and there's a lot of re-engaging potential. Here we go. This might be it. He gets the crush, but he's the Crepify. So unfortunately, JG won't be able to get the subsequent bash to follow up. But Yopash is there, blink forward with a shockwave into skewer, perfectly done. But can they finish off the Pugna? Yes, they can. They have the crush. Now they're looking at Red. He has the rocket on top of him. JG blinks forward, tries to get the bash off, but he does not have the 4-pit just yet. Red trying to run away, turns around with the chakra. Now he's going to get bashed. The chakra is stolen. A whirling dash stolen away, but Playhard throws out the Cookie, and Philippines strike back with 2 kills. 2
big kills on the enemy mid laner who is having a good game, and Timbersaw, who's becoming, again, less and less of a factor. He's a frontliner, needs to get that Lotus Orb. Very good call by those double blink daggers that you can see immediately putting in so much work, especially on JG there.
And they smoked up as well. And now they're going to find another target, which is going to be Bombi. He's casually farming as Hong Kong just TP'd in.
Will be RP actually. He's going for it.
Oh! He does get hookshot mid-skewer, so he can't really get the 2-man RP, but they do have the Mortimer's Kisses on top of Ken. Ken's gonna tank the damage. That BB comes in with the Metamorphosis, but immediately JD tries to go for the backup. He will be pushed backwards by the life drain and finish off with the rocket flare. So Vietnam, they still have some fight in them. Scan loses his courier in the process, and BB, I think he's looking for more. His Terrorblade is not done. He just joined the fight and he wants it to go a bit more, but Scan kill that with the call down.
They might actually be able to kill Jean-Well.
General definitely caught in a bad spot.
This is the sort of the... Yopaj has been very careful with his RP, but oh dear.
Oh, at least they're gonna find Ken. Ken's gonna go down. No, the
What?
what? This last tick of health, Ken stays alive. And
this is when you have to worry about being a bit too efficient. You know how some people, they're like, oh, I want to be super efficient, I don't want to use an extra attack to kill someone. But then you think, oh man, if one of us had been a little less...
One of us right-clicked him.
Yeah, just one of us had actually pressed the guy, we could have gotten the kill. But this is where too much efficiency becomes really inefficient for you, because you can let a kill go.
But Philippines have to be careful though. Like Vietnam, they are not out yet. They're still hiding inside the Radiant jungle. But Ken finally gets finished off. Here comes the cookie from Playhard. What a juke from Hong Hong. But unfortunately, now JD's in a bad spot. He's gonna get focus fire and life drain to oblivion. Just massive plays from the Vietnamese mid laner.
That was amazing. He's like, oh, he's gonna cookie. I'm just gonna U-turn right here. And well played, really well played. And one of the things I'm liking about the Vietnam side is that they're warding the enemy side, they're moving on the enemy side of the map, which means that it's really hard for the Philippine side to farm. They're like, where do we go? Look how they're playing. That BB is taking the enemy's neutrals, and actually you can see Skem, he's going to the enemy side to farm because there's no space on his side of the map. Holy crap.
Yeah, they're going for Yopaj as well. They're diving tier 3 and Yopaj dies.
Yopaj is not having a tournament. I mean, Timbersaw is going to overtake him pretty soon, and you are relying on the RP because you need it. There's no other way to say it. You need him to bring it.
Yeah, and he's played Sand King, he's played Queen of Pain, and Magnus is, I would say, arguably the best pick he could get, out of the other two heroes that he played. And I just don't really feel the impact of this Magnus 2, 3, and 6 compared to this 7, 5, and 4 Pugna. Again, now the burden is on Scam. Scam has to...
And JG's having a good game at least.
Yeah, JG is doing okay.
Is it alright?
Compared to the Bloodseeker game, yes.
He's having an impact, he's jumping in, he has stuns, and he will at least scale slightly better than the Timbersaw. So he have that small bit of relief there, but it is again feeling like Scam versus the world for the most part. And that BB he's the world, he's unkillable.
Yeah, so Scam versus that BB.
Yeah, basically.
And it's...
Oh, red.
Yeah, JD
nice shackle.
Another shackle, just Bombi, just Playhunt needs to watch this and get nice. It out. And RP on the tooth, it's going back out of the call down. Does it matter though? No, it does not. They get the cookie on. Red's gonna be taken out. Hopefully, the rocket lands, they get the little shredder. Yes, he dies. And Playhouse says, I'm done playing, I'm gonna spit in front of you, and they kill off Ken. That's 3 kills for Philippines. They're looking for Bombi. The last one of his kids connect.
Wow.
And what a crush from JG, but there's still the win run to get Bombi out of it, at least for a while. He does have the corrosive face on top of him. Bombi knows that he's pretty much dead. One last bash and a crush would give JG the 4th kill in that fight. The Philippines, they finally win 1.
I like how Bombi knew he was gonna die, so he was like, I'm gonna go get some creeps. I'm gonna get a couple of extra gold, maybe one last
that
power.
That might be my buyback. That might be the buyback.
But yeah, it's I mean, play hard. He's 2k gold behind Bombi, but he's bringing some. At least he's doing something. Snapfire. It's always good to have Snapfire on your team because you have the cookie to get you out of cogs. The Mortimer's Kisses is always a ton of damage until people get BKB, and you can use it pretty safely. So I like what Playhard's got. Magnus, by the way, he doesn't really. He only has the Blink Dagger and the Power Treads.
No, he's just an RP.
He isn't just an RP. You sometimes see those like Echo Saber Magnuses, but not this one. Gyrocopter does have the Agnims, is relatively close to the BKB, might have it by the next fight. And when you look at the enemy side, they got nothing that deals with the BKB. Nothing can go through it. Yeah. Oh, sorry, you have Clockwork Hookshot.
Just a Clockwork Hookshot.
My bad. But even then, you really don't want to hookshot the Gyrocopter because you are next to him while he's Agnims. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry, his Agnims was rocket.
And he still kills you, right?
So it is a bit scary. But a lot of the other control, the Pugna Decrepify, the Shackle Shot, everything Timbersaw has, they're all nullified.
And so far, they lost for their players just now.
Yeah.
But at least this Terrorblade is still farming.
Still number 1 in net worth.
Silver lining though for Scam, he's keeping up. He's keeping up. He's 500 gold behind this Terrorblade, so doing pretty decent. And Bombi just got his MKB.
Interesting pick by Terrorblade going for the Skadi first before BKB. So, I mean, there is quite a bit of control on the Philippines side. You know, here we go.
Thinking about control.
Right?
Can he get the Thunder off? No, he doesn't get blown up by the call down. Now Red is going to try and avoid that one of his kisses. What a crush to cancel the life drain. And here comes Bombi with a fresh MKB. He might be able to catch Philippines off guard. JG, a bit too far forward.
Oh, hook
shot and immediately punish. Again, Philippines just not really making the right move. And now the MKB coming in. Scam getting taken out by a great skewer into RP. Can they just get him alive? No, Scam still dies. But Yopaj at least gets himself a double kill. Bombi goes down. Now Ken is left alone to the devices of the Philippines side. Gonna throw the chakra in and kill him off. At least his partner gets himself a double kill, but I would say it's a win for Philippines.
For sure. I mean, with Yopaj living, they got 4 kills to their 3. They killed enemy carry. They lose their own carry, but it's still something. Unless Hong Kong can say something about, oh dear.
There you go. Yopaj is like, you want to life drain me? Like, here we go. Man fight.
John Wall's in the neighborhood though. Chakram is going to whiff.
And Fable. There we go.
Doesn't care. It's a team wipe. It is a team wipe. Philippine fans can celebrate. They did just get a team wipe. The lead is 1K. This is the closest game we've had at the 21 minutes mark.
Yes, this is the closest game we had. This is
very fitting.
It's a rare occasion.
That's very fitting because this game, if the Philippine side wins, we have a tiebreaker situation no matter what happens.
No, it's the first step towards the 5-way.
We have the 5-way.
We don't look at the 3-way. Now we are looking at Philippines enabling a potential
right, which is what we all want, of course.
So yeah, we always love a good underdog story. So.
But Timbers, what? He's got the load sub. Does he actually have? Does he have the load sub on the way? He's got the plate mail. Sorry, my bad.
Wait, no, he still queues up the ring of
health
and the void.
Yeah, so it's still part of the way there.
Not yet, right?
Still a long way. I mean, that's the thing. He's not having much of an impact. And Slaughter, yes, his net worth is only a couple of hundred ahead, but he's jumping in. He's throwing those stuns. He keeps vision on everyone, which is a huge impact. And I wonder if Terrorblade will rethink that. Oh, mid lane.
He's cancelling those life drains, right? And again, they have so many ways to do so. The stolen Chakram does a lot of damage. They are trying to jump into play hard. The Chakram from Red will finish play hard off. General also in a bad spot. He steals the cards, but here comes Yopaj. And look at the flat cannon. Whoa, just bursting through everyone. And Red is definitely going to lose his life. Scam gets a double kill. Ken also goes down.
Buy back.
Ken's going to buy back immediately. Scam with his fresh BKB gets something in return, but Hong Kong does have the fresh Blink Dagger. Realizes he can't really commit to that. So again, a small win for Philippines, and for first time in 15 minutes, they get a slight goal lead. It's not much, but they get the lead.
It's not just a win because it was 2-for-2. They also traded the off laner for both supports. It was off laner support, and they traded for and they got buyback. So
and they still have RP.
This is interesting though. This is a risky move here, but do they know they're paying it out? I don't think they use the scan.
It's a fresh Guardi for that BB, and I think they know.
Oh, someone has to go in right now, but it's too late. It's too late.
Yeah. They still have the RP. If they can catch VNM off guard, then maybe there's a chance. Unfortunately, there's a chance of maybe not. Treatment RP. Call out is dead. That BB might go down. Yes, it does. What a cookie. What a cookie from Playhard. But that BB is going to come back to life. Now they're going to face Big Brother Terrorblade round 2. But there's the one of his kisses though. They got to turn around and try and kill Playhard. Red is there. Playhard's going to give his life away. And he certainly does. But you can see this fight is now going to split up to both sides. Yopaj on a killing spree. They kill off Ken. Scam gets out with his life. Vietnam, they get nothing. They get the Aegis, but who cares? They still lose the fight.
But yeah, I mean, they did get a couple. Oh, well, there you go. They said they got nothing. They got Yopaj at the end, ending his streak. So a very topsy-turvy situation just now where they were going for... They got their Aegis on Vietnam. Philippines a bit too slow to react to that, but they were able to come back with a great RP. They nullified the Aegis advantage, but still Vietnam kind of takes that fight because they were able to kill the Magnus. So we're back to being a very even game. 2K net worth is nothing at 24 minutes.
Yeah, trying to go for Scam, but Scam says goodbye.
He's wise to it.
I'm out, yeah. He can... he feels it. You know?
And the clockwork, he has sort of that was a dieback. You know, he bought back and he died. What does the Snapfire have? How close are we to the Aghanims?
Is he going for Axe? Oh yeah, he is. Right. We're almost there. You know?
700 gold away.
Win by cheese.
That will help them a lot because you can just throw the
the Magnus in, right?
Or the Slaughter.
Throw him onto the Terrorblade. You know, like that's it. Terrorblade it.
As long as Terrorblade wears his items, he did finish the Scotty, so he's still still decides, like, he saw the control coming out. He's like, nope, Scotty's still good. I want to get the BKB later.
They blew through his guy. It's like extra 1,000 HP. What is that? You know?
I don't know how I feel about this. No love for the Scotty, you know.
It's not no love.
Sorry, no love. Too much love. Too much love.
Yeah.
No love for the BKB is what I meant.
I actually there was a one match. I forgot which. It was yesterday, right? That the hard carry just went straight for, like, butterfly, Scotty, no BKB.
No BKB. He's like, I don't need it. I'll dodge it.
You can't die if you kill them first. You know?
Oh, and there you go. Agnes on the snap.
There you go.
I think she sold something, because last time I looked at it, she had only, like, she was 700 gold away. Must have sold something to get it.
It's a sacrifice we're making, and we're watching, JD.
Oh, here we go.
On scouting duty.
Is someone gonna fly in?
Your punch is not there though. I don't think they can fly anyone in.
Oh, someone flew in. Told you.
They just threw Scam in, and like, Scam, let's go, buddy. But they might have thrown into his death though. Stolen hook shot is dead. Scam's gonna turn around, and they do kill off Bombi. So Scam says like, I'm out. TPing back to safety, and here we go. Your punch with the RP onto 2, but Scam. Shackle shot is there. They kill off Ken, but they might not be able to kill off it. No. Player says, nah, I have the scatter shot. There we go. Goodbye. Another win for Philippines. And Scam is the man. Let's throw him in.
It's like, dude, just go. I love that. And JD,
no regards.
He's like, are you the carry? I don't care. You're just going in. Fight. Can you imagine? And Scam was so smart. The moment he saw his HP was a bit low, he saw the BKB was running out. He's like, I'm TPing out. You guys have to handle the rest of the fight.
That's like, goodbye.
And beautiful play by Yopaj. Yeah. Beautiful play. Yeah, the gobble up was really good by Snapfire.
Yeah, and I thought, like, Yopaj was not nearby. Maybe they will just forfeit JD. They're like, no. Scam, you're the carry, right? You're right, all right, let's go.
Yeah. Man up. It's about
man up. You know Satanic, don't care. Go.
I do like that Snapfire's impact is a bit higher than it should be at this point of the game, because no enemy has BKB or any way of magic immunity. So
there's no pipe.
It's not OP. It's not OP. Some people, they don't respect balance.
No. Like there's always this term, right, where if you get killed by a line support with an axe and you call it OP, that just means he shouldn't even be allowed to get the axe. Right? But here we go. They find General. It's a good start for Vietnam. At least they stop Philippines in their tracks. They're like, slow down.
There is no RP as well. I mean, and meta should be available, which means that they can take this tower, consider maybe even going high ground.
But there's a fresh BKB for Yopaj, so it's not that easy to stop this. You can't just shackle shot him when he jumps in. Like, he has a way of negating that. But there's always the threat of the gobble up. I think that's the scariest part when you're playing against
there you go.
There you go. The skill, they bring Red back and like we can crush him straight under our feet at the tier 3 in Vietnam. Like, we gotta get the tier 2, but backdoor protection is kicking in. They can't even get the tier 2. And play hard on the killing spree. I
think they changed Magnus's level 20 talent. It used to give you like 8 armor, now it gives you health, and the skewer talent became so much better.
Because he went for the range.
There you go.
2-man caught. Alright, here we go. That BB with the new Scotty Metamorphosis to go on Scam. Scam is going to go down.
BKB on TB.
Finally killed him off. And the BKB, it made so much difference now. Player tries to get Yopaj out of the way, and Yopaj will be able to get out. So General comes in with telekinesis. Steals away the focus fire. JG is now all caught.
Well, someone gonna fly in?
Try and life drain him. And do they want to save JG? It seems like JG is fine for now, but not for long. As they'll still finish him off. The life drain is there, and with the power shot, Vietnam, they get 3 big kills.
Awkward situation for John. Well, if you go in to save him, you're risking your own life, and that's what happened. Almost gets JG out, but it was not enough. And Terrorblade, you see when he gets the BKB active, everyone runs away. Everyone's like, nope, no, not the Terrorblade. No one can deal with him.
Yeah, now it's a different story, right? Now you need to get this RP on him. You need to control him before he gets his BKB off, and you need a Satanic on Scam.
You also, if you can get Slardar next to him to get a couple of, Bash off would be good, followed by Slytherin Crush, because Bash does go through the BKB, but again, you have to get at least.
You just need to man out, right? Throw your life away. Just stop him from doing anything. Bobby's gonna get his.
Yeah, loving the BKB on Terrorblade. But Magnus, he does have the Echo Saber. He actually went back for it at some point. It's like, yeah, I still want Timbersaw. It's got that Lotus Orb finished up. And it's still that BB versus Scam.
Yeah. That BB won just now.
That BB won. He won convincingly.
Yeah, Scam had no chance.
That's the thing. Gyrocopter's really good spread damage, but his 1-to-1 single target, he's no Troll Warlord. He's no Lifestealer. He's no Ursa. He cannot really man fight one person.
Hide behind this scrap metal.
Yeah, you have to have like.
He's old, okay, Ian.
He's not old.
What do you mean he's not old?
He's not old. Gyrocopter's not old. He is mature. There you go. But he needs Magnus to control him. He needs Slaughter to control him. He cannot let like Terrorblade just punch him in the face. He'll always die. It is a scary situation for Gyrocopter. They are grouping up here.
There you go.
Oh, can they force the BKB? That's something's enough
Nah, I
damage.
don't think they can force the BKB.
Oh.
Maybe they would. Hook shot is there. But Ken is like, big mistake.
Whoopsie! Because
Whoops.
I don't want to be here.
But I don't think Scam wants to commit because the partner can always make it, right?
Partner was right there. So, and if you use their BKB against him, you have one less second against the Terrorblade, which is the big threat. It's Terrorblade versus, like, we have to go back to it. The Terrorblade is super scary.
And now Slaughter has a BKB.
Slaughter, I was going to say, Slaughter has a BKB. Your pod, is he going to BKB TP for this?
Gonna get solo killed by Bombi at this point.
Uses the RP just to run away. But, alright, he does have the TP and he does TP away. RP is for that though. Oh, it doesn't.
I mean, it's either that or he dies, I think.
Right? But that's not a great
It's a
feeling.
core support right there. And Vietnam, they're going in for the pincer. They might find play hard again. Play hard just dodges the hook
Close.
shot. Rare is like, I'm out.
He felt the wind, you know. He's like, I feel it whooshing past me. That was really close.
Yeah, I mean, with such a such thick hair, I think that hook shot cut off a bit of him.
But
Gave him a bit haircut.
one of the things I find, RP is down. One of the things I find interesting was that when they changed that Magnus talent to 20, because 8 armor is something like you get 50% reduction on the damage you're still taking. So 350 HP is nothing compared to 8 armor. So now people just take the skewer talent because you can see you can skewer them from the tier 2 all the way to your high ground. So it's a huge amount of range. And
Scan.
they see him.
Oh no. Scan just TP's in. It's like,
Oh, Tom's flying in.
they just spit JG in. JG is gonna fight Hong Hong, but toss the fresh BKB. Here we go. One of his kisses is there, but immediately Bombi comes in and it's a focus fight. They're gonna lift it up and and Scam goes to work immediately. And BKB popped by Yopash. They're gonna kill a Bombi and also they keep JG alive. But Yopash has no RP. You gotta remember that Scam getting mana. That BB says, fight me! Man, Scam has to run away, but this old scrap matter won't be able to survive. That BB will kill him off for 85 seconds. The blink in from Hong Kong with the life drain is gonna finish off the Magnus and play hard. Not going to be able to survive this. He glimmers K for a while, but that BB just runs through him. Now he pops to go Dex to Decrepify. A life drain. That's 4 kills for Vietnam. And finally a sizable lead for the Dire side.
There was no way they could have won that fight. Not with that RP down. And like the moments and that BB had his meta active, you cannot take fights in that situation.
I'm surprised they even
Not OP, also very balanced.
I'm surprised they took that fight, without the RP.
I guess they must have felt like they should protect their tier 2, and you can just protect your tier 3 instead when you have the high ground advantage.
Yeah, just
And once they threw Slaughter in, that was sort of like, oh, Slaughter, oh wow, interesting.
no turning back,
And yeah, now your Podge has the RP, so you might have had it for that tier 3 defense.
Yeah, and they might have prevented, this. If they had the RP, I honestly think they could have just controlled that BB and killed him off.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
And this is the interesting thing about this game is like, if they had picked maybe something else for the Gyrocopter instead of the Gyrocopter carry, you might have been able to command fight, but they went with the Gyrocopter. Oh, Slaughter.
Oh, War Staff. So Ken not able to kill him off. Not Cookie. Doesn't get JG in range.
That's 2 Raxes being taken for the film. Oh wow, flying in.
They toss.
That's an illusion.
Alright. But the Satanic was bought, I believe, by that BB. Now he's never gonna die.
They got 2 lanes of Raxes. Philippine looking like they might the tournament lives on the line. Looks like it's a very small chance for them to win here. Vietnam has been looking strong this whole tournament. They only dropped 1 game, which is because they couldn't attend the match itself. They had a default loss.
This one might be huge though. Like if they can
catch them
in the Roshan pit. There we go.
They need to move way faster. I don't think they'll make it in time.
They're not gonna make it in time. Too slow.
And I love what Red does. He goes forward just to make sure they can't reach it. And yep, that's Roche on the Terrorblade. You gotta kill him twice.
And now they have to back off, right? Because the hook shot gets blocked by the illusion. That's a decent starting. The kill off Ken.
Can buy his back immediately.
And see if they can stand against Vietnam. Maybe not though. What if JG gets the crush? Reflection is there. That BB is in the house and play hard. Will be the first one to start running. He has a rocket flag to reveal where he is. As the Bombi is gonna solo kill JG as this support. But here we go, Yopash with a great RP. But they need to finish off the teammate, the members of Vietnam. They get the partner, but that's about it. Big Daddy Dat BB will get himself a double kill. And Scam with no Satanic is gonna realize that he can't fight at all. They're gonna stand there. That should be it. That should be GG. A team wipe. And Vietnam lock in first seed.
Yeah, congratulations to them. They take the first place. Oh, well, there's a buyback here. I think I was ever calling it way too soon. And there's a kill. They get 2 kills, actually.
Alright, they still have the glyph. Bombi just trying to solo kill Scam.
Just want to keep them as far away from this Terrorblade. Just want to get kills. Remember, I think Terrorblade still has the Aegis, though, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, but Metamorphosis is running out soon, and
Paladin Sword and a Satanic. What chances do you have?
they might have a chance to take a fight, but Vietnam might start going back soon. You know, Snapfire's coming back, Slaughters might be back, but they're going to go. This is
it. They're going for the throne.
Is anyone going to stop the Terror? He's doing pretty sizable damage here.
They're going to try with the call down, but Focus Fire comes in and scam is he can't do much, and that BB doesn't care. Well, they lose Bombi. They might lose Red. That BB just stands there. He has the Aegis, right? He has a Satanic. He's like, all right, Satanic on. I'm going to man fight you guys. You know, don't stop me. You can see everyone desperately trying to kill him all, but that is going to finish the game.
One hit
for Vietnam. He does it. You know, Vietnam proceeds to the grand finals.
Congratulations to Vietnam, our first team to confirm make it to the grand finals. They'll be up against possibly Myanmar if they win the next match, or we'll have a tiebreaker situation. But it was the whole game rested on that BB, on the Terror Blade. We said from the start, great single target damage versus great spread damage, but it doesn't really matter because Terror Blade, he just takes out the Gyrocopter. Jacob is like, I can't deal with him. I need Yopaj, I need JG to control him, and they couldn't do that. So, unfortunate, but well played by Vietnam.
This is I'll say the best performance from Philippines thus far.
For sure.
Even though it's not clean from both sides, but at least that you can see the Philippines, they did try something.
They brought this game. They brought it for sure.
They definitely did. And it also comes like the execution, right? The Wombo combo looks amazing, you know, Snapfire, Spit and whatnot, but if you can't get it to all line up, that's the end result.
They had it. I mean, I think that's maybe you don't want to go back to the picks because once they had the picks, you can't change it. You can't say anything. But the Rubik pick, they had something anything that could pierce BKB would have been great because you got Slardar, you got Magnus, you got Snapfire, you got all these circles, you know, big circles. But you need someone to pierce BKB because once the Terror Blade BKB, that was it. The game was over.
And I think it happened because of the tier 2 fight, right? They fought without the RP. And
the top side.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate, but either way, well played by Vietnam and Philippines. Unfortunately, Philippines, their journey ends here. They will not be able to qualify for the regional finals. This would be the latest scoreboard. Vietnam at the top with 3 wins, and well, technically they won all because we don't.
Yeah, right. We don't count.
Vietnam won all their matches. I mean, Myanmar in second. They're gonna go up against Indonesia later on for our last match of the group stage. Thailand still hangs in the balance. There is still a chance, and it all lies in the hands of Indonesia. But Philippines is confirmed to be out of the tournament.
Yeah. So unfortunate for the Philippine fans out there. You know, it would have been great if their team moves forward. But for someone to win, someone has to lose. But it is going to be the next match. It's going to decide: are we going to have a 3-way tie, or is Myanmar going to advance? But Vietnam staying comfortably, just waiting to see who's going to go up against them in the grand final.
Yeah, it's like grand finals and biggest flex ever. We couldn't make it for our first game, but you know what? We still won.
Yeah, right. Can you imagine having a free loss and just say, Myanmar could do the same thing. They also actually had to...
No,
did they forward?
They won 2 and they lost 1. They beat Thailand, Philippines, and they lost to Vietnam. No, they didn't.
That is...
We might look at a possible rematch, Mike.
It was a really good game, though, for Vietnam. I really like what they were able to do. Bombi on the Wind Ranger was able to create so much space that kill with the javelin proc on Skip. I was like, that kill might have changed the whole game. You know, just the proc of the javelin gets him the damage. Suddenly he's going out of control.
And now I think now the new thing is there's actually 4 cores in the game. You know, your position 4 is a core. We saw Q, Void Spirit. Now we saw Bombi.
We're seeing the position 4 right up there in terms of everything. You're thinking, I mean, was they always this fun to play?
I don't get it in my game. I buy an axe and I get reported.
Yeah. So that's the situation of the tournament right now. Congratulations to Vietnam. We'll be coming back to you guys with the next matchup between Myanmar and Indonesia. Stay tuned. We'll find out who's going to go to the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Put your luggage in the cabin above your head and fasten the
We have a good visibility today, guys. Hi. Please check your gear and
seat. Put your luggage in the cabin above your head and fasten your
Have a good visibility today, guys. Hi. Please check your gear and I'll
Put your luggage in the cabin above your head and fasten your
Have a good visibility today, guys. Hi. Please check your gear and
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ALAT 2020-12 Esports World Championship Asian Qualifiers. We are down to our final match between Myanmar and Indonesia in this group stage before we find out who will be the grand finalists taking on Vietnam in the grand finals. I am Husky and I'm joined at the broadcast by Otomo. How are you feeling?
I feel like this is going to be sort of the semi-finals because either team that wins here will advance. We'll have to look at the brackets later on to sort of confirm exactly how it's going to happen. But yeah, either team that wins now will advance to the finals and have a chance to beat Vietnam, represent Southeast Asia and ALAT 20, which we want to thank also for the, all the people who made this possible. Our host city ALAT, our main hosting partners, Maccabi World Union, as well as the Israeli Esports Association. We want to thank our IESF partner, the MCST, which is the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and last but not least, our local partner, M21. Thanks to all of them for making the tournament possible, for getting all these teams, to show up, be able to represent their region, and maybe even fly to ALAT and compete in the world champion.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, the first nation to be eliminated from the qualifiers, and unfortunately the Philippines, right? They had a decent run, but it was just not enough. They lost to Thailand early on, and they came close against Vietnam, but Vietnam just outclassed them towards the very end. And
so we might have to go to the scoreboards again to sort of confirm exactly how it's going to go. But besides the Philippines going out, Thailand also has no chance of actually advancing because you might be thinking, oh, what if a tiebreaker happens? So if Myanmar wins this match, Myanmar advances against Vietnam, nothing crazy happens. But if Indonesia wins, we'll have a three-way tie, right? In which case, Indonesia would have beaten Myanmar, and Thailand it will advance because it's a head-to-head in terms of tiebreaker. So Myanmar wins, they advance. Indonesia wins, they advance. Thailand, no shot.
Yeah, imagine how crazy this is. Like,
right?
Especially for Indonesia, I think this is really huge. Right? The Indonesian crowd has always been one of the most enthusiastic crowd when it comes to Dota. I'm pretty sure they are watching this right now and just sending their energy towards this lineup. And of course, Indonesia has one of the more greedy cores in the form of In Your Dreams. And we did see his performance earlier on, which was not the best. I think they fell to I think Vietnam. They fell to Vietnam earlier today.
But everyone fell to Vietnam.
But everyone fell, yeah.
Everyone
fell to Vietnam.
Vietnam has only one loss because of
Not Thailand though.
That's true. So this is going to be there. You go. These are the lineups for both teams. Myanmar looking pretty strong so far. Honestly, yeah. I didn't see the game that they dropped. I didn't watch that, but I still think that they're looking a little bit better here.
Yeah, Myanmar dropped the game against Vietnam. I think it's safe to say that Vietnam is currently the strongest team in the region. So if you're Myanmar, you want that rematch. But if you are Indonesia and you have done your calculations, you know how important this match is. This is literally their ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, for both teams.
For both teams.
For both teams. So looking at some of the heroes we saw Snapfire come up in the last match, as well as the Magnus. These heroes have been very highly banned. Not, I mean, no one's been able to really get them. But Snapfire we also saw the Magnus, and they actually lost. So maybe the Magnus. You can let it through. You can play against it.
Yeah, I think Magnus is not, the pick it, win all kind of heroes. It's just the nature of, I think the scene, at least for the tournament meta. People just don't want to do this big RP, and they would fall back. I'm surprised we didn't see much Faces Void. I think that's something surprising.
He was banned in the previous game. I think I saw him being played once yesterday. I forgot which match, but there was a Faces Void being picked at one stage.
Myanmar did pick Faces Void when they went up against I think Thailand. They went this as Faces Void, Invoker, Snapfire, the Wombo combo. I think Void Spirit has also been making his rounds through the draft. We've seen Void Spirit mid lane, Void Spirit off lane, and Void Spirit 4. All of these Void Spirits are actually just core.
Right now we're seeing one thing that's very interesting about this tournament so far has been the way position 4s have been able to have massive impacts. We saw that with Q, we saw it with Bombay. The position 4 is basically becoming a secondary carry, almost win condition. With the Wind Ranger, with the Q on the Void Spirit, with Q on the Enchantress. Maybe it's just Q, but there's a lot of win conditions happening right now.
We're seeing position 4 solo killing cores.
Yes.
I think that's something that's pretty scary. Right?
Last game, Bombay forced Yopach to actually use an RP to run away, which led them to taking a fight in the top lane, which led them to winning the game. Like, he forced an RP as a Wind Ranger against a Magnus. Position 4 Wind Ranger, forces the RP.
And win the game.
Yeah, and they won the game out of that. So major, I think a lot of teams should be looking at the position 4 being like, you guys might be able, there's more you can do. You see Tiny just sort of being able to crush the game for 20 minutes but not have much of impact later on. Position 4s now seem to scale infinitely.
Yeah, and I think one of the supports that I personally expect to fit into that role and has yet to be picked or banned, the Earthshaker.
Yeah. Would be another hero because all the mass stuns. The problem with the hero is that he's got a pretty weak laning stage. Requires farm to get that blink dagger, and against BKB he's useless. So sometimes the enemy team BKB they kill a core, and Earthshaker's like, well, I could jump in now that the BKB is timed up, but everyone's dead. Yeah. So I think that is one of the problems that we have with the Earthshaker. With a weak laning stage, meaning you're not really contributing, and a late game that's nullified by BKB, it's a hard hero to pick.
Yeah, and think about it to a Tiny. Tiny does have a bit more impact, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we'd say Tiny is weak late game, yes, but his early game is devastating. But
even late game, he provides that isolation factor. I think that separates both Tiny and Shaker. I would pick Tiny over Shaker in a lot of situations early on.
Yeah, of course. And like you said, even if his toss, you can use it to save someone as well. Someone gets caught, you jump in, you throw them back to your team, and Tiny can sacrifice himself. And that's still a big save. That's like an Oracle ulti right there.
Yeah.
But
and speaking of Oracle has been picked.
Yeah.
Times. I think we saw
Boombell with the Oracle. That was amazing play.
Yeah, their most important game. Even though Thailand has no more chance, but I think Boombell has solidified himself.
Big redemption for the team.
Exactly. But let's take a look at the draft though. This is ready. Again, the so-called semi-finals. It's going to be between Myanmar and Indonesia. Whoever wins makes it through to the grand finals. And again, the Magnus is not going to make it through this time, but Myanmar, we've seen that the only team to play Earth Spirit so far in this tournament, and they get their hands on one of their best heroes. And
Earth Spirit, when we talk about sort of time, we talk about Earthshaker. Earth Spirit is sort of a combination of both. Really strong early game with that burst damage that he can do, very tanky. Late game, yes, he's weakened by BKBs, but he also still has that same impact as an Earthshaker, where he can get multiple stuns, multiple rolling boulders going off. So a good hero to have. But Elder Titan, also a solid hero to have against the Earth Spirit, because it's hard to roll into him with Echo Stomp. You can't really trade very well. I still like the Like if I'm going to go with the draft and say, all right, do you want to start with having an Earth Spirit on the team or Elder Titan? I think the Earth Spirit is a better opening.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Earth Spirit, even though these two supports have strong laning stage, I think the Earth Spirit in general just does a bit more because you can roam early with this Earth Spirit, like level 2, level 3. That's you can give him the green light and he can start roaming around the maps and creating pressure. And even when it comes to save, sure you have the Echo Storm, but Earth Spirit is a bit more mobile, right? You can roll in, throw your body at someone and just kick them away or kick your teammates to safety.
And I wonder if Team Myanmar will consider taking a Enchantress. We've seen this very often, is that if Elder Titan is picked, there's an Enchantress picked or an Oracle. With both heroes, any sort of hero with a Dispel would be very solid against him. Against an offensive Dispel, that would be able to remove that buff that he gets.
Oh yeah, and I think Shadow Demon is also another hero that I think.
But that's at level 6.
That's at level 6.
Yeah, so it's like you can't really wait that long. You want
even in general, right? In general, like if the Elder Titan runs it, you just disrupt him.
That's fair, and it is a save. But are they going to go with the Snapfire instead? Interesting.
I'm smelling Faceless Void.
Right, it would be Faceless Void. Would be a very solid hero. But Indonesia can also take the Faceless Void. Remember, they do have Elder Titan. That's percentage damage. That's fantastic throughout the whole game. So they could consider taking the Faceless Void for their side, which forces Myanmar to sort of ban the Invoker or pick it themselves. There's all that Faceless Void factor has become such a crucial part of the game, Which team has Faceless Void? Suddenly wombo combos are so easy to execute.
Yeah, Faceless Void plus...
Wind Ranger.
Oh, Wind Ranger, okay.
I think this is the third Wind Ranger today.
This is the third Ranger of the day, yeah, it's pretty popular. We've seen 2 Wind Ranger support. One was a success, one was, well,
less of a success.
Less of a success.
Smaller success, we can call that. But I do like the Snapfire because it's also a bit of flexibility. She might be able to go as a core, might be probably a support, and Faceless Void does get banned. Yeah, good call.
And I think Indonesia did their homework, right? They saw Faceless Void, Invoker plus Snapfire. They didn't want to risk it. I think Faceless Void just gives too much of a setup.
Yeah, if you're not particularly good against playing the hero and the enemies is already setting up the combos, you're like, you know what? All right, you'll just ban him. Let's just ban him and move on. And yeah, they do want to make sure they have some setup with him. They ban the Anti-Mage. Now we'll see what other carriers are going to be banned. I like the Timbersaw ban. Timbersaw, if it's a Snapfire support and Earth Spirit support, then someone's going to go up against Timbersaw. Both strength heroes, both hate him. Yeah,
and I'm wondering if Indonesia would consider Invoker as In Your Dream as one of those prominent Invoker players. When push comes to shove, he might go for it. Unfortunately, I say he might have a chance to pick it, but he's a position 1 in this case. So it's unless he kind of sorts it with Azura, which is highly unlikely. So we can kind of count Invoker out, at least for Indonesia. But Myanmar can still go for it. They have Hall that plays Invoker. So this is a pretty flexible mid laner. He also plays the partner as well. And I think compared that to what Indonesia's have in terms of the mid laner, I would favor Myanmar a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, Myanmar, they have the track record, basically. So I would also favor them a little bit, but I'm looking at the bans here right now. It is only big carries are being banned. Terrorblade's still in the pool, Sven's still in the pool. Sven is also a solid hero of your Myanmar side because you can dispel the Elder Titan's spirit as well once you get that talent. I'm not sure if Wind One is dispellable or not.
I think you can, because it's a hard spell, right? Is it?
Oh, I
think you can.
Remove the Wind One, I believe as well, but I'm not quite sure. So everyone in chat will be telling us very soon. So it is a solid thing to have if you are on Myanmar's side to consider the Sven. Plus, you have you can have Snapfire, you have Earth Spirit, you have these you can gobble up and throw, you can roll in. Having these elusive heroes with a Sven and Ags, you get a lot of mobility.
And I'm surprised that Tiny got let through, but no one picked up Tiny. I think.
So that's right. That's a good point.
Second phase. There's a higher chance, I think, for Indonesia to go for Tiny because they kind of flex this Windrunner and Tiny. Myanmar banning out that Bat Rider. We saw Indonesia play that. Even though I would say it was slightly underwhelming when they went up against Vietnam with that Bat Rider. I felt like he could have done way more, but the cash potential is always there.
I mean, you could have a bad game, right? If you have a bad game, doesn't make you a bad player. Just have a bad game, and you're like, that guy's still a threat on the Bat Rider. Yes. He just had a bad game. Indonesia, though, I'm looking at you. You mentioned the Tiny. The thing is, if they take Tiny now, they might be revealing that's Wind Ranger mid. So if it's gonna be a Tiny 4, that's the problem with you have the Wind Ranger as a flex pick. You want to keep it a bit as a flex pick for as long as possible to see what the enemy team starts picking. Maybe the enemy team's going to be more obvious. Same thing with the Snapfire. It's a bit of flex pick, probably a 5, but could be played as a. We've seen it mid, we've seen it offlane.
Offlane, yeah.
Personally, I find it as an interesting mid. Honestly, I think it's so much as an offlane. Take out the Slardar.
I mean, Snapfire has a insanely good laning stage, regardless. But Omni Knight, alright, is a hero that you don't normally see.
Yeah, I feel like Sven just got better. I'm not sure what you can dispel from Omni, if his ultimate or his Heavenly Grace. How much of these, which one of these is dispelled? Because we just rarely see the hero.
Yeah, it's
but I'm fairly certain that his ultimate might actually be dispellable. So Sven moves up a little bit in value.
yeah, and that also makes Shadow Demon look slightly better if this Snapfire ever goes.
He is
forward.
on the Shadow Demon. He's like, I watch it.
I know that
Ooh,
Shadow
Morphling.
Demon is a hero that a lot of teams in this region don't pick. Like, I personally love that hero a lot because of what he can achieve, right, at level 6 onwards. But you know, it's a fleeting thought.
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
It's
Indonesia, though, another thing about the Omni Knights now is that he does buff up Sven quite a bit because Heavenly Grace gives you like 28 extra strength, 28 extra damage multiplied by whatever god strength level you have. You can get a lot of extra damage just from Heavenly Grace with 50-second stats with resistance.
They can also go for heroes like Troll or
Troll is
Life
good,
Stealer. You know, like I think these heroes you give in the Heavenly Grace. A PA is also another hero that you can just throw the Heavenly Grace on and let her jump in and start just one-shotting people. But I think like Troll or Sven would be the better choice.
One of the things we've been talking about though is I think we're seeing Omni as an offlane. What if it's a 5 Omni, which is crazy, and Elder Titan is the 3?
Yeah,
right.
Elder Titan could be a 1.
Or Elder Titan could be a 1, right?
Yeah, but one of the tricky things when you go for all these, you know, flex picks that you end up flexing yourself
out of the game, right?
Like, now what am I gonna do?
You know, I got a Vengeful Spirit and an Omni Knight, and I have a Wind Ranger. I'm like, I don't know where to put each one of them. I'm actually not sure.
I guess Omni is going mid, you know, lane against like a Pugna or something. Good.
So yeah, I know what you mean. It could be too much flex, and they go for the Monkey King. I think this one's not flex. I think this was probably the carry. Probably the carry.
It's the Monkey 4. We've seen that.
We have seen
Orb of Venom.
But that was, but not this tournament though. We've seen Tiny 4, and generally speaking, the heroes usually play as a carry or a mid.
It's
depends on what Myanmar picks.
I don't know what to feel about the Monkey King pick though. Like, it doesn't beat the Morphling.
No, you might be on the Indonesia side. Might be thinking we don't really want to drag the game too long. You might want to just end the game pretty early. Depends on what if they're gonna go Monkey King mid, they pick a harder carry, something like a Terror Blade, something like a Sven, something like that. Then you can think, oh, we can go late game. But right now, I'm looking at Indonesia side. I'm thinking, you guys may not want. You can't go late game. Not against the Morphling. Not with these picks.
Yeah,
it's a bit risky.
I mean, to play a bit. They still don't have decent tower hitters. Like, you need. That's that. Like in the event that this Wind Ranger is a core, then perhaps yes, right? Monkey King is not the best at hitting towers. Not Omni Knight, not the Elder Titan.
Pugna.
I was thinking maybe Indonesia could take the Pugna to kind of supplement that tower push, but Myanmar got it first. And it's a great choice. Like, all the damage from Indonesia is from right clicks.
Yes.
Focus fire, your Jingu stacks, Decrepify solves the problem.
One thing I will say though is that Indonesia side much tankier. Like, yes, Wind Ranger aside, they got Elder Titan and Omni, that's 2 strength heroes. Elder Titan has heals and buffs. Monkey King is pretty tough as well because he can always switch to the kills. You know, you get him to low HP, gets a few Jingo stacks. When he's back to full health. Myanmar's side, yeah, you have the Morphling, but Pugna is definitely not a tanky hero. Yes, when he's Decrepify, he's good, but when he doesn't, you punch him in the face once and he's dead. Earth Spirit, reasonably tanky, but Snapfire also, you can bring those down. It's much easier to bring down the Myanmar heroes than it is for than Indonesian.
Yeah, that I agree. And Myanmar, they banned the PA, so they are expecting, you know, this Monkey King to end up mid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Myanmar still playing a bit cautious, and I think right now, if Indonesia really puts this Monkey King mid and run another core, my main worry would be, is it a lineup that's too greedy? Like, is it too greedy?
With a Monkey King mid?
Monkey King mid plus a post.
We've seen. I mean, when I see Monkey King mid, a lot of times it's not going to be like something like a Battle Fury farming Monkey King. Usually, it's going to be a Monkey King who roams around the map with, you know, jumping around trees, trying to get control for their team. But here's the thing: when they banned Ember Spirit on Indonesia, that's a matchup I think Monkey King could handle. which means that they're banning they banned the Ember Spirit. That means they might want to have another hero be mid and Monkey King carry, because you're like, oh, I'm banning the hero that Monkey King is good against. Why? Because I want to pick something else for the mid.
Yeah. Then I was thinking that maybe Indonesia at this stage, right, with their last pick, they could go for the Void Spirit to deal with like the Pugna or the Morphling. When he gets the Axe, it's always great against like heroes like Morphling, but they don't have the last pick, so they don't want to risk it, right? In the event that this Void Spirit gets picked up by Myanmar, which we have seen Myanmar pick Void Spirit off lane and mid lane, I think it's a good respect ban from Indonesia. So they have to come up with a different solution to deal with this Pugna, because Pugna just denies the Monkey King mid.
And they go with the Undying last pick.
Right? So it's a is this a core Snapfire?
It's either that or it could be I mean, I don't think Earth Spirit's gonna.
Myanmar has played off lane Pugna before.
I was thinking something like that. It could be a mid Snapfire and offlane Pugna, or it could be a mid Pugna offlane Snapfire. Could it be an offlane Undying somehow? I don't think that'd be a big ask.
Mid lane Earth Spirit. Does it?
And
But I highly doubt so. I think skill lane would be on the Earth Spirit.
well, I mean, the problem is that I'm not quite sure which player plays what role on Myanmar side. So even when the heroes come out, I'm like, oh crap, I'm not sure who's there. But Indonesia, who they're going to go with the Puck. So it is going to be the carry,
Yeah.
Monkey King. I mean, when they banned Ember Spirit, I was like, yeah, I think Ember Spirit can handle him. But then they let go. I was like, okay.
Alright, so it's a mid Pugna. Yeah, it is an off lane Snapfire. Alright, it's an off lane Snapfire, mid Pugna, a post one Morphling.
Yeah, I think Indonesia, they were their draft was a bit of a wild card with the Monkey King. It was really cool, but then they banned Ember, and you're like, oh okay, it's gonna be Monkey King, safe lane.
Yeah. And then it's a off lane Omni Knight for Indonesia. So it's interesting.
I like that. It's a solid pick. He's gonna go up against Undying though, which is a strength hero. He can sort of take away the decay stacks, and Undying, I think might be bullied out of the lane against Morphling Undying. That's kind of a hard lane for him to deal with.
Yeah, and he has he has Wind Ranger as a support, right?
Yeah, he has Wind Ranger. So it's a Monkey King, Omni Knight, and they have a mid. What was that last pick? Mid Puck. Scary. Very scary for Indonesia because you cannot go late game. Late game is kind of a nightmare. The enemy team has got a Morphling on the other side. It's not nowhere near the same level.
Yeah, and this kind of reminds me of the playstyle. I think the best reference would be OG, right? And if you're Indonesia, you have to be thinking like,
just go.
Just go.
Yeah, it's like it's the opposite. It's OG is OG. You're like go, just go, just keep going.
Yes.
Never stop going.
Just run them down, take towers, win the game. Yeah.
Because late game, that I'm not seeing this big sustained damage that can bring the Morphling down. I'm not seeing the burst damage that can kill him. Well, maybe they'll be able to bring it down. But Myanmar's draft is easier. Just for them, it's just don't lose. Don't lose the early game. But Indonesia is we gotta crush it. So my vote's for Myanmar to win this.
Yeah, I honestly, like, when it comes to Southeast Asia game, I think the timing for teams who wants to play fast has not always been accurate. Like, they always kind of miss it because they slow down. So I do prefer Myanmar's draft, but I want to see what Indonesia can do with this unorthodox lineup. Let's check out the game, because this is it, the final game of the group stage. Indonesia taking on Myanmar. Whoever wins this proceeds to the grand finals to have a rematch against Vietnam.
Yeah, I still think Indonesia messed up a tiny bit when they banned that Ember, because you saw the Myanmar's before that they banned PA, then they banned Storm. Two very different positions. They were like, they were thinking it's going to be a Monkey King, so they kind of gave away their draft. And then they had to ban a Voice Spin. They were like, okay, it's very obvious now. So a little bit messing up with your own flex. When you have flex, you want to play the mind games there. But if they win, Indonesia will look like geniuses, and Myanmar will be disqualified. I mean, not disqualified. Sorry, they're eliminated. They're eliminated after disqualified. That says like a harsh word. Sorry, they'll be eliminated from the tournament. So a Snapfire core. That means the benefit of that will be that you get a very fast Aghanims. And they do need remember, Myanmar's side is let's not bleed too much. Let's not go too far behind, and Morphling will win it.
But I feel like when you put this Monkey King against the Snapfire core, the Snapfire can actually out-trade the Monkey King, right? Like if you walk up for the Jingle stack, you just kind of blast your face in.
Yes. And not only does that slow your attack, but slow your movement, slows your attack. And if he's hitting someone else or you can sort of be like, oh, he's about to get 3, cookie away. So
like he jumps onto a tree, cookie the tree.
Yeah. And you do break trees with a cookie as well, so that's another way that you might be able to deal with him.
And they have the Earth Spirit with him as well. This is like a deadly lane for Myanmar.
I still think, though, I mean, initially they could come and surprise us. I wonder, the Omni Knight's a big question mark. Like, what can Omni Knight do in this game? Because You see Omni Knight similar to a hero like the Abaddon, similar to the hero like the LC, where they bring a lot of debuffs, sort of tank in the front line. Omni used to be this Radiance carrier. You put him in the front line with the Radiance and as an offlaner. It kind of worked, but the hero just fell out of favor. It takes a long time to farm it.
And I feel like a hero like such as Omni Knight, normally you will want to pick it as like it's either last resort or like a direct answer. Right? You've seen the enemy draft, like they pick 4 heroes and you realize that
like
Omni
right click,
Knight is
yeah.
good. Yeah, and it's like, okay, Omni Knight is good. But this is a third pick Omni Knight.
Yeah,
But they've only seen the Earth Spirit, the Snapfire, and the Morphling.
And it's there's a mixture of a very nice spread of physical magical damage. I think more of it leans to magical from MMR's side, but until Morphling comes up, then he's all their physical. But look at them, they got the Earth Spirit, all magic, Pugna, all magic, Snapfire, all magic, Undying, no damage, but still, like
Magic.
yes, the few that he provides is magic. So it is a very interesting pick that they went with this early Omni Knight. All right, we got DC from Azura. Hopefully he'll be back very soon. Morphling, laning stage, I also think that Morphling as well as Undying can kind of bully out the Omni Knight. By the way, Omni Knight, if you're Morphling, you can transform to Omni Knight, get that Heavenly Grace, put it on you, boom.
Yeah, boom,
Yeah.
problem solved.
A lot of fun with that.
Unkillable.
I don't know, I mean, the more I talk about it, the more I feel like Myanmar has a good chance. I hope Indonesia performs well, though. A lot of weight is going to be on the Puck. If Puck can go crazy, he has to go in, sort of get that silence on the Morphling, bursting down before he can strength more. Great. Earth Spirit can't roll away. Fantastic. But it's a tall ask. It's a lot of weight on Puck.
Yeah, I think when you put so much responsibility on a single hero, and if you can't check all the boxes within like the first 15 minutes, right, and things go south.
It's similar to what we saw for Yopaj when he had to play on the Queen of Pain, where we were like, oh, Yopaj, you have got to play amazing on the Queen of Pain and make space, because other guys got a storm mid, so he's going to scale no matter what. You have to have a huge impact early and sort of try to keep up. It's the same thing here. You have to have a huge impact with the Puck. And we have another DC, hopefully everything will be fine.
And I think at the same time as when this one single role has so many things to do, it feels like there's no room for error. Right?
Yeah.
You die once, you get solo kill once, the lane is over, your game your game basically ends right then and there.
And that's the thing about the Indonesian draft, is that you have to win and keep winning, whereas one lost team fight, suddenly Myanmar's like, oh yeah, we won the game.
Oh yeah.
Because we were behind and that was scary. Now we're equal and we have the better late game. And that's how it goes. But
I wonder if this Puck would go for
Dagon.
the Aghanim side. Is that Dagon? Yeah, Dagon is one.
I was thinking like Dagon silence. So can you get the kill? Yeah, I mean, at one point, I'd love to get Aghanims. I'm looking at the Monkey King in your dream. We mentioned that he is quite a greedy carry. So if he goes for Battlefield and he wants to farm, then you're sort of challenging the Morphling late game, which is an interesting thing to do.
Do you want the Battlefield? I think Diffusal, like Echo Saber or Diffusal.
Oh, I mean, that's what we're saying. If he's a greedy player and he goes for the Battlefury build, like if he goes Diffusal and Echo Saber and Bash and BKB, great, he can fight all the time. But what if he goes Battlefury and he's like, oh guys, I'm farming. I know I picked Monkey King, but it actually says anti-mage for me.
Yeah, I think if it ever goes towards that direction, I don't think the remaining 4 members of Indonesia can stand up against the lineup of Myanmar. I think they will still lose. They will have this severe lack of damage. Like Wind Ranger support. They are relying so much on the Puck alone. It worries me.
But we've seen Wind Ranger support have a huge amount of impact. If he can get the MKB, it's something to work with.
Yeah, it's a huge if. And it's like Lion 4 getting like a Dagon or something.
Wait, Lion 4 can get items?
Yeah, but
I know.
It's a tall task and it's a tall order.
MKB should be something reasonable though. And but then again, do you want MKB or do you want to go for the Vessel to deal with Morphling? Because we've seen Vessel urn holders on the Wind Rangers. Even today we saw someone go with the it wasn't Bombay, it was Bombay, sorry, it was someone the game before that. Play hard,
right?
Play hard, yeah. He went with the urn and he was thinking of going into Vessel but decided not to. So we might see that sort of style where Wind Ranger goes into the Vessel just to deal with Morphling.
I think Morphling. I can't find a way for Indonesia to actually kill them off. If he reaches a stage with BKB and Scotty, that's it. That's the game.
I mean, if you kill everyone else, you can focus him on. But that's the thing is like
if you kill everyone else, right?
It's like I think the carry cannot 1v5. I'm like, yeah, that's a good analysis right there. I think this carry can. But if it's a 5-on-5 and Morphling's alive and he's just hitting the whole time, it's.
I think the lineup just slightly favors Morphling, but I want to know the thought process behind this Monkey King pick, because there were so many choices, right? We did talk about Sven, Troll, the PA.
Harder carries, yeah.
Harder carries, and PA was even banned because Myanmar anticipated this Monkey King to go mid. So why the Monkey King? I don't see the Monkey King serving a direct purpose, at least when it comes to the lane stage. Right? There's no particular laner that he beats on the side of Myanmar. There's no specific like
purpose
mid-game spike that he can take over. It just feels that Monkey King is there, on par with everyone else. There's no X factor for the hero.
I mean, the thing about Monkey King, you mentioned Raven. When Raven plays Monkey King, he is super active. When he plays the Monkey King, plays the Morphling, plays the PL. He's never a sit back and farm. Right. He's jumping, he gets the talents for like the jump range and the vision, just to make sure that he's always able to like be super active for his team, always having an impact. So if you play Monkey King that way and you're really playing fast pace, fast tempo, the hero is great because he's super mobile. Wukong command, you throw it in an objective, you got the objective. It's a fantastic. Similar to the old Ursa, where he's an amazing hero. You get the Roshan, you end the game. Yeah. So he's a great hero for that. If you play him as a farming core, a bit different. The hero just doesn't scale as well, like you said. So I'm wondering maybe that Indonesia, they were like, yeah, let's go fast, let's end it fast, and that's the only option I think they have.
Yeah, I think when they picked up, like just Elder Titan, Wind Ranger, and Omni Knight, it kind of gives it away that they want to play fast. But then I still think PA is a slightly better choice, right? Like skills better than Monkey King.
Late game, you throw a triple stifling dagger. One of them crits, the person's dead. You're like, all right, fights 5 versus 4.
Yeah, you can actually, you stand a better chance against a hero like Morphling. So and you can actually push towers, right? You are eventually going to get a Deso at one point. Towers are going to fall.
I thought the bird was on her head for a second. And from the front, she was like, oh, is it actually on her head? But no, it's flying behind her. There you go. That's it. No, a bit more. This is a bit of a long pause, actually.
Yeah,
I wonder if Myanmar will consider, pausing for them, using some of their pause timer. Not quite sure what the rules are for the pause. A lot of tournaments have 10 minutes, some have 15. Oh, look at that courier.
This is the Gem of True Sight.
Yeah. Looks like, have you ever played Spyro the Dragon?
No, I have heard of it.
Yeah, this looks like the orb from the second game. It's just like it, actually.
I would say that this year's courier is way better. I mean, last year was a Beetle, if you remember.
For what? For
TI 9.
Oh, you mean the TI couriers?
TI couriers, yeah, the Beetle.
I don't know. I never really.
It was a scarab.
I don't play Dota for the cosmetics. I played for the game. And for the
I saw your battle pass levels, but okay.
Oh, all right, fine. I had like level 6. I wanted the Queen of Pain Arcana.
Right.
I was like, I saw Queen of Pain. I was like, I want that.
Which was the best one for you? Like there's like an Anti-Mage Persona, the Pudge Persona, and Queen of Pain, Wraith King, Wind Ranger.
I think that everyone will agree that the Pudge is the worst. I think everyone thinks that it seems like everyone thinks it's the worst. Then it's like an Anti-Mage.
All right.
Then I think Queen of Pain is slightly better than the Wraith King. I think I like the Queen of Pain a little bit more, and the Wind Ranger is the best. The Wind Ranger is definitely the best. What about you?
Queen of Pain. I put Wraith King slightly above Queen of Pain.
Yes, I mean it's very fair, right? They're both really good.
Yeah, I mean Wind Ranger is undoubtedly the best.
So which one's the worst?
Between Pudge and AM, right?
Yeah.
I would say I prefer Pudge a bit.
What?
Okay, here's my justification. I'm not saying Anti-Mage is garbage or anything. Like I feel like the idea was good. Like what's the persona? Wei, right? The disciple of Anti-Mage. But I feel like at least Pudge gets a more thorough remodel, right?
What? But it looks very different.
My only complaint is that you cannot equip his hooks with the persona. That is my complaint.
I mean, everyone thought that the toy Pudge would look a little bit more toy, but he looks very plushy-like, and he doesn't throw his arm, which everyone was hoping for.
He throws this
I don't know what he throws, but it's not his arm. I wanted him to throw his arm.
his arm out.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
All right, so we are gonna go out of the game for a moment. Maybe wait for them to get ready, and we think a better thing for you guys to watch is us talk.
Yeah, I mean, I can feel the tension of the Indonesian fans watching, and I think for Myanmar they are also pretty enthusiastic. I think both regions they want this, right? It's the one ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, and since we had got an update, there is a small internet issue for Indonesia. Hopefully, it will be resolved. We are gonna take a break for 10 minutes and wait for everything to settle down, and then hopefully we'll come to you guys either with the rest of the game or maybe another update. Surprise! We're back.
Yes, welcome back to the ALAD 2020-12 Esports World Championship. I'm Husky and he's Otomo. And apparently we got an update for you guys. The game is officially ready.
Yeah, we told you guys it'll take 10 minutes, but we fooled you, right? You believed us. So we're going to go back to the game straight away.
Yeah, request granted, right? Everyone wants the game to resume. I want the game to resume. It's Myanmar against Indonesia. There we go. Right on time.
And we didn't miss anything as well. We still haven't reached the bounty ruins. So looks like they're just trying to scout out the lanes a little bit here. And Myanmar might want to consider contesting the top lane here. If you can kill the Elder Titan or the Monkey King, that would be a pretty big win to start. And you do have solid heroes for it with the Snapfire, with the Undying, with the Earth Spirit. That's a good combination of heroes to have.
Yeah, pretty deadly lane.
Yeah.
This, I'm expecting.
And bottom lane, by the way, when you look at it, who's going to kill Morphling? Wind Ranger and Omni? It's like he's a ranger.
Farm lane.
Omni doesn't do any damage to him, and Wind Ranger is like, I might be able to power shot him from time to time.
Wait, is this what is this build?
Oh, he's just rushing the nulls.
Yeah.
Just rushing a couple of nulls top lane. Though, will they be a fight here? Looks like they're not. They're trying to. Looks like Indonesia's trying to steal the ruin. Yeah, they got one, and In Your Dream actually gets it with the Monkey King. He sneaks in, gets that free bounty rune for his team. So it was going to be an advantage for him, but In Your Dream might pay for this with his life. And do we have anything for the Snapfire?
Cookie? No.
Oh, he jumps away.
Oh, and he jumps away. Yeah, there you go.
I think he must have taken Scarab Blast there. So in the end, I think it comes down to. Did they only take 3 ruins, 3 bounties? Can we see it? Okay, that's
they got 3.
Actually, very good for Indonesia starting off with 3 like that.
Yeah, not a bad start, like especially when Zorin didn't have Cookie to begin with. Middle lane is Azura against Hall. Level 1 Nether Ward. It's a pretty interesting start.
Yeah, I mean it's fine. You're up against all these heroes. You want to make sure that Nether Ward's always down. There's a lot of sort of spell spammers, but it's interesting to see that he's starting off with level not Nether Blast. He's like, yep, I want the Nether Ward level 1. So every time he uses his Illusion Orb, he takes damage, and that's one of the fun things about playing against Pugna is when you're like a hero that really requires your spell. Is how much he's gonna throw those Nether Wards and just make you really dislike the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean there's a lot of damage involved, and of course the mana degeneration.
Yeah, it is degeneration. So decent harass coming out here for the Elder Titan.
Yeah, like what Rams is doing though. He's single-handedly pushing back both skill lane and Zorin is easy joke right there. Just sidesteps that rolling boulder. He's gonna salve up. And then he will make a U-turn back in lane to continue punching at this Snapfire. And in the meantime, In Your Dream probably got a slight experience lead over Zorin. Zorin is still trying to deal with this Elder Titan bottom lane.
Elder Titan might actually be in trouble. His HP is dropping down pretty low here.
Yeah, they might be turning around, and yes, they do. They actually turn around, but In Your Dream is going to drop down with Primal Spring. Let's get a couple of Jingle stacks in. So a lot of aggression. They want to make sure that this Snapfire doesn't get too much last hits, and so far it's okay. So far so good. 2 minutes in, 8 last hits, 8 denies for In Your Dream, and
that's huge.
Zorin only has a 3-0 score. Shackle shot to a power shot. They get the purification, but Lune able to use the Soul Rip to heal himself back up.
And we talked about sort of this lack of damage coming out from these two, and yeah, they almost were able to get the Undying, but they need just a little bit more. But the Snapfire, one of the reasons this hero takes a lot of skill to play as a core is because her damage is not great and she's a range hero, so there's a projectile, whereas you're up against Monkey King, who has one of the best stack animations with extra melee range. Not a lot of the heroes have his melee range, so he's going to get the 11 denies, 12 last hits. Might be we have to rethink. Oh!
Yeah, it's a solo kill, and wow, it's like Azura is... Wow, there's a weird interaction. Hall just probably underestimating what the Puck can do at level 3. It's the full combo, enough to take out this Puck now. And that's a bottle for Puck. It's the first build as well. So Azura must be feeling pretty good about himself. Skillly he just reached the middle lane. He's going to soak up a bit of experience, try to get the deny, but doesn't secure it, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's no way he can get it because he needs 2 hits. Pugna needs 1. Oh, Morphling actually dies as well.
Well, we thought there's the lack of damage, but I assume he got caught by the shackle shot into this instant burst, from this.
It has to be. Soul Rip wasn't even used at that time, so he didn't get the heal from it.
Yeah, no mana for. They might lose him though. Like Jocam does have enough mana for power shot.
Does he want to use it? By the way, this lane war that they have from the Indonesia side, giving them so much good vision. And alright, that one catches only air, but still, Jokam getting the kill on Morphling earlier is a huge deal for them.
Yeah, and it's a pretty aggressive skill build as well. 1 and 2, so no wind run. Realizes it doesn't need it, just needs the power shot to get the damage in. Oh, now they're running shackle shot, power shot, but there's the stick to keep Lun alive. Now Purification is going to keep Jokam alive for a bit more, but Soul Rip is dead from Lun. It's not going to turn around with the decay. Young PH lays in some couple of right clicks onto my dearest, but not enough to kill off this Omni Knight just yet.
The crazy thing that's happening is the mid lane, actually. If we can look at it for a second, Puck has the same amount of denies that Pugna has in last hits until like a second ago. We were 23 and 7 for the Puck, 11 and 0 for the Pugna. Pugna is just not able to just deal with the Puck. He's a level ahead. Puck is almost level 6, and when he's 6, he's not able to kill the Pugna again. At that point, like, Pugna is a snowballing hero. He really does need that laning stage to go well for him.
Yeah, and you can say the same for Puck as well, right? When Puck hits level 6, which he already has, that first rotation with the Dream Core will have a bigger impact compared to this partner. And as a partner, you want to be able to push that tower whenever Puck leaves the lane, but in this current situation, it's very hard for Hall to do so. And immediately the Puck is going to try and make a rotation, steal away that bounty rune.
They might be going for the top fight here.
And he can drop the Dream Core if he wants to. He's going to use the Waning Rift just to start things off. He knows the skill lane might not be able to get away.
Wow.
The Boundless Strike is perfect. Dream Core used as well. In your dream gets an easy kill. But at least Pugna will be able to sneak away that bounty rune in that dire jungle.
Yeah, and sure, they did kill, but they kill an impactful support who also needs to sort of rotate around the map, create space, and they did not use Dream Coil on the Puck, which means he still has it.
No, he used it. Oh, still on the Earth Spirit.
Oh, my bad. So my bad. How did I miss it? But he did use the Dream Coil.
Yeah, he did use it.
So he is going to just go back to the lane, farm a bit, and in 40 seconds he's going to be ready to fight again. And Pugna, he did recover quite a lot that time, but bottom lane.
My dearest getting ran at the waveform is enough. Echo Stomp is there. Power shot flies through, but unfortunately there's not enough damage for Indonesia. If they could keep the Omni Knight alive, then perhaps they would have been able to turn this around.
Yeah, Omni Knight, I mean, oh dear. Misses, but it's fine, just some harass coming out. And
they might be able to kill Jokam though. There's a lot of damage coming in from both Lon and Sule, and they do kill him off. Young PH does get the kill. Another Echo Storm comes in from Rams, and Rams is thinking about it, but TP from Azura is a bit too late. This Puck is invisible, has the Dream Coil, and might catch Young PH. Young PH morphing into strength. He just
they know they're pinging. They know that something's happening. Yeah. They're like, this is. Oh, by the way, they actually has a Radiant scan. I don't know if it caught the Puck at the very end, but that might have been like, oh yeah, we know, there's something going on. And Pugna actually overthinking the laning stage. Puck was tripling Pugna's CS, and Pugna has now overtaken him. And that's something to be scared of if you're on the Indonesian side.
Oh yeah, and then at one point I think this Puck had like 2 waves equivalent of CS in terms of lead. Yeah. But now there's going to be notified.
Nice
shackle shot, just perfect from Jokam. And now they drop the Dream Coil onto both members on the side of Myanmar. They kill off this Earth Spirit. The life drain is there, but damage is not enough from Hall. And here we go, Rams just TP's in. Not able to provide much assistance just yet. Azura will be able to survive this onslaught from Pugna.
So yeah, Pugna, another solid ulti there. That one I did see, so I missed the first one. But yeah, good ultimate, just keep getting those kills. Needs to keep the snowball going. And you can see that In Your Dream is actually #1 in terms of last hits, because no one's really been bothering him with the top lane. Top lane has been mostly free. No one really wants to go and deal with him for now, which is fine. And he is going for the Echo Saber. He's going for that fighting build. So he does recognize that this might be a game that has to end very soon.
And he gets himself a broom handle as well. Even more range.
He's basically a range hero, right? Broom handle on Monkey King, you become a range hero.
The broom handle extends his staff.
It's like I put the staff attached to a broom.
Yes.
I can reach anyone. So Jokam might need to be a bit careful here, but they are going for it. And
they're trying to go for him. He does have the wind run, so he just runs away. Dream Core's not available yet, but Azura just jaunts in, wants to go onto Hall. You can see the Nether Wall. He turns around for the life drain. They get the Geometric Grip for the silence. Good Echo Stomp from Rams to tone down the aggression.
Well, still the lead is like Puck is still pretty ahead in terms of his net worth. Same thing with the Monkey King. Oh dear, another ulti.
Yeah, he gets hit by the Nether Ward. He's thinking about it. Does take the Scatter Blast in the face, waiting risk to safety. So that Dream Coil not really working. Now the Molybus Kisses will secure the kill for Zalrain. So Indonesia has a bit miscommunication right there.
Very good rotation by the Snapfire. And again, I mean, as long as Morphling is keeping him in net worth, you're in danger if you're the Indonesian fan. Oh, nice Tombstone.
Lun now trying to get away from Shackle to a tree. The Boundless Strike will finish him off. They don't really have vision of the Tombstone though, so Yokem has to start running away as those zombies just really causing a lot of problems. Has to eat the Fairy Fire. He gets the boulder in the face. The grip. It's not enough damage. It's only level 1. Now Skill Lay has to run away. Does not have enough mana for the rolling boulder. It's not going to eat a power shot through the face. Azura respawns and in your dream gets a killing spree.
That's a bit over-enthusiastic from Skillay. Remember, he should recognize that his team does not need to play aggressive, risky style. That's for the Indonesian side to do that. So going in, that was a kind of a... It's a possible kill. The best thing he was going to get out of that was a Wind Ranger, and he didn't even get that. Instead, he threw his life away. So it's an unfortunate move to make like that. Still, Morphling keeping up in farm.
Yeah, and so far the position runs for both teams have been relatively untouched and unbothered, but it's still a slight win for Myanmar though, because they are running this Morphling, which inevitably will outskill the Monkey King.
Yeah.
But I would love to see what In Your Dreams can do. We're 10 minutes in, the second set of bounding runes have spawned, and I want to see In Your Dreams start rotating around once he gets the Echo Saber. And
at least the Monkey King is doing a good job staying a little bit ahead. We'll see if how long he keep that up. Alright, trying. Oh, Rams.
For Rams. The Echo Stomp. It's not going to connect onto anyone. Rams will give his life away.
You know, we've been seeing Aldertitan picked a bunch of times this tournament, and he always seems to not really have a very good game. I don't know if it's sort of the hero, or maybe the playstyle of the players, but Aldertitan might be in the slightly overrated tier in Southeast Asia at least.
Yeah, I think it's not easy to play Aldertitan, right?
Yeah.
Like
oh, they see Haw. They see everyone actually. Oh,
there you go.
Oh,
it takes out the tree. Oh, this is not going to be good as In Your Dreams gets caught. Now they need to save him. They have the Dream Coil. He turns around with the Boundless Strike to kill off. This is the Mischief, but it's not enough. They put Young PH to sleep, but where's the damage though? Yes, they do. The Earth Splitter takes him out. Azura gets a double kill, and what a response right there. But they do have the Scatter Blast and the Magnetize from both Skillay and Zalrain. The Heavenly Grace gonna keep this Arrow Titan alive, but not long enough. Azura gets himself a triple kill, but does he have enough damage to keep on going though? He does have the jump, but he gets stunned instead. The Purification from My Dearest keeping this puck alive, and Skillay now is running out of resources. Does kick My Dearest away, but Azura gets himself an ultra kill. And there we go. The cookie is not gonna get Zalrain far enough, but Punk Knight is back. The Crepify, the spaceship's gonna keep Azura alive for a bit, but the life drain from Hall is there to suck his life out. Indonesia with a huge win at the top lane.
In Your Dream was in those streets for so long that, I mean, I guess he must have felt safe, but what a move by Snapfire, really recognizing, oh, I think that he's somewhere around here, we can catch him. And I believe that Omni-Knights might have removed it with the Heavenly Grace. If we had a fight recap, we could check that out, but 4 seconds stun matters nothing if you can just remove it after the first half second. So well played there by both teams, honestly. It's insane they were able to get the Monkey King and still sort of lose the fight a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, the biggest benefactor of the entire fight, 4 kills, and that's gonna speed up. That's exactly what Indonesia want, right? You want this puck to be able to speed up in terms of farm and get that core item as soon as possible. He's gonna hit his blink after this this creep wave as well.
Yeah, but Myanmar got the Royal Jelly, which is the best tier 1 neutral item, so you know, they basically won, right? That's how it works. If you get Royal Jelly, the enemy team must forfeit. But alright, middle lane here.
Smoke up. They want to start hunting inside the Indonesia jungle. They might run into Azura. And there we go. The boulder roll catches Azura as he waning rips away. They have the cookie to follow up. The sleep is there, but the Magnetize will take down the puck. Now they Crepify into life drain. Rams still pretty much alive. The Molybus Kisses will follow up from Zalrain as Rams desperately tries to juke it out. The last tick. Doesn't matter. The burn damage will be able to finish him off.
Well played. I mean, it was a good attempt by the Elder Titan to sort of protect his teammate, but ended up just dying anyway. And Monkey King does have the Echo Saber, still keeping up well in net worth. They know, by the way, they ping the area. They're like, we know someone's here. And I think they only suspect it's the Wind Ranger, though.
Yeah, there's no Molybus Kisses this time, so at least they can't clear out the trees.
Oh, why?
The Tombstone this time. Oh, not In Your Dreams. Second time they got caught. No Heavenly Grace to save him though. Azura just got back and he has to immediately exit the fight, my dearest. Finally uses the Heavenly Grace himself.
Nice
Gets on the tree. There's a Dream Coil as well, but where's the damage? No damage for Indonesia. And instantly Young PH turns into the Omni Knight and heals up his own teammate, giving Zalrain a killing spree. And Skillay, he's confused, like, where did I go? Oh, well, Indonesia back to the fountain. That's at least what we know.
This this Monkey King has been twice found in the trees. Both times you were thinking, oh, maybe he's trying to set up, because he was clearly getting ready to sort of Wukong, jump in, do something. But both cases, once it's by Snapfire, this time it's by the Undying. And I mean, this is looking dangerous for Indonesia. Yeah, it's 1k. They want 1k behind and only 4 kills, but realistically, at this stage of the game, they have to be pretty far ahead to actually have a chance of winning.
And
Or at least have a good chance of winning.
2 times, like he had such a good lead, but he died 2 consecutive times in a row. And now I think the game plan is to let In Your Dreams continue farming. But since there's no Battle Fury for this Monkey King, he won't be able to farm as fast. And he's now 3rd in net worth. And he was first.
Yeah, he was first for a while as well. It was at like a 10-minute mark. He was ahead of the Morphling. Bios are coming up. We'll be able to see if, I think it's going to be a 2-for-2. And oh, and you're doing feeling like he has to actually rotate around the map to create space at this point. And oh, this could be really dangerous for him.
Cancels the Monomus Kisses, but he's still being ran at though. There's the Decrepify Yocam is there. Great Shackle Shot. Just to keep In Your Dream alive. In Your Dream should be able to 3 dance to safety. Myanmar, they brought 4 members bot. So it's, as long as they don't kill off this Monkey King, it's a win for Indonesia.
A small win. They are able to get, they actually got an Observer Ward, so that's nice. Although they traded Observer Ward, so I was thinking like, oh, they got a ward off. Oh, but
okay, getting away with the win run. No one must kisses though. Azura is thinking about it. Let's get the Dream Coil onto Zalrain, but again, no follow up. Great phase shift to avoid that.
Nice
and now Wukong's command turns the back instantly cancel. He dies. Zalrain finishes more. What is In Your Dream trying to accomplish in that situation?
I mean, the location of the Wukong was amazing. It was like, you have to go down the steps to pass through, but he apparently had no HP when he did it because he just got bursted in half a second right after. I mean, with the sort of like, with a couple of decay stacks, a scatter blast, and another blast, you're dead. What? I don't know. This is looking, it's looking tough for Indonesia because there is no backup plan. We talked about the early draft. We said you have Wind Ranger, you have Omni Knight, Wind Ranger 4 and Omni Knight 3. That's a damage problem. You have damage problems right there. Yeah. And we can see in fights when first In Your Dream is dying fast, and then the rest of them they just cannot kill anyone.
I mean, they can get like a 5-man Dream Coil, and they still won't have the damage.
Still won't, right? Earth Splitter does give you like some nice percentage damage, but it is not enough. By the way, I'm loving the Pugna Life Drain animation. It's so cool the way it like stretches if you go far and gets like sort of 3D if you get close. I love it.
Oh, yeah. I think the changes to Pugna's Life Drain has been just
here
great quality of life. Again, In Your Dream. This is the 4th time he goes down. If they kill him.
If he goes down.
It seems very probable though. Heavenly Grace can keep him alive. So at least this time In Your Dream gets away, but it's in no condition to fight. Like he was 3-0 and now he's 3-3 within the last 5 minutes.
It's Myanmar's team that needed to create all this pressure, and they're being pressured heavily right now. Morphling going to go for the E-Blade, so just going to be able to burst someone down. How close is Snapfire to dying? Oh dear.
Yeah, Snapfire decided to go for the Greaves. Again, another Dream Coil that resulted in nothing.
Wind Ranger also recognizing that they have problems, and she's thinking that maybe the Blink Dagger, Jokan might get the Blink Dagger, solve their problem. It will give them a bit more control with the stuns. It'll be easier to land them, but you're still, it's not an MKB. Your damage issues are still going to be the damage issues that you have, especially against an Undying with a solid heal. The Greaves, you said it was coming out on the Snapfire. Can we check out if she has the Greaves yet? Yeah, she has the Greaves. That's a big heal. That's a ton of HP and sustain that your team is getting. And of course, Morphling is hard to bring down. You have Pugna with the life drain. No wonder Indonesia is having a really hard time focusing people down.
Yeah, and they need Azura and In Your Dream to stay alive, but Azura can. He is a Pug, but not In Your Dream. No. This monkey has been put in his place.
Well, he finds a stack, but he can't actually take it that well. He didn't go for the Battlefield Bell. He's going to go for the Diffusal. Maybe going to go for that Aghanim's next. Aghanim's Monkey King, I've always felt like slightly lackluster. Maybe But if he thinks it's good enough, hopefully it will be for them.
I guess it's okay. The Axe Monkey King is good at taking structures, that's for sure.
For sure.
But
it's like, are you taking
survive, right?
are you taking structures? I think is like, are you actually? They're all on, they're on the enemy side now, but they're not actually hitting buildings. They're trying to get a pick off. And I love what MMR is doing there. They know that, okay, as long as we're 5, we cannot lose. And great timing to pick up, to take that tower, able to take the outpost right after. And they're just going to go, are they going to go for Roche actually?
Yeah, I think they can. Pangna is mid, so we'll see if Indonesia finds him. I think this pickup will be pretty crucial. Skillly just got its vessel. We also saw the Elder Titan getting that urn, so it's a long way from home. Long way from the away from the vessel. Rams has a lot of work to do.
Oh, Philosopher's Stone. That's always a good one. Vambrace though comes out, so another really good item. Tier 2 has a lot of really cool items with the Vambrace, the Clumsy Net, what's called this? Essence Ring. Essence Ring is really good as well.
I think Essence Ring is one of the best items that you can
for sure. It's like 400
even before the changes that they made. I think even after the changes, it's still good.
It's 450 HP. That's insane. You pump it before the fight starts, and you start off with this nice buffer of HP that you can use. So it's really good. It's really good. Oh,
it's good. It really finds Rams. Rams able to sidestep the boulder roll. It's gonna TP away.
And he missed it. Oh, she actually has a Meteor Hammer on the Wind Ranger. He had the Blink Dagger queued up, but he decides to go for the Meteor Hammer. If you can get a good Shackle shot, that Meteor Hammer could cause a lot of pain, but that one's not going to happen. They're going to just be losing their Omni Knight here, most likely.
Yeah, my dearest, unfortunately, does not have much place to go. He's trying to make time and make a bit of space. It does go down, but you can see that Undying is wrapping around. Undying is wrapping around in the direct jungle, up at the Bounty Rune. He tries to go for the rune, does get Shackle, goes down. He'll break the Tombstone.
That's a big give, you know. You lose the Undying, he gives away a Tombstone as well. That's next to like 200 gold. So that's a lot that he just gave them with that. And of course, you know, it can take fights 4-on-4 when it used to be 4-on-5 if he just stuck with his team. So his team not willing to be quite as aggressive as he'd like.
Yeah, I think that he wanted to sneak away the Bounty Rune, but unfortunately he walked straight into a trap.
Well, it looks like Ghost Scepter is... No, it's actually the whole Ethereal Blade is finished.
11k net worth, 12k net worth, in 21 minutes.
I am surprised by how well Indonesia has been able to actually hold on and not make the lead go crazy out of control.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, their lineup now is going to enter that stage where it's going to be really difficult for them to come back, but they are actually keeping somewhat well with the net worth. I mean, 1k, 1 or 2k, that's perfectly fine in 21 minutes. It's not a big deal. It's just that their lineup composition needs to be ahead to win.
Oh yeah, and it seems like in your dream he has forfeited the idea of going for a diffusal. He's looking at a BKB.
Yeah, but he's actually Battle Fury. He's got Battle Fury. I saw it. Yeah. He's like, he has a Perseverance and he goes for the Battle Fury. All right, 22 minute Battle Fury. It's a farm game, apparently. Right? It's like
I think when you went from 3-0 to 4-3 in 5 minutes, like you know that you have to.
I guess, right?
It's like farming.
I guess you're like, hey, this is time to farm, and plus the enemy team has the Aegis. You don't want to be sort of engaging into them. You just want to go and farm as much as you can, split up the map, and that's what he's doing here. In your dream, just try to split the map up, get as much farm as possible. They're gonna take this creep wave, and now they're gonna be pushing the bot tower, and he goes away. Bot lane is pressured, and they know no one's there. That means that they know someone's in their forest, and maybe they found that out a bit too late, though.
Yeah, they lose Rams, but it's just the support. But they need to get My Dearest out, though. And it's highly unlikely My Dearest is going to purge off the Spirit Vessel with the Heavenly Grace. 4 members on top of him. My Dearest is trying to make his way out, but this Omni Knight is pretty darn tanky with the pipe. They barely made a dent in his armor. And meanwhile, Yokam actually takes the top tier 1 with the Meteor Hammer, so the impressive thing about Indonesia holding on despite being at I would say a draft disadvantage when it comes to late game, that split push game has been going well for them. They're taking all this lanes where Myanmar are not around, they're sacrificing the support, but they're getting those space made.
Yeah, they're doing an amazing job of splitting up the map. They have a hero in every lane most of the time. They have someone pushing it out. And if you're looking at Myanmar's side, because they're stuck together, like you can look at the map, there's like 4 people near the river. They're not getting that experience in the gold because only 1 or 2 of them are farming. The rest aren't. So yeah, like Jokam, he goes top, power shots. He power shots. He uses the meteor hammer, and yeah, he gets gold and EXP for himself.
Yeah, it doesn't even need the power shot, right? Just 1 meteor hammer will do.
1 meteor hammer is enough, right? He's like, this is good enough for me. So just a really solid job by Indonesia. Every sort of minute that they're delaying, they're cutting this net worth and making sure.
And you can see, right, like Myanmar here, they want to push this tower. No chance. The creep was already cut, but even though the backdoor protection didn't kick in,
does mean they're not going tier 3.
Ground.
Yeah, they're not going to tier 3. And just a really smart. I love. Yeah, Indonesia. This is not what your draft is designed to do specifically, but the way they can adjust is very nice.
I think adaptability is the word for Indonesia, right? Like like even though they don't really have a plan B per se, but this is also considered contingency plan, right? Things don't go well. What can we do with our heroes?
They didn't start with this plan for sure, but they're executing it perfectly.
We have great wave clear. We have great tower push. Well, eventually with this Wind Ranger, well, we can jump around trees. We can blink around the mass. We have a puck.
I think Jokam might be considered their offlaner now. With the way they're playing, they're sort of giving.
Oh, they do catch skill. The skill turns around, but it's going to immediately regret the decision. So he loses his life. And again, they even get a pick off, right?
Yeah.
So now you look at the goal lead is non-existent for Myanmar. The 1K, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, however, despite all we're saying that Indonesia is doing everything right, they are still draft disadvantaged, meaning that if they go into a 5-on-5, it's very likely that Morphling will be able to win it. So it's still a big risk for them.
Oh, yeah. But with how Indonesia is playing right now, it's Myanmar, I think you still don't see the sense of urgency for Myanmar just yet.
To end the game.
Yeah, to end the game. But I think at one point they will feel pressured to say, guys, we need to find the members of Indonesia. We need to make something happen. Even though we have the draft advantage, we need to make something happen. And Indonesia, they're porting in to support tier 2. They might want to take this fight though. Rams is in position. They're going to start clearing out the wave. You see the Echo Storm will be used. It's going to force Young PH to waveform up, but they have no way to take out this Nether War, and Young PH tries to cut through this backdoor protection.
It just timed out, by the way, but yeah, it's not enough.
Should be able to take tier 2. Yeah, no problem.
Nice deny.
Talk about deny, yeah. That's good enough. And all this while in your dream, he's just pushing top. It's like, alright, we stall out Myanmar for as long as we can. We did lose the tier 2, but it was a deny.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you get half the gold. He actually, I think, finished the BKB on In Your Dreams, so
that is perfect.
A very good recovery from him. Has the Echo Saber, has the Battle Fury, has the BKB. And I'm wondering what Myanmar's plan is going to be. Are they going to wait for Roche to really, and then really press high ground, like they stick to the lane, to the creeps, to make sure that no one can kill them? So that could be a sort of a solution for them, because it's crazy. They have been, oh dear, there you go.
Yeah, they're trying to catch In Your Dream, and In Your Dream knows that he is outnumbered. Horse going to immediately come in, but In Your Dream pulses BKB, he gets the 4th stack. Bounders try to cancel the boulder roll, but the Glimmer Cape actually keeps Skillet alive, and In Your Dream he has to port out back to base. But there's a slightly rude awakening for both teams, as Myanmar now knows that this Monkey King has a BKB. They do kill Rams though. Unfortunately, this Elder Titan goes down. Bottom lane, Indonesia wants to go for the chase and get the Dream Core on top of this Morphling, but Morphling will go into the Strength Morph. Here comes In Your Dream, he comes right in. They have the Waiting Rift, they have the Breath, the Dagon. The Storm is going to keep him alive. He is the cookie, and guess our Wukong's command will be used. Boundless Strike on top, Focus Fire, and the Illusory Orb. Enough damage to finish off this Morphling. One of his kisses will be immediately cancelled, and Zarin, he's got to get out. Cookie in 3 seconds. Greaves in 5. They even dust him out. Can they still go for the chase? The John is dead from Azura. He jumps straight into the Punk Legs and use him out to prevent any sort of Decrepify. Zorin turns around with that little shredder, but he's going to be shackled to the tree. The Phase Shift's going to keep Azura alive, but they do get the Meteor Hammer on top of Zorin, the silence from the Geomantic Grip, plus the Cookie Stun and the Rolling Boulder. They might be able to kill Azura though. He does Phase Shift, and here comes In Your Dream from behind. Tries to get onto Hall, but Hall goes into the Glimmer Cave. Another Great Shackle onto Zorin. Skillay will have to abandon this Snapfire. This Earthsplitter will split Zorin apart. And Indonesia, seems like they're going to strike back. Zorin just going to waste a bit more time, but In Your Dream gets a dominating streak, but it's not over yet. This Dagon and Shackle Shot is perfect. 4 for Indonesia, and Myanmar, they get none.
This is crazy. Firstly, when In Your Dream was top lane, he forced that rotation. the Earth Spirit as well as the Pugna. He's like, all right, they're there. That means they're not bottom lane. So they straight away went for the Morph lane. It looked like Morph might be able to get out at the very last second, but they got the kill on him. Then after that, it was all downhill. They killed the Undying. In Your Dream actually left his team to chase the Undying. Then he came back, and killed both the Snapfire as well as the Pugna. It is, if you are a fan of Indonesia, you are really happy because this is crazy performance coming out from them, delaying the game and then coming back like this. What a performance! Yeah,
you can see In Your Dream, he queued up the Deso later, but he's like, okay guys, I got my momentum back. I got a dominating streak. Now I'm going to queue up the Agnesceptor for real. This is go time. Azura is queuing up his own Axe. Young PH just got his Skadi, but this Skadi is not going to make as much difference as it would have if Indonesia didn't get that fight off. Yeah,
In Your Dream, he's like, let me trip the casters, make them look like idiots by putting out the Aghanims early. But now he's like, now I got it for real. I'm really going for it.
This is it.
It's
that actually paid off.
Yeah, but for sure, right? I mean, 21 minutes, he got it, and within 8 minutes, he's 2 items up. He gets the BKB, and he's got the Aghanims in 8 minutes. Yeah.
I think Indonesia has been adapting pretty well, right? I think the game plan was definitely not to get Battle Fury and farm, but they realized they needed to do so. They get the farm off, and they got a good fight, but Myanmar has other plans. They want to go for My Dearest with this newfound Skadi. Fortunately, Omni Knight just not easy to kill.
Interesting item build coming out from Snapfire, actually. I think she's going for Glimmer Cape next, or is it Pipe? I'm not quite sure, but Pungland also got Glimmer Cape. I'm surprised because I would have thought Snapfire would go for the Aghanims. Like, you are playing the off lane, but she's building support items. Greaves is fine, you want to make sure you don't take damage, but not going for the Aghanims, when is she going to get it? And Aghanims is finished on the Puck along with that. We see the Dagon do a lot of work.
And Puck already has the Aghanims as well, so this is going to be huge. Even if you have the BKB, doesn't matter. This is going to Dream Call you. And you can see Indonesia, they're forcing the rotation back again. It's Pugna forced to come back. The Mischief is used as well.
And I think Roshan actually might be coming up. Is he actually up already? So yeah, he should be up.
This might be huge though. If they catch a member of Myanmar right now, they might be able to go Roshan themselves. In Your Dream is in a very dangerous position, but he has the BKB, so he should be safe. Skadi is also almost up. He's actually going for Skadi, so side. No Aghanims.
Right, again.
But it's more the Morphling, right? Morphling and Pugna and the Inda. It's good against everyone, the healing reduction.
I'm thinking about MK, but it doesn't need it. But they do kill someone.
Oh, the Dream Call. Here we go. Wukong's command. They drop the Dagon. Inyo just gonna pop his BKB and immediately try to lay the damage on Young PH. The Healing Hammer does drop down. Skirley in the backline with the Magnetize. Young PH does waveform away. Here comes the Monument's Kisses from afar. Zorin trying to do as much damage as he can. The Crapify actually keeps Skirley alive. Now In Your Dream is low. Can they heal him though? Guardian Angel comes out. Perfectly done by My Dearest, but they still have a lack of damage. The shotgun from the E-Blade is there. Young PH finish off In Your Dreams. 80 seconds in the fountain. My Dearest now getting kicked right back. There is the Mini Hammer from the Shackle Shot. Yokem tries to take out the Earth Spirit and he will be able to do so, but Azura will have to run away. Immediately Yokem buys back. He's gonna TP. But at least this Omni Knight stays alive, so it's not too bad. This Earth Spirit also buys back.
On the Myanmar side, they're either going to go for Roche or they're going to go to try and force a buyback from the Monkey King. But it looks like Roche is the play for them. And this is the difference between the fight of the bottom tier 2 and this fight. It was 5-on-5. So he said Myanmar side, they lost the bottom fight. It was horrible. They lost 4 people. I don't think they even got killed. But when they fight 5-on-5, Morphling is still unkillable. Once he has that Pugna giving the Crepeye has those heals, multiple heals coming out from Undying, Cookie, as well as the Guardian Greaves. That's a lot of things that keep him alive, and he's fine. So Indonesia, their situation is a little better than it should be in this sort of stage of the game, but it's still a very tough situation to be in when you go into a team fight.
And Lun the Undying just got a pipe, so things are even harder for Indonesia right now.
And another thing is, of course, now you have the Aegis, so good luck dealing with that. They're going to go for Lotus Orb on the Undying, a great pick. There is some good news, which is that the Earth Spirit used buyback, so if you can kill him, you can take a 5-on-4 or fight for like a minute and a half. He'll have a very long death time of about like 70, maybe even 80 seconds. That gives you a chance to kill Earth Spirit, take a big team fight. Hopefully you can nullify the Aegis.
And Azura is just being a pain.
Oh, nice roll.
But taking the Magnetize in the face, so this is pretty dangerous. Avoids that Rolling Boulder, goes to face shift, does blink away from the Monument's Kisses, and again, just wasting as much time as you can.
Gets Vesseled on the way out, but I don't think this is enough damage because he has a use if he was worried. There you go.
Even goes for the phase shift attack. Alright, he's going to TP back to base because Myanmar, they are getting ready to go high ground. So this defense is going to be important. We're starting off with an Echo Stomp and a Glyph. The Heavenly's Grace by Young PH. Turning into the Omni Knight himself. Keep himself healthy. There we go, all the story right there. Decrepify. So he should be able to take the tier 3, no problem.
In your dream, he's trying to split push bomb, but
it's the same thing that he did, in the previous game. They're going to try and sacrifice this mid tier 3 for a tier 3 of their own. They already lost the Rex.
And that's the difference now, though, is that before, in your dream, they weren't like Myanmar. Oh, dear.
The grip! Destroys the tree in your dream. He has to pop the BKB if he can. He has to pop the BKB. Decrepify is going to keep Skillet alive. Now turns on to Hall. Hall has the Glimmer Cape though. He decreps himself in your dream. Does he still want to continue this fight? It seems like he does. Mischief, Boundless Strike. A bit of an Echo Saber attack. Yes! He kills off the partner. And Azura also kills off the Undying, so maybe things are not looking too bad. There's another fight happening on the top side towards the Raiden mid lane. They get the use on top of Young PH, but Young PH has the Aegis, and Indonesia knows they can't fight this Morphling without In Your Dream, so they just buy time. But time was all Indonesia need.
They were able to they were able to pick off the Undying, and that was a kind of interesting. They were he played them so well. In Your Dream just played that so well against two people who have a Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape, Decrepify, and he was still able to get a kill out of that. Maybe a little bit of a misplay from Myanmar's side, sort of not respecting In Your Dream enough and saying, all right, let's just back off. You know, he got the BKB, that's time to leave.
Then In Your Dream breaking that tier 3 bottom also makes it easier for Indonesia to attack, right?
He has a Ghost Scepter. I was like, is that the Decrepify? No, it's the Ghost Scepter. Ghost Scepter, Decrepify, and Glimmer Cape, and still losing one person. Your core, your mid Pugna dying like that.
Yeah, solo kill by the Monkey King. So Monkey King is no pushover at this point. I think there's a decent chance, even though he will never truly outskill a Morphling, but his impact can be felt by Myanmar side. In Your Dream is going to continue doing this.
Oh, he sees someone. Is he going to go for Earth Spirit?
It might go. They need a Shackle Shot, and that's all they do.
The
Big Tiger! What a perfect Shackle Shot. Into the Meteor Hammer. There we go. Skillet. It's gone. It's gone.
Can you imagine how In Your Dream must be feeling? He's like, you caught me in the trees before. Your team had caught me twice. This time the trees aren't going to protect you. But top lane.
Oh, the top lane. The 3-man Dream Core by Young PH is going to focus on the Rex. Turns into the Omni Knight. Earth Splitter does drop, but my dear is getting pounded on by Young PH. Young PH is going to try and take out as much structure as he can. They have the Tombstone to worry about as well. Can go for the E-Blade on top of this Elder Titan. In Your Dream is ready. And he's going to jump straight in. Drops the Wukong's command towards the backline. The Cookie is not going to save long, unfortunately, as Azura finishes him off with the Dagon. As Young PH wants to kill off this Elder Titan, but he's not able to do so. One of his kisses will secure that though. Young PH turns his attention now on the Yokem, but Yokem gets away with the Spider Legs. In Your Dream, he's thinking about going up against Yokem, but he does not have the damage to do so. And the Cookie, the Mischief, BKB, and now In Your Dream is going to start this fight. They get the Echo Stomp onto Young PH. They put him to sleep, but Young PH has the Satanic. They turn around with the Boundless Strike. Young PH is going to open it up. The lifesteal is dead. The Shackle Shot is going to keep Young PH in place, but he has the Heavenly's Grace. Wave falls forward, kills off the Omni Knight, gets a double kill on this Elder Titan. They just cannot stop this Morphling. And Myanmar on the back of Young PH. They might have just secured the ticket towards the grand finals, and now Hall will give him all the life he needs. Azura goes in with the Dagon, but the damage is not there. In Your Dreams will kill him off though, but Young PH will turn into the Wind Ranger. Now he gets shackled himself. The Meteor Hammer gets dropped on top, but he waveform to safety. He turns around to Yokem, and Yokem with the Wind Run and Glimmer Cape will stay alive for a bit more. Unfortunately, they still have no answer for Young PH, who has the Satanic backup and the Age is still alive, and he does not care. He's like, you guys can kill my whole team, but I'm killing your base. The first tier 4 will go down, as In Your Dream just got his fresh basher. No glyph available yet. Young PH is going straight. This might be the final push. They get the bash in. The Guardian Green keeps him alive. Another Shackle. The Soul Rip. He just cannot die. And he makes sure he goes unstoppable into repulses BKB. But look at what Young PH is doing. Is like, alright, I will take your Omni Knight. Wukong's command 25. Haha, big circle. Very funny. I don't care. Now he pops his Satanic. It doesn't even care about the Guardian Angel. That's GG for sure. They get the grip onto my dearest. In Your Dream buys back. The pipe will keep the throne also alive. 4-man Dream Core, very fancy. They get the sleep, but In Your Dream, can he do this though? The Earthman is dead. They get the bash onto Young PH, but he's focusing on the throne, down to 10%. This is over. Monimus Kisses at a ceremonial celebration. Myanmar just one push all the way towards the throne. They will qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, congratulations to Vietnam for making it that far. And congratulations to you. I'm sorry, Myanmar for making that far. Congratulations to you for. Are you out of breath? Are you okay? He's all right. He's alive.
I'm all right.
He's alive. But we saw that Morphling in the top lane. When the Wukong came out, the top lane, then the Monkey King jumped in, he actually ignored him. He's just like, I'm going to hit the racks. I could not give a damn about what the Monkey King does. And you can see everyone sort of trying to fight. No, everyone's ignoring the Morphling because Morphling doesn't care about them. He takes on the racks and he joins the fight. He starts murdering one by one, goes for the throne, and they can't deal with him. There's nothing that they have that can deal with them, especially when you have the Omni Knight. I thought the Omni Knight as your enemy when you're Morphling is a dream come true. 50% status resistance, 28 extra strength. And like, what better hero do you want to transform into?
Oh yeah. No.
So
I mean, let's take a look at the standings.
He's still out of it.
It's very rare, right? That we expected Morphling to have this kind of impact.
Yes.
For one fell swoop.
Yeah, he comes and ends the
straight
game.
towards the throne.
Ends the game.
Myanmar and Vietnam at the top. So unfortunately, Thailand they gave the other nations the hopes of the tournament lives, and unfortunately it did not come true. Indonesia and Philippines also did not qualify. So later on, we will see Myanmar taking on Vietnam in a rematch in the best of 3.
I believe in that rematch, Vietnam actually, the first time they played, Vietnam actually won that, which is this morning, correct?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. So Vietnam, I mean, we'll see what they can do if Myanmar can learn from that and adapt. But with that game just now, I love how the Indonesian team, they were like, okay, we can't do the fast tempo. Let's switch gears. Let's split push the map. And they were able to hold off. Myanmar had the first Aegis. They didn't do anything with it. But second Aegis, Myanmar side, they wisened up. They're like, all right, they're going to split push. Doesn't matter. We push so much faster.
Yeah.
We kill one person, we go. And that's what they did. And they were able to win the game from that.
They just ran at the towers, right? I think the towers must be afraid. They just let In Your Dream be like literally a monkey, right? He was running around, he was hopping on trees, and it's like, all right, like great show. It's
a little unfortunate that how a couple of times they were able to find him while in the trees early game, once with the Tombstone, once with the Mortimer's Kisses, and that really stopped his impact cold for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And you really want him to fight. He's a monkey. He wants to fight, and just falling a bit short on the Indonesian side, despite really good plays. It's just the draft. The draft was built for one thing, try to adapt to something else, not enough.
Yeah, and I think it's probably one of the best performances. I think it's a great performance from Indonesia. It's just draft issues, right? Sometimes you look at the draft and you kind of know at a certain phase one team's going to come ahead. But with that being said, that concludes the group stage. We're going to go for a short commercial break, and when we come back, it will be the regional finals between Myanmar and Vietnam to decide who goes to represent the region at Eilat, Israel. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Put your luggage in the cabin above your head and fasten your seatbelt.
We have a good visibility today, guys. Hi. Please check your gear and
And welcome back to the ALAT 2020 12 Esports World Championship Asian qualifiers. This is at the penultimate moment. The regional finals for Southeast Asia is going to be between Vietnam and Myanmar. The winner is going to represent the region to proceed towards the grand finals, which will be held at ALAT Israel. My name is Husky, and I'm joined by Otomo at the broadcast to bring you guys possibly the best series that we'll be able to witness in this region.
Yeah, we saw both of the teams are upcoming. Vietnam and Myanmar had looked strong from the start of the tournament. Myanmar only dropping their match against Vietnam, so both teams looked really strong. Their scores, maybe you think, oh, one of them, they both dropped the match. No, Vietnam only dropped because they actually had to abandon the match. They couldn't even attend for it. So one of these two teams is going to be, one of the teams that wins the best of three will compete and show at the ALAT Championship and represent Southeast Asia. There's a lot of people we want to thank for making this. For making this possible. We want to thank our host city ALAT. We also want to thank our main hosting partners Maccabi World Union, as well as the Israeli Esports Association. We want to thank our IESF partner MCST, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and last but not least, our local partner M21. Thanks to them for making all of this possible.
And it's going to be an exciting best of three coming up ahead. This is a well-earned rematch for Myanmar, right? They lost to Vietnam. They are hungry. But let's take a look at the brackets for one final time before we head into the draft as the players get ready. There we go, Vietnam taking on Myanmar. And of course, Vietnam beat Myanmar once, but that was a best of one.
Yes.
So this is the true test to see which team can officially call themselves the top team in Southeast Asia.
And you can bet both of these teams also went back to look at their replays and say, oh, here's what happened. Why did we win? Why did we lose? Make sure that you iron out whatever problems you have. Bombi is going to be a player to look out for on the Vietnam side. So many big plays that this guy made on the Wind Ranger. Might consider banning him. Young PH on that Morphling last game was just a fantastic win condition for them. So a lot of really good players. That BB also played really well. Red also played really well. You look at Hosk, Zhao Rain also. So there's a lot of really strong players on both sides that both teams have to look and say how many can we shut, who can we shut down as well, because you're not going to be able to shut them all down for sure.
Yeah, and that BB, Young PH is the only player so far throughout this entire group stage that has laid his hands on that Morphling, and he made it look way too good in that previous win against Indonesia. But of course, this is the best out of the best in the region. And I would say Vietnam so far has been showing a bit more consistency compared to Myanmar. And they were the only team that took down Myanmar as well during the group stage. So obviously fans would flock towards the Vietnam side to give them the support. But Myanmar, in this best of three, you don't really have much information on them because this lineup, or at least the region in general, they don't really play in a lot of tournaments. So this lineup that is from YG, Yangon Galacticons, always bring out that surprise. The first time we saw them was last year. It was impressive enough, and I think there has been a lot of growth since then.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about the Vietnam side is also the way they draft, where they see the enemy side, they are able to sort of figure out how to draft against them. We saw when they took the Terrorblade against the Gyrocopter, they were like, oh, they got Gyrocopter, we're going to make sure we have a Terrorblade because he can win that one-on-one matchup. That's really smart for them. So Myanmar side, also they proved that as well, where they have more of a team strategy, where they see the enemy team and they say, okay, they have all this early game push, early game team fight, we're going to go with the Morphling, drag the game out. So it'll be interesting to see the core matchup, the carry-to-carry matchup, because both of them have shown a lot of intelligence with their picks.
Yeah, and I think you can say the same for the support matchup as well, as both teams have their own preference, which completely differs from one another.
Yeah.
If you look at Myanmar, they love that Earth Spirit, they have the Void Spirit, the support, they play this Snapfire core. And Vietnam, they play the Wind Ranger support. I think the difference in support is also going to make a huge impact, and perhaps we might finally see Tiny go through. Philippines, hopefully, right? Because Philippines is the only team that has picked heroes like Ayo throughout this qualifiers, and I would love to see Ayo in the hands of one of these teams, at least for one game in the grand final.
When I think though, if we're looking at the support combo, the supports on both teams, I think Bombi has had the most impressive performance out of all the four supports. Especially when we're going to play the position 4 here. Bombi on the Wind Ranger was playing better than his course, basically. So when you look at that, you're like, I think that we have a really strong position 4. So that's something that you have to be worried about if you are Myanmar side. Like, how can we disable him? Because the position 4 is usually that sort of utility, secondary source of damage you can think about with specific heroes. You roam around the map, you create space, you open up the map, and you have to be worried if your bomb is against you.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly would have to pay a lot of attention when the position 4 just comes in and kills your cores, right? It's something that doesn't normally happen.
Yeah, if you're Yopaj, right? Well, actually, but that was against someone else. But yeah, it's very scary if you're playing Magnus and the enemy Wind Ranger can take you out and you're a core Magnus. So there's a lot. It's something to be worried about, for sure.
And again, heroes like Earthshaker, we have yet to see that.
I don't think Earthshaker's coming.
I don't think so as well. But I do miss that hero.
We've seen one of the heroes that we've seen that is very popular in this region has been Magnus. We've only seen him played once. He's been banned every other game. Basically, the hero gives you a lot of flexibility. Can go in multiple roles. He's very tanky. Has a lot of damage. Can play as a support and just buff up the carry as well. So solid hero to have. Snapfire has also been pretty popular.
Yeah, and I think Undying has also shown itself, right? We saw just now. Myanmar, they're able to take out Indonesia with Undying support. He actually got a decent farm, but let's take a look at the draft. Here we go. The grand finals, the regional finals between Myanmar and Vietnam kicks off right now. Enchantress and Leshak getting banned now alongside Earth Spirit and Magnus. There you go. Tiny making it through, and it's Myanmar getting that first pick.
Yeah, Enchantress and Leshak being banned, as well as the Magnus, which we talked about. Earth Spirit. Looks like Vietnam also agrees that the Myanmar Earth Spirit is too scary and they take the Clockwork. So both teams starting off with that position 4. Both heroes want to do very similar jobs, just roam around, get some kills, get the ball rolling for their team. Tiny falls off a little bit more, but he's also a flex pick because he could be a core. He could be that mid. Unlikely to be the off lane, but there's some flexibility with the hero.
Yeah, and both teams showing respect to each other as well as Myanmar. They know that Vietnam is good with the Enchantress. They ban out the Enchantress. Vietnam responds, with the Earth Spirit ban. We saw Skillay play Earth Spirit twice throughout this qualifiers. Amazing performance, but Vietnam also get themselves Ken's Clockwork, right? We saw that Clockwork taking on Philippines earlier on, and just able to have a lot of impact. But Myanmar with that Void Spirit pick, a huge flex pick for that country.
Another thing is that when you mentioned it, is like I'm not sure if it's going to be the Clockwork being played as a position 4 because it could be the 5 as you said, because Bombi you don't scale as hard with the Clockwork. You don't have that same killing potential. So the hero can get items, that's great, but yeah, I might want to put it on the position 5.
Yes, that's why Ken's playing it. But Vietnam, they instantly lock in that Faceless Void, and I think it's good. They take it away from Myanmar. This is one of Myanmar's favorite pick. They also ban out the morphing, making sure that Myanmar doesn't have that hyper carry. And you can see Myanmar, they instantly ban out the Phoenix as well. Huge respect to what Vietnam is capable of, and direct respect to Bombi as well. The Phoenix has been delivering a lot of impact. They also ban out Red's Timbersaw, and Vietnam responds to the throw ban.
Yeah, especially the Phoenix, because once you have the Faceless Void, the combo's too strong. And I'm thinking that Myanmar, since you picked the Void Spirit, you might want to consider banning the Invoker, because you're likely to have him as a mid. You don't want to pick him. If you pick him, then whatever flex you have with the Void Spirit is gone. You already know what he is. At this point, it's probably going to be an off lane, because Tiny, you got Tiny, you got Void Spirit. If you pick a mid, it's going to be, do you want the Tiny offlane? Do you want the Void Spirit offlane? It's just too much. So I think the Invoker ban might be something they considered going for.
Yeah, I agree, but I think Invoker itself can still kind of find its way into the draft, but it has to be like a massive flex, for Myanmar to play around those 3 heroes. With this Faceless Void locked in, morphing ban out, perhaps Myanmar would consider to go back to the Sven or the Terrorblade.
Sven's a solid pick for Myanmar for sure, because you already know the enemy carry. You also know the matchup he's going up against, bans out the Slaughter. You also know the matchup you're going up against. Venomancer is a hero that we've seen in the North American scene that usually counters the Faceless Void because of the so much damage over time. Faceless Void can't time walk it away, but it's only good in the laning stage. And after that, the Venomancer has to really pull ahead. Basically, it's something like a Bristleback and Timbersaw to stay relevant. And Terrorblade comes out as a ban. So Vietnam, will they consider going for Invoker here? If they go for Invoker, it could be a 4 Invoker, it could be a mid Invoker, but either way, once you get the Aghanims, it is an amazing combo to have with the Faceless Void. And
it's not hard to set up as well.
No, alright.
Whoever gets caught in the chrono, you die.
It's like did Faceless Void press R? Alright, I'll do the same. I'll double Cataclysm.
I think Vietnam can also consider the Kunkka for the mid lane. I think Kunkka is they did play it once. I think this was it? Yeah, they did play it once, if I'm not mistaken. It's either Vietnam or Myanmar.
Kuka's solid pick. Plus, you do want some tankiness right now. Remember, one of the things that Tiny is really good at is just catching people, bursting them down. So you want to have heroes that, you know, even their edge people is pretty big. So Kunkka would be really good, especially with that damage reduction on the ghost ship. But again, Tiny's just going to show up out of nowhere and do his combo. So that's why I think Vietnam might not take the Wind Ranger, because even with a player as good as Bombay on the Wind Ranger, if you're ever caught, you're dead. But are they going to go for the Grimstroke?
Okay.
Huh. Definitely feels like it's going to be Kin, Grimstroke, and Bombay is going to go on the Clockwork. So we're back to that sort of issue. No combo at all with the Grimstroke right now. Not a single spell can work with him. So are they going to go with something like a Doom maybe off lane? That's a possibility.
Yeah, I think a Doom off lane would be a great choice, right? I think Doom has been banned once, if I'm not mistaken. But generally, he also has a very deadly ultimate. It shuts you down regardless of your BKB. Oracle will be the choice for Myanmar. So this means that one of those first two picks is going to be a core at this point.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we were sort of thinking from the start that's going to be probably the Tiny off lane. I mean, sorry, the Tiny 4, and the Voice Burst is going to be mid. And but with that Oracle sort of pushes that theory a bit more, I think. An Oracle is solid here to have against the Faceless Void. First, you can Fate Edict him. You can ulti whoever is chronoed. There's a lot of good saves that you can have if you're the Oracle. So I like the pick with the Oracle. But Myanmar, right now, they lack sustained damage. They really need to do one of their next course come out that can, you know, something like a Drow Ranger, a PA, something to just keep on hitting, bringing all that damage. Vietnam side, I'm wondering how much they value the Grimstroke. If you pick something like a Doom or a Lina, then you know, okay, these guys really care about making sure the Grimstroke combo goes well.
Yeah, I'm thinking like if Vietnam is considering to put this Clockwork as a 3, so that you can put this Grimstroke 4, and it's highly unlikely, but...
No, I wouldn't... I mean, I imagine if they do it, and then you look like a genius, but that would be the...
It's either a genius or an idiot, right?
Oh, well...
Alright, so it's, yeah. There you go.
So it's definitely... the Panda, I think the Rock, you can use it well with the Grimstroke, and I think Double Tornado actually should work. It's like 6 seconds there in the air, so Double Rock, Double Tornado, I think that's about it. But both are very effective combos with the Grimstroke. Another thing is that you can Inkswell, they move very fast. The Panda, the small Pandarians, well actually they're not Pandarians, that would be lawsuit. There's a lawsuit there. But the small Brewlings, you can put the Brewlings. Yeah, you can put the Inkswell on one of them, and that's pretty good. Myanmar, what are they going to do? They go with the TA, good. I'm sorry, the PA.
And natural Panda killer.
Yeah. And we mentioned they need a hero that brings that sustained, ongoing damage. Good hero plus. The problem with
like you, are you think the same thing as I do? You know, like the blur can avoid. You know, some.
That's the problem though. The Faceless Void is always going to get MKB. It's like a natural.
It's a natural second item.
So it's very strange that you go for it and you're like, well, he's going to get MKB.
Like my blood doesn't. No, it does not matter. He
doesn't matter.
He beats you to death.
It has to be that she has to either dodge or be Fortune's End while she's in the chrono. Well, one or the other. Either you dodge the chronosphere or you tank it, and that's the tanking is the hard part.
Yeah, there's virtually no hero that can tank through a chrono, right?
I mean, but you have the Oracle, so that's the thing. The Oracle is the big factor. It's a huge ask for I think the Loon to bring that performance, but he has to.
Yeah, and you have to deal with having this Clockwork, this Panda who can just stun you, tornado you. There's a lot of responsibility for this Oracle to just keep this PA alive, or whoever gets caught in the chrono. Vietnam taking out the Enigma, so this is the first Enigma ban that we've seen. Myanmar banning out Pugna and Viper, Viper to prevent the Nanotoxin.
Yeah.
And of course Pugna has been a staple for these two teams, so into a PA who likes to right click, this Pugna can just absolutely devastate this Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, they want to make sure that she doesn't get bursted. They need to make sure the PA gets enabled. If she has a bad game, then that's all your damage. And they ban out the Doom. Interesting. But then again, they already showed their offlane, and Myanmar needs an offlaner, so you obviously will ban out the offlaners that you're worried about. Myanmar, Mars is still in the pool. Who else would be solid? I mean,
Legion Commander?
Legion Commander, Centaur. Centaur is solid if you can use the ulti with the Aghanims. You can just reduce damage by half. Even Kunkka, if you can put him in the offlane, get the boat going with him. But that's another tall ass. So you want to look for some sort of damage reduction. I'm thinking Centaur, I'm thinking Kunkka.
Maybe this is a good time to bring out the Omni Knight.
Right? I was thinking like Omni-Knight, Abaddon, LC. Where we go with? They go with the Queen of Pain. So it
It's
is.
the offlane Void.
It is going to be
Void
the
Spirit.
offlane Void Spirit, and going to go with that. Or offlane Tiny, right? We've seen the Void Spirit play. There's a 4.
As a 4. And that was by Q from Thailand, right?
I'm not sure how I feel about the Queen of Pain last pick though. Look at Myanmar's side. They don't. You really would like a hero who can start the fights by being right in front of the enemy. Like who's going to sort of go in front of the Faceless Void and like make sure he's always sort of pressuring me like, oh, okay, get away from me. You don't have a Mars, you don't have a Centaur, you don't have a Slardar, although I believe Slardar is banned.
It's banned now,
Yeah, so you don't have a hero that's right in front of Faceless Void pressuring him.
I think even like if you look at that hero pool, I think even the Necrophos would be
Yeah, Necros is
right. It's like a hero that you can't just chrono and kill off.
Yeah, only if he activates the Ghost Draw on time. I don't know how I feel about it. But Vietnam's side, they just need to get that mid laner now. They know their matchup is going to be a Queen of Pain.
Storm Spirit.
I mean, Invoker is still not banned, actually.
Yeah, they can also go for the Storm Spirit.
Storm Spirit, yeah.
And they can go for the Kunkka, right? They have the Chronosphere.
Double X mark. I don't know how relevant double X mark
Yeah,
is when they're not
but
moving.
It's good against Queen of Pain.
Well,
it's
it's
good
good.
against PA, Oracle. Like, all these heroes can't get away from the Kunkka.
What was it going to be in the end? They go for the Dragon Knight. Well, that is out of left field.
Now we look like fools.
Oh, and it's, by the way, we continue to look like
Okay.
fools. It is the Bombi. Grimstroke, congratulations,
Yeah.
you are right.
Yeah. And it has actually an offlane Queen of Pain, so we're still putting this Void Spirit mid to deal with the Dragon Knight, but Dragon Knight should be fine.
Yeah, they pick the Dragon Knight because if he goes up against Queen of Pain, he doesn't care. Dragon's Blood, you get 2 levels and maybe 3 at max, and you can deal with all her spam.
Hit me.
Yeah, right, doesn't matter. So I like the Vietnam's draft a little bit more. I knew I was going to like it more just because they played so well, but I mean, convincingly, I think they look better. They have no front line on Myanmar's side. No one can go into the Faceless Void's face and force him to Chrono or Time Walk or BKB. PA, they're relying on bursting him down before the fights start. They have PA, they have Queen of Pain.
Like
It's a tall ask.
Like jump in, Orchid, Silence Abyssal, and hope that Faceless Void dies before
Right.
he gets the
I like the Vietnam side a bit more. They also have they have Panda and they have Dragon Knight. So these heroes,
They also have Dispel, right?
Dispel. So they have 3 people who can go frontline open vision. Is another term. It's like when you're a carry, you don't want to always be if you're specific carries like anti-mage, you want to be blinking in. You want someone else to see the situation, be like, okay, you can come in now, come in and do the damage.
Yeah.
So they have Dragon Knight, Panda, and Clockwork. Great heroes for that.
Yeah, and Dragon Knight is a natural Silver Edge buyer, so now you have an MKB to deal with, and you have a Silver Edge.
Yeah, and plus even then you have an MKB carrier as well with a Faceless Void. So you have Silver Edge and you have MKB. Blur is going to be non-skill basically.
You can just skip Blur.
So, I mean, Myanmar, if they play better, they can win.
Yeah.
But if they play the same level, it will go for Vietnam for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think Vietnam are in Indonesia's shoes right now. They gotta play. No, Myanmar are in Indonesia's shoes. They gotta play fast. I think fast and furious. That's how it is. The name of the game. But we are ready though for the first game of the regional finals. Let's jump in. It's going to be Vietnam taking on Myanmar. It's gonna be an interesting best of 3.
One small sort of positive that the Myanmar side has over Vietnam is that Vietnam, look at the ultimates we're talking about. Chronosphere, Dragon Form, and Primal Split. High cooldown ultimates. And so they do take a while. You can definitely play around that. Another thing is that you have a Tiny against a Grimstroke. Even though it's a Grimstroke 4, you can still burst him down because Grimstroke is just not naturally tanky hero. So you have some good stuff here. PA is always ready to fight. Faceless Void is not. You force out Chronosphere, you can definitely kill him.
Yeah, and I think for this kind of lineup as well, when you pull ahead, those big ultimates look really, really good.
Yeah.
Like to take out your enemies. But if, like you mentioned, if Myanmar gets a decent lead, then those Primal Split and Chronosphere wouldn't matter as much. And in fact, when they go on cooldown, Myanmar can continuously punish Vietnam. So I would say drafting wise, I prefer Vietnam's draft. If you look at it on paper, they do look a bit better. But Myanmar has an equal chance, and both teams are going to get 2 bounties each.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel the same way. But there are avenues for Myanmar to win this. It's just that again they have to play a little better. Oracle has to really be on top of his game with those false promises. Tiny has to get great rotations off, make sure he can kill people. And again, who is he gonna kill? 4 of them are tanky. It's only the Grimstroke. So they saw Ken does get. Ken also gets a D ward on the Observer, so that's half a level free for him.
Yeah, just reading Myanmar's playbook, and they know that I think these two teams, especially Myanmar, is more inclined to drop that early ward deep in the lane in front of the tier 1.
And looks like they're watching that replay. They know how to handle that. Dragon Knight, he'll be fine against all this spam. That's one of the nicest things about Dragon Knight. So you put him in any lane and you just say, do your thing, just don't die. He's like, alright, that's my thing. I don't die. I'm super good at not dying.
Don't die, okay.
That's literally all I do.
Yeah. It's very rare to see the Dragon Knight go down early on.
Very, very excited to see this Grimstroke 4. I feel like that hero could really... Like, the hero definitely needs levels because the way the skills scale so well. He can farm very fast next to the Stroke of Fate. You can just go clear out a creep wave very well with it. Even the neutral creeps. So I think I've always liked the hero as a 4, but let's see what Mommy can accomplish with it. And this is a player to watch on the 4, the greediest and the best 4 perhaps in the tournament.
Yeah, you kind of put him on par with Q, right? And Q also put on a clinical performance, played this 4 Void Spirit and just absolutely wrecked the Philippine team just now.
Oh wow, this might be a kill.
So Orange just getting some punishment into Ken. Just a couple of right clicks will do. Skill late is coming in. Just need to find Avalanche. He's teaming in front of him. And he does have the toss, so Ken should go down. First blood for Myanmar.
By the way, another 2 kills for them coming out. One of the things that we really have to go... Is this going to be more? One of the things we really want to talk about is the way the Queen of Pain, Myanmar really adjusted well with the lanes. They put the Queen of Pain top against a Faceless Void and a Clockwork. Neither of these heroes really like Shadow Strike to the face. We talked about how Dragon Knight doesn't care. He's got amazing regen. You throw Shadow Strike to him all day, he doesn't care. The other two, they do not. They can and basically they do not like it.
Yeah, they actually care.
They don't. That BB is like, nope, no, I don't want it. But there's nothing they can do. Although Queen of Pain does have pretty low CS right now.
Yeah, it's spent a lot of time trying to harass this Clockwork out, and I think it's also credits to Ken being able to just walk up to the Queen of Pain and push him away. It's just unfortunate that he gave the first one over. Well, it's not going to affect this Faceless Void too much though. He's still on top of that CS game. 16 last hits and 16 ice. It's
a risk you have to take sometimes as a position 5. You're like, listen man, your best thing you can do is honestly just zone them out, and if you die, I won't report you this time. I'll report you next time, but this time it's fine. You get a freebie.
Yeah. I get my farm, so I'm
I'm okay with that.
I will report you if you die and I don't get anything.
So, mid lane, the Void Spirit and Dragon Knight just farm. This is just going to be a farm fest. Neither hero can really kill the other too much, so they're just going to farm. Dragon Knight, he's got the Fire Breath, and the other guy's got Resonant Pulse, and you're like, well, they should be able to secure the creeps from both sides. And
and I think at level 6 is where, the game has been in this state for a long time, and level 6 matters a lot. Void Spirit can rotate with the Astral Step, but this Dragon Knight can function like the Pugma as well. If this Void Spirit leaves the lane, he just Elder Dragon forms and start taking towers.
Yeah. That's one of the nicest things about Dragon Knight. It's just the hero, he brings so much tower pushed, front line, damage, everything is just really good. Oh, he gets the haste run. Well done by Skillay. Just perfectly timing that toss, despite Ken standing there with the battery assault. Really good job by him.
I mean, you put 2 of the most annoying and most destructive supports together.
Right.
This is what happens, right? They just duke it out against each other.
Alright. Maybe we need to think about our next move. Are we diving top or are we not diving top? But look at Faceless Void running away like that. He's got a dagger. Is he affected by the Shadow Strike actually? Oh my god, I didn't think he'd have a dagger. That looks painful.
That does not look like a dagger. That looks more like a rapier.
Giant sword, right?
Sword.
And this is acupuncture, by the way.
That is like Excalibur. 2 more seconds until the combo, though. They might be able to kill him if he's not careful.
Is he? No, they're gonna blink after him.
Not enough damage.
They still have the haste rune though. Oh, but they bring. Nope. Ken's here. Beautiful call.
There's no avalanche. There's not enough. He doesn't have enough mana, but he didn't go for the full combo. So slightly weird right there, but they should be able to kill Ken regardless. The time lock from that BB will trade back skill A. Now he uses the time dilation. Can he get the lucky bash that all Faceless Void have? Yes, he does. Another time lock. The slow is enough, and the range creeper says, I'm going to steal this away from you.
What a turn of events right there. It looked like it was going to go so well for Myanmar with having the haste rune on skill lane, but it was not enough. They actually trade both their heroes and they give Faceless Void kills, so that's a really bad situation for them in the top lane.
It's always annoying to trade with Faceless Void. You never know when he's going to bash you.
Yeah. And it's like that free. It's a free double hit. He gets an extra hit, and he gets a bash, and it's like, wow, thanks a lot. Loved what we saw the Grimstroke do just now. He stacked the camps a few times, stood behind them, got a perfect stroke of fate. Not enough damage to kill the PA. 1 or 2 more creeps might have actually killed her.
Oh yeah. And I believe the Stroke of Fate is most likely a level 1. So damage is not really enough. But luckily there's the Oracle. I still it's a level 2 Stroke of Fate.
Level 2, yeah. So I was like, it's a little bit more, might be a little bit more than the level 1, but if it was level 3, whew, or if there was one more camp stacked.
Oh yeah. But I think it's great that there's the Oracle that
Oh,
keeps
Dragon Knight doing something. He's doing
still.
something.
Oh, verify the toss. That's enough. Maybe not. Oh, the Aether Remnant. What a perfect timing by Hall. Oh, the Aether Remnant just in time.
Yeah, Skidlay coming in with that beautiful assist right there. And this is why we see Tiny Band.
Oh. Alright.
No, not fast enough. I like that somebody might look at that and say, hey, why did he Chronosphere right there? He was almost dead, but just to secure it. And yes, our observer, we're also really sad that there's a region run right there. I actually had this the other day where I was playing a game and we secured the kill mid. Our mid keeps on like, there's a region run right here, and he's just, nah, I don't want to take it. I'll take it later. But bomb lane.
Yeah, definitely not the Bombi. Bombi gets rooted by that Fortress. And they do have the Avalanche, but TP is coming in from the faces for Young PH. Excuse me. That BB wants to join the fight, but there's no Chrono this time, so might not be that easy. They have the Cinder Brewer and the Thunderclap. Skillet will go down. Young PH still slowed down by the time relation, and look at that damage coming in from the side of Vietnam. They get the Thunderclap. Young PH desperately tries to get away, but he eats the Fairy Fire, and now Red is under tower. Stroke of Fate goes through, doesn't kill off Young PH, and not able to keep this PA alive with that Purifying Flames. Unfortunately, I don't think Vietnam is done yet, though. That baby is here. He spent his time, so he wants to constantly stay there. They have that Drunken Brawl, but it's not enough to reach Young PH. Unfortunately, that BB will punch Lun to death with that bash. Skillet has already respawned. He comes with the Avalanche Tower. They have the dagger. They finish off this phase as well. Perfectly done. The Stroke of Fate still not enough. Young PH has such a huge life, and now they will do the backup with that Sonic Wave and a Resonance Pulse. It's going to be Myanmar with a great response. They take 3, but they eventually still lose Young PH to a Rocket Flare.
Oh, I love that. I love this. Like they were saying, both carry. Firstly, seeing that BB rotate bottom is amazing. You see the carry like really engage with this team, saying like, "Ah, we need you." He comes bomb, tries to help, doesn't have a Chronosphere though, and then they stay so long at that tower trying to get the kill. At the end, it's Ken with that rocket flare from like way downtown. It's like, all right, guys, I'll just get all the way from the other side of the map. But overall, a good win by Myanmar, especially nice by the Queen of Pain showing up there with a great Sonic Wave and getting that double kill at the end. But mid lane,
they get the Dragon Tail onto Lun. They're going to finish him off. Again, Rocket Flare is enough, but now they get tossed into a double Avalanche from Skillet. But the Dragon Knight will just stand his ground. And unfortunately, Skillet just does not have enough damage to take out this Dragon Knight. The Aether Remnant will also miss as Sung Hung turns around with the Dragon Tail. Myanmar tries to make something happen.
Radiant's bottom tower
Hall jumps in with the Astral Step, but this Dragon Knight is just too tanky.
I love how if you look at the sort of the CS, everyone's is keeping up so close with each other. PA and Faceless Void literally the same CS. Dragon Knight slightly ahead of the Voice Spirit, but I think he died by him, and the offlane is also very similar. So the team is very evenly matched so far.
And both position ones are gonna switch lanes as well to get that farm, or at least for Young PH, he's gonna move his way towards the top lane so he's going to have an uncontested lane. And you can see Myanmar, they're rotating their members towards top. They want to get that pick off onto Grimstroke and hopefully take this contested tier 1. And I think Grimstroke, he knows that it's not a safe place to be. Ken throws out the Rocket Flare. We see Vietnam goes for a response, and it seems like
they know the bomb.
Yep, here we go. TP is coming in. There is no Sonic Wave though. They immediately get the Phantom's Embrace, and Queen of Pain already TP's out. If Young PH gets out, it would be great, and he does. Skillet also will be able to teleport to safety.
And everyone rotating mid right now, trying to get the save here.
So it's going to stun his Queen of Pain, but they have the Avalanche toss, and goodbye, the Dragon Knight just gets instantly obliterated. Taken out by Myanmar. And that's a kill that Myanmar would gladly take.
Yeah, and then they do have Chronosphere available now if they want to try and do something with it. And again, Myanmar keeping it very close. They do need to do this. Remember, if we're talking about some of the heroes, you're looking at Queen of Pain versus Brewmaster. Brewmaster brings a little bit more control, more front line, so a bit better there. Mid lane, Dragon Knight again, more front line, a bit easier to control with until Voice Spirit gets the Aghanim. So Vietnam's draft, I think, scales, besides the Faceless Void and PA, I think the other cores also scale a bit better.
Now they're looking for Hall. Also, in TPL, it does take the stroke of fate, but they can't really catch him. There's no Chronosphere now. I think they used it. Damage is just not enough. However, they will find their hands on this Oracle, and that BB will make sure that he bashes him to death instead.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they used the... I don't know where the Chronosphere was used, but did not generate them the kill that they needed. Still, they get a kill on the Oracle just to even up the kill score at 8 to 8 each. What's the net worth looking like for both teams? And Ken actually falls to the Skillay. Skillay, like we said, tiny first 20 minutes, that combo, very devastating, but pays for it with his life.
Yeah, and this tiny and Copper has been pretty proactive, but Red finding the boulder toss onto Zorin. Unfortunately, timer for Primal State runs out, so nothing much achieved with that first Brewmaster ultimate. That he just got his Master Madness, start farming up, gets himself a Poor Man's Shoe. So it's a pretty great item, for, especially when you're agility core.
One of the things I'm looking at right now is that all the big ultimates from Vietnam side are down, which means we can expect MMR to say, hey, let's take a tower, let's take 2 towers if we can. Nice drum pickup, I think, for the Dragon Knight. Keeps him in fighting shape for a while longer. And net worth, yeah, Dragon Knight, the toughest void right there. Oh, there you go, those are neutral items. Lun has the shovel, which is really good for Oracle, because if you get those free salves, you can use them on someone who's been false promise, and they can't remove it. So it's a big impact to have if you're Lun to get the shovel. Like, more so than other people, more so than other shovels, basically.
Oh yeah, and extra HP is always great. You don't die that easily. Skillay takes out that Sentry Wall, and the Hong Kong immediately gets Dragon Tail on top of Zorin to silence him with that Phantom Embrace. But the Avalanche is not going to be enough. They still... Actually, it is. Zorin managing to blink out in time, and now they're going to re-engage onto Red. Red has no Primal Split. They get the toss in. Bombi now tossed back towards his teammate. Ken comes in with a hook shot. Gets Avalanche in the face. And here we go. The Sonic Wave onto False Robbers to keep Skillay alive. And Skillay will go for the re-engage. He will push his limits. They will also take out the Grimstroke. Another Avalanche toss. Skillay eventually goes down. But Myanmar will get 3 in return.
Very nice move by Myanmar. And we were saying, there's just... You don't have the Bruce Split, you don't have the Chronosphere. Fighting feels risky for Vietnam. Vietnam not showing them the respect that they deserve with fighting without ultimates like that. It's just too risky. But still, the net worth favoring the Dragon Knight as well as the Faceless Void by a lot, despite that fight that just happened. Yeah,
and it's also courtesy to Faceless Void being able to get a couple of early kills. Is farming slightly faster than the Phantom Assassin, at least for now, right? Before the PA gets the Battle Fury. So he's 1k ahead of the PA, but I believe one young PH gets his Battle Fury, he will easily surpass this Faceless Void in terms of net worth.
The thing is, as long as, once he gets MKB, I mean, he has Mask of Mass and MKB on the Faceless Void, he can always kill PA. Just chrono her and she's dead in any fight because he does so much damage. PA does not have the same counterplay. She doesn't have a way to sort of burst him down for a while. It's a tough ask to be the PA right now. And this is smoked up, trying to find anyone here. Going for the high ground. Don't think they have vision there, but going to go for it anyway. Smoke breaks. What are they going to go for?
They see the Oracle immediately. They get the Chrono, but it's just the Oracle. So Lun will badly throw his life for that.
That is quite a commitment. All right. I mean, I think it's pretty worth it, but it is a huge commitment. Like, you gotta get something out of it. They see that the stack is. I don't think they did.
Don't see it.
They don't see it.
Now they do it. They actually pinged it, but they don't have Chrono to work with, so it's slightly riskier for them to re-engage. And Lun is coming back in 3 seconds, so he can get there in time to get the false promise off.
Red does have his brew split, so at least they have that ultimate to work with. Oh, go for it.
Oh, the blink into a primal split against the silence. They should be able to kill him off. No, the false promise, like I said, Lun comes back in time, tries to keep Hall alive. Hall does get the soulbind on top of him, but it's going to dissimulate out of it. The tornado onto Lun, and Lun should go down once more. Same goes for Hall. His streak gets ended. Vietnam with a clean re-engage takes out 2 members of Myanmar.
And this is there's a difference when you use your ultimates. Grimstroke just threw his ultimate right there. It was well played, and with the silence. So it's Myanmar's side. This is tough. Who's gonna make space for you? Because Queen of Pain can fight when she has Sonic Wave, but who does she really combo with? The Tiny, basically Oracle's no damage, so you can't rely on the Oracle to sort of start and end fights and do really well for you. And when look at the other side, you have Clockwork as well as the Grimstroke. That's a lot more playmaking potential with these two.
Yep. But Skille just got his Blink Dagger, so we'll see what he can do. It's a pretty decent timing though. 15 minutes Blink Dagger.
Yeah, for sure.
VNM instantly smoke up. It's their turn to retaliate. No Primal Split, no Chrono, no Dragon Form. This is the best time for them to strike Vietnam where it hurts. Might open up the map for them a bit more.
I wonder how many people on the Vietnam side has magic resistance or infused raindrops just to make sure that they don't get burst down by this combo. Because if you can live through it, like Myanmar, they throw their combo with the Tiny, then there's not that crazy amount of damage coming right after, and Smoke is going to time out. Not much achieved, but it is what it is. Oh,
that's good. Blink finds the combo onto Ken. Should be able to beat him to death. Intervention also comes through, but the Purifying Flame also helping out as well. And Myanmar now looking for the mid-tier one. The fortification will be used by Vietnam.
Both sides, actually. Yeah, both sides. One of them fortifies the creeps, one of them fortifies the tower. That gives them a few more seconds of the tower's life. Decent. Overall, I mean, it doesn't look like the Smoke was going to get much, but killed Ken. Then they turned down to a tower. Well worth it for Myanmar.
Yeah, and it's always great to fight when you know that there's no primal split
right.
or no sphere. Yeah. I think you see whenever those big ultimates are down for the side of Vietnam. Myanmar, they just instantly smoke up, they try to make the move, and they're going to do the same again. They throw the Sonic Wave, they throw the combo right on top of this Dragon Knight, but Dragon Knight is going to survive. The Spirit Vessel though might take him down, the Astral Step just not dealing enough damage, and now Hall tries to get away. Pops the Illusion Rune to dispel the Phantom's Embrace, but he's going to be stunned up by the Ink Swirl and be taken down by Red. Zorin desperately wants to kill Feng Hao, but he walks into a Dragon Tail. Can he get the Scream of Pain off? Yes, he does, but the damage is just not enough. Now they get the Soul Bind on top of Skille, but Skille does get False Promise onto him. The Time Walk is going to negate all the damage that was dealt to that BB, and Skille will also die. Lun forfeits his life. It's Vietnam with 4, and Myanmar gets none.
I mean, this is exactly what we've been talking about. There's a lack of damage on Myanmar's side. Who's going to be making the plays? You can't rely on the Oracle to do damage. And you have a Void Spirit and the Queen of Pain. It's like, it's not a huge burst damage. And they jumped on who? They jumped on the Dragon Knight, the tankiest person in the game. Yes, they used a Spirit Vessel. He was actually really close to dying. But look at his HP. He's got 2,300 HP, 2 Bracers, Sanjanyasha, Magic Wand, Drums, Power Threads, and another shot.
That's why he didn't die.
I'm like that. So it's like he's got so much.
He has 36 health regen. How are you going to kill him?
With 21 armor. So look at his physicals. Half the damage from physicals gone. More than a third from the magic damage. It's very hard. And 20% now status resistance. So you look at Myanmar side, you're like, none of you can really kill the Dragon Knight, because guess what? Unless you get a Silver Edge, he's going to have that armor for the rest of the game and more. Oh, Dragon Scale. That would have been nice for him.
It would be nice for him, yeah.
I like how Dragon Scale is just a mini Dragon Knight. You know, armor, HP regen, and damage to towers. You're like, alright, there you go. So, just, it's really hard if you're Myanmar side because no one can make space, which means the map is going to start shrinking slightly, smaller and smaller. Young PH will need to farm. He's going to go for that, I believe, the Deso next. It'll help because BKB, I thought you're really going to BKB. The hookshot, the Grimstroke ulti, the Chronosphere all go through it. They don't care.
Yeah, and at the same time, because of the lack of damage, Desolator is a more important item for this PA.
They know this Roshan's happening, by the way. They have the wards right there. They saw him come in.
There is the Chronosphere, the only big ultimate right now available for
Skille.
Skille is ready, but again, Young PH is not there. He is not there with his team. So this might be a 4 versus 5 against Skille. Just gonna try and walk in. He blinks out. He does see the Roshan going down low though. He's not gonna get the kill. They get the Sonic Wave on 3, but the Age is gonna be claimed regardless by that BB. Now they will turn around. They get the Soulbind on the Skille. Phantom Embrace. False from it will keep Skille alive. But that BB is walking in. He gets the Chrono and he catches Hall within it as well. No False from it to keep this Voice Ray alive. He tries to get up, but the Phantom Embrace will silence him up. He eats the Magic Wand. The Simulator tries to get to safety, and Lun will throw his life away. But they still lose Zorin regardless. Red is looking for Hall. Wicked Sick streak for that BB. Red walks into Hall. He gets caught by the Aether Remnant, but that BB is here. The Simulate will keep Hall alive for a bit more, but they do have vision of him. The time walk in, they even get the bash to add insult to injury. Another 4 kills for Vietnam, but they do lose this Grimstroke to Young PH. At least this PA gets something in return.
So little consolation prize though. The enemy team gets the Aegis, the Roshan kill, 4 kills as well. And only thing you get is their position for Grimstroke in return. Yeah, it's It's like it's such a small consolation prize if you are the Myanmar side. I think this, look at the net worth. It's showing the story of this game. Like they're pulling out ahead with the dual core on the Vietnam side. And the thing about the Brewmaster is that let's say he has a bad game. Let's say the hero just gets trashed. As long as you get Link Dagger and you get your ultimate off in most fights, you're satisfied. That's good enough for you. Queen of Pain, you saw that she started the fight with a Sonic Wave. Face of Void time walked. Dragon Knight, he regen the damage in like 3 or 4 seconds. And I don't know who, I think Ken was also in there. He's like, alright, I guess I ate a Sonic Wave. It's 400 damage. I have HP.
Yeah, and he has a cloak as well, so your magic damage, not a big deal.
Right, yeah, that's it's just not enough. So it's looking really tough for the Myanmar side. I mean, we've said it before. How are they going to make the plays now? The map's going to shrink. Vietnam's going to push it, especially with the Aegis. They're going to feel very bold. Maybe they're going to wait for the Chronosphere before they start doing it, but they're going to start taking towers. And if you are Myanmar's side, you're going to find anyone who's just straggling a little by himself. Maybe you can kill them. Void Spirit's also out of Vessel Charges, which was one of your only ways of controlling Dragon Knight.
Yeah, and MKB now available for that BB. He's building towards his BKB. Zorin is there, but there's no backup. So to even attempt to take out the Aegis is a tall order for Myanmar.
Solo, right? And he knows the Grimstroke's nearby. It's like, that's not gonna happen. But mid lane, maybe they're gonna kill the everyone's just going wild at the bottom. I think he saw the wings. I was like, oh my god, look at the hook shot.
Yeah, and the hook shot's gonna land. Zorin, no use. They even taken out the clumsy net. Link in. There's the Cinderbrew and the Thunderclap. Zorin is pretty much dead. Just perfectly done by Vietnam.
This is the problem with the other Myanmar side. Oh, top lane.
Wow, they used the Ink Sword before he TP's in. So they forced the False Promise out, and so it's most likely going to give his life away again. Primal Split will be used. They don't want Young PH to get out. He's going to TP. Can they find him?
Oh,
no, they can't.
The
Projectile took a bit too long. Lern's going to face Eating himself, but he will be right-click down. Hall does kill off Bombi, but at what cost? He will be cycloned out, and that gives enough time for Vietnam to possibly go for a rotation. The spell comes through into a Dragon's Tail. The Clumsy is going to keep Hall in place. He does have one charge of Astral Step left. It's going to simulate Astral Step and TP to safety. They have no way to cancel that.
Again, though, they had to trade both their supports for Bombi. Bombi, yes, his Grimstroke's not really having the same influence as the Wind Ranger, but he also recognizes that this game, he doesn't have to put up the same performance. He's like, I'm looking at my lineup, I'm looking at what my cores are doing, I'm very comfortable sacrificing myself for a couple of kills every time. Even if you're in the position where you're like, oh, he's very greedy. Yeah, he is, but he's playing this perfectly. All right, here's Young PH versus that BB. Can they actually turn this? Oh, just walks away.
It's highly unlikely, though, that BB has the Chronosphere.
That's the matchup I want to see. I want to see him Chrono. Can he actually bring him down? He's only level 17, though. He's very close to that level 3 Chronosphere.
Unless that BB unless Young PH has a Basher, I highly doubt he will stand a chance against that BB.
For sure. It is. Yeah, okay, so he's got the Deso, he's got the Battle Fury, he's going to get the BKB. It's 23 minutes. This is really good fun for the PH. Just everyone else is not having a game.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds us of the scam situation, right?
Yeah, scam versus the world.
Position 1 is doing great, but not the rest of the
Oh,
team.
they're going for it.
They get the crit. Oh, perfectly done with the Astral Step into Resonance Pulse. They take out that Aegis, but he still has a Chrono. So Myanmar has to be careful. And great discipline right there. Take out the Aegis, they say, guys, back off. We're not going to get the same luck ever again.
Very well played. We mentioned this before. It was like, if they can burst him down, that's the plan. That is the plan if you're the Myanmar side. You got to burst down the Abyssal Void. He has to go from 100 to 0 in 2 seconds. And, you know, if you get Abyssal Blade, that helps. An Orchid, but now he has BKB, that's not an option. But this is the plan. You got to burst him down. You cannot sort of go on anyone else until he's dead.
Yeah, and the Brewmaster just got an axe, so suddenly the Brewlings have, they have extra effects from this.
From his own guy, right?
Yeah, double Cinderbrew, double Thundercloud, one Drunken Brawler.
I like how it says grants bonus movements. Oh wow, 100 extra bonus movements. That's a ton actually.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that they gave them movements. I thought they just gave them the abilities. But either way, I want to see how fast they move when they transform. It's gonna go for Vlad's after this interesting item.
The top tier 2 will go down in favor of Vietnam, but you can see Hall is just cutting the wave in the middle lane. It's the same thing, to stall the push of Vietnam. You just got to cut the waves.
They're like, let's play the Indonesia style right now. You know, we're behind. Let's do what Indonesia did to us. And the thing is, I don't think Vietnam's going to fall for it. They're way further behind than oh dear.
What a hook shot. ATM is going to buy a bit of time.
Is it enough damage?
Shouldn't be. Clumsy Met though. Just going to simulate. Where's the Astro Stab? Yes, he does. Gets to the high ground. The Rocket Flare is going to spot him.
Is
He's going to try and TP out.
Oh,
Makes it out.
I love how that BB was like, do I chrono? But he has just a tiny second. But can he burst him down?
They need to burst him down. Sonic Wave, past the BKB, time walks. It doesn't even need the Chronosphere. He knows that Zorin is dead. So Zorin blinks away. Actually doesn't get bashed, but nonetheless, now they chrono. They even catch the Oracle. Lan just walks a bit too far forward. That BB gets an easy double kill. Skillly getting jumped on by the Dragon Knight, but he will be able to toss him backwards and blink to safety.
I just love how the way that BB has been using his Chronosphere this game. He saw two people. These two, they were probably both dead just now. The Queen Pin and the Oracle. But he's like, why would I let the Oracle false promise? Make this fight take 10 seconds longer. They might get someone to come back and fight. He just throws the Chronosphere, gets 2 kills, moves on with business, and gets the tower. So this is what Vietnam has been doing exceptionally well in this game. In like all their games, they just use their big cooldowns to get any small objective and turn it into a big one. And Chronosphere use is just fantastic. He actually used it on a solo Oracle earlier.
He caught the Queen of Pain and the Oracle at the same time.
Oh no, I mean not this fight. I mean way earlier.
Oh, yeah.
In the beginning of the game, he's like, yeah, I'll solo Oracle. And amazing.
Like,
but Ken actually gets burst down by Young PH. Young PH, now they can fight. They know Chronosphere is down. This is the scary part though.
Yeah.
If
And
you
again, if you capitalize on this downtime, it might turn in Myanmar's favor.
There we go.
Run straight. They find the panda. They crit him to death. Young PH on the killing spree, and Red didn't have a chance.
This is the small problem with using your Chronosphere to get sort of secure kills that afterwards the enemy team is going to group up. They know as long as Chronosphere is down, they can fight. And Young PH, his damage, without Chronosphere, he beats down the Faceless Void easily.
Oh yeah.
It's only the Chronosphere that has to worry about. Because
so basically Faceless Void has to cheat to win.
yes, right? Although to be fair, when the enemy here hits you with 5 times the damage of a normal attack, it's like, yeah, that's pretty unfair too.
At least he doesn't stop time, you know, like he's fighting fair and square, you know, he's
Timeout, I get to hit you for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You know?
oh, you hurt too much. Let me time walk away, you know, like let me get my health back.
Even then though, the PA, it's PA versus the world. We've seen this a lot in the teams that end up unfortunately losing, is that it's the carry against the even though when you're losing, we see a lot of teams are able to give their space to the carry to farm, get online, always be near the top of net worth, but it's never been enough. We've all seen that they just do not have the backup and they can't handle 2-3 farmed cores by themselves.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of the game, right? No matter how strong you are, the game makes sure that you need your teammates.
But if there is one hero that can definitely sort of just solo kill people, maul them down one by one, win the game, PA would be near the top of that list. With her crits, just jump in the Grimstroke, take him out, Ken take him out, then you can win fights hopefully.
Now Chrono is back up, they had the primal split, it is Vietnam's turn to smoke up.
Beautiful the way they're standing right here, you know, to break the smoke. Oh, the smoke on smoke action.
This is going to be huge though, but they're running straight into Vietnam. Vietnam has a high ground, you can see the ping, they're like, guys, no, we can't walk up high ground like that.
That BB also has a DD rune. Oh, they know.
Now they know.
Both teams know.
They have to be really careful though, as Hall will have his smoke broken and immediately both teams fall back. Decide to not engage with one another.
Alright. That was a little anticlimactic. You know, that was like, oh, we're gonna fight. Then nothing happens. You're like, oh, well, interesting.
It's best that it didn't happen.
I think so.
If you're Myanmar, you would definitely not want that to happen.
Not when the war was up, no. You would have lost that fight. But Dragon Knight, I think he's got the Assault Cuirass.
He just got his AC, right?
Oh yeah, he just got Assault AC. So that extra armor is going to help them out. I wonder if anyone's going to get Greaves, because it also gives an armor aura. Maybe a Lotus Orb or Solar Crest. You need armor. The PA, it's all physical damage. So if you get armor, it really helps against her.
PA finally got the Skull Basher, so this could turn the tides around. You know, one lucky bash is all the PA needs to get an execution off. And 30-minute run, bounty run coming up in around 30 seconds. Both teams are situated on the top side of the map.
Yeah, just getting ready, right? And by the way, I like that one team has a courier right in the Roche pit, just making sure that the moment it spawns, we know we have the courier there. And I think both teams are gonna have couriers there. Actually, they're gonna just meet each other right now in the Roche pit.
Yeah,
there you go. Oh, no, it's both Radiant.
Yeah, both Radiant couriers.
They're like, we want to confirm, we want to double confirm.
They see the Roshan.
Oh, wait, they smoke, they're going for it.
This smoke is...
Ken?
See Ken. Yep, Ken is gone. Instantly burst him down.
The Salt Cuirass not doing enough to keep him alive. Instead of taking 3 million damage, he took 2.5, which is nice. You know, it's nice. He's still dead, but it's nice. He took a bit less.
It's the scrap metal. the courier was sacrificed for the greater good, but Myanmar, despite getting that early pick onto Clockwork, they know that picking off the Clockwork is not the main.
It's irrelevant.
It's
yeah,
irrelevant. They still need to deal with this Chrono.
As long as Chrono is up, then you cannot rush. It's basically that's how it works. If you can kill 3 or 4 people, and even if the Fistful is alive, then you can force buybacks when you go for the Roshan. You can like, alright, they bought back, we all go back. But as long as that BB has Chronosphere available, you cannot rush. It's very risky.
It's the law of the game, law of that hero.
Grimm's, by the way, Bombi has had a very quiet game, but he's actually ahead of the Queen of Pain on Zhao Rain's Queen of Pain. Again, like Bombi, man, that guy farms. He really farms well.
Like sometimes you wonder how did a Grimstroke get to this stage?
I mean, when your team is 10k EXP and gold ahead, you're probably gonna get. But to see him on the position 4 always farm so well, it's very impressive.
This is
risky.
Yeah. They actually ping it up. So that BB isn't there yet. So that's the silver lining. But now they see him.
Yeah, but they're going for it.
They're going for it. The trapping is gonna Phantom Strike out, but now the Roshan is down to 30% health. That BB immediately TPs in to the outpost. Now they are forced to fight. Hong Kong is gonna get the Dragon Tail onto the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain is definitely dead. Instantly buyback. This is going to be a huge one. It will make or break the game for Myanmar. Horde jumps in, tries to get the steal, doesn't get it. Chrono comes out, and they get the soul buy as well. Can they kill off this voice ring? Yes, they can. And with Young PH is in the midst of things, but he's going to be bashed that the Sonic Wave comes through. There's a 3-man Sonic Wave, but the damage is not enough from the side of Myanmar. They just took a risk that they should not have, and they will pay the ultimate price. Horde buys back, but it's too late. The fight is over, and Vietnam just takes everything away from Myanmar.
Some interesting things happened though, is that actually Myanmar got the Roche kill, but Vietnam stole the Aegis in the middle of that. But Loon was actually completely isolated from the fight. Love what Ken did. He hookshotted the Grimstroke, kept him in the cup, and he's like, I know you want to go heal them, but you can't. You're stuck here with me. And like we said, as long as Chronosphere was available, you cannot Roche.
And it's bizarre that Myanmar decided to just, guys, let's go Roche.
It's like, yeah, I think that was very, very ballsy, but it cost them the game.
Yeah, it might have just cost them the game now. Finding the False Promise comes out, but they're actually just gonna bash him to death. Like, I don't think they can kill him up in time. They're gonna try though. False Promise is gonna end, and he still dies, and that's a dieback.
He almost dissimulated the damage as well, because you can, when you dissimulate, you don't exist. But he came back just a millisecond too early to do damage.
And I think this game is close to over.
Looking pretty bad.
Yeah, it's one of those games where your team just decides to make a very terrible call to do Roche, knowing that there's Chrono, and you get team wide and you start picking your pair. Like, why do you guys go Chrono? But they're gonna try to burst down that BB. Oh, he time walks out in time, and where he has a fresh Satanic as well. Now BKB is gonna be popped. The great hook shot from Ken to prevent Young PH from doing as much damage as he could. He still Phantom Strikes in and kills off Ken, but Ken's gonna immediately buy back. Now Young PH will run out of his BKB. He gets pushed back by the cock, but great save from Skiller. He's like, buddy, get out. I will throw my life for you, and I have buyback. So they're gonna buy back, but Young PH will Phantom Strike to safety towards Zalrain. They face Edict, that BB, but that BB is don't care, he's the BKB coming back out in 8 seconds.
Chronosphere is still in 30 though, so they can consider bursting him down, hopefully for them.
But they have the Panda, double Phantom's Embrace. The Cyclone, Soulbind is still on skill lane. Can he survive? No, he can't. They're gonna kill him off. Young PH tries to assassinate the Brewlings, but you can't. What? That's how fast it is.
Look at how fast they move as well. We were talking about how fast, but Zarain.
Power of youth.
Zarain jumps in and might have a jump to his death actually.
I guess Hog right back. Purifying Flame to keep him alive, but there's 2 sets of racks going over to Vietnam. And I don't know, how does Myanmar play this?
Chronosphere's up as well. It'll have to be like 4 crits in a row for PH while the enemy is bashed. To take out the Faceless Void and then turn that into something else. But otherwise, there's no way. Myanmar, you pray to the crit gods for a moment here. Hey, repair kit.
Repair kit, okay. Level 4 dragon though.
That's cute. Yeah. Keeps us alive for quite a bit, well, quite a while actually. That's a really solid heal.
But meanwhile, they get the Soulbind. They caught both cores, both Queen of Pain and Voice Blade. Yeah, this game is pretty much done so. They even chrono RPA. They're like, yeah, I cheat, stop the time beyond godlike for that BB. This is it. Vietnam, they take game 1 in this regional finals.
Does Grimstroke have the Hex? Did he actually just Hex them?
Yeah.
He does! Holy crap, what a way to end the game with Grimstroke. Bombay with that is just fantastic. Really well played by the Vietnam side. Their draft was better. We said that we feel like it's a little bit better, and they just actually excused well. It had to be Myanmar performs better than them. They have to perform much better with the draft that they had, and they couldn't.
I call that a troll. And well,
How dare you, good sir, speak the truth.
Yeah.
It
was, well, to put it bluntly, it was a troll, right? I honestly felt like the Roshan call was...
It's not a throw if you're so far behind, though. You can't really throw. You can't throw what you have not yet caught in young Grasshopper.
They had a chance up to that point. I honestly feel like it was a ballsy call, but they could have just waited, right? Everything was so... They were being patient, they were being disciplined. They even took out the Aegis, but they decided to go for Roshan anyways, and I think that really just gave it all away to Vietnam.
I completely agree. I think that they were actually doing... I mean, yes, they were 10k behind. They're 10k behind, they're pretty far, but there's ways to come back, We can pick off, we can find someone to... Maybe when they're roshing, we can jump in, try to do something. But for you to start roshing, and the enemy team has a Faceless Void, more farm than you, with a Chronosphere, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, it's one of those games. It's one of those moments where the game is over when Roshan went down.
It's like the rest of the game sort of just play. It's like when you're in chess and it's the end game, you already won, but you still have to do the moves to actually win it. But what a performance by Vietnam and Myanmar. You have to fix that draft issue. You can't have the offlane Queen of Pain. You can't have that mid Voice Spirit and the PA. None of these heroes want a frontline. You gotta get frontline.
Yeah, and even if they manage to jump the backline, which we've seen in a couple of occasions, it just didn't work out. It was not enough. Lack of damage, again, that's the main issue. So Vietnam, they lead the regional finals 1-0 in Myanmar. They need to win the second game to force a game 3. But before we go into more action, we're going to go for a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be game 2 between Myanmar and Vietnam in this regional finals.
And we are back to the series, the season finale of Southeast Asia between Myanmar and Vietnam. Vietnam looked really strong in Game 1, but Myanmar, they hung on for quite a while. We'll see if they can bring it back in Game 2. I'm Atomo, this is Husky. Husky, what do you think Myanmar did wrong in that series?
It's just one poor mistake, one poor decision, and sometimes it boils down to that. You can have both teams going head-to-head for 60 minutes, and all it takes is just one decision to win or lose the game, and that was what happened with Myanmar. Unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. We've seen what they can do. I
also like the way that Vietnam really played with the tanky heroes. They had Dragon Knight, Brewmaster, they had Faceless Void, they have Clockwork. All these heroes really hard to bring down. On the other side, you only had PA dealing damage. Yeah, you have a Queen of Pain, some pure, whatever, but that doesn't really scale. Same thing with the, what else they have? Did they have anything else for damage? Voice Spirit. Again, a hero that doesn't scale. So it was all PA, all physical damage. And actually, let's look at the current standings for how the tournament's proceeding. We know that, unfortunately, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand not here with us. They got disqualified. It was sad to see them go. But it's Vietnam versus Myanmar in the finals. Vietnam 1 point ahead is a best of 3. So the first team to 2 wins gets to advance. Myanmar has a chance.
They have a chance, right? Like, for every grand finals, regardless of the skill, I always hope that we can get a full series because you push the teams to the limit, right? And best of 3 is one of the best ways to test a team's mettle. Other than a best of 5, you can't just cheese your way through a grand finals. And of course, whoever wins this regional finals will represent Southeast Asia to the grand finals, which will be held in Eilat, Israel. And speaking of that, this would not have happened without our sponsors and partners. So we gotta give a bit of shout out and appreciation to our main global sponsors and our host city, Eilat, Escape to the Sun, and of course our Maccabi World Union as our main hosting partner, alongside the Israeli Esports Association. And of course, MCST, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, as our IESF partner, alongside M21 as our local partner.
A lot of people to be grateful for, that's for sure, to make this happen. One of the things I'm looking at both teams, I was wondering if Myanmar, they play as if you can outskill your opponent all the time. Which, if you have like a Void Spirit and a Queen of Pain, then you can run around the map getting kills. That looks really good. But when you're playing against a team that's very close to your caliber, the same caliber as you can't really think, I'm going to keep getting pick-offs, I'm going to win that way, or I'm going to just somehow, out-skill shot them. No, you have to think about, I'm going to bring more numbers, basically. Like, I got to have heroes who can just do more. Queen of Pain is great if you can play her as a support, who can get kills, or if you can get, go much further ahead in terms of the laning stage. But after that, she falls off, and she doesn't bring that number that you need like a DK does.
Yeah, and we also kind of brought up Kunkka a couple of times. Do you think that the Kunkka would have been a decent replacement, regardless if it's the off lane or the mid lane?
For sure. We saw that despite everything, Vietnam was a bit scared. Most of it, not scared, but they were very cautious with how they used their chronosphere, with make sure they try to get the PA in most of these fights. Imagine if they catch the PA, but a boat comes, reduces the damage by half. Suddenly, it's a different ball game completely. Or they managed to X-mark the Faceless Void early game a couple of times, get a kill off of him. So the Queen of Pain, it was a nice idea with the burst damage, but I have to execute it every time correctly, otherwise the game is lost. And that's what happens.
And I also think that, Queen of Pain also went through a couple of phases where she got a bit of number tweaks, and to see the pick rate still kind of be up there, at least for this tournament, is slightly surprising to me. Because I expected a bit more replacements to come in. Like where did heroes like TA go? Where's Zeus, right? Especially Zeus.
I don't know if we'll be seeing... Zeus has definitely moved into that core role, so no longer flexibility. He's only played in the mid lane. I like Zeus, but the amount of pressure he can output is amazing. He does need a bit of time, though. The hero can play aggressive with the Boots of Travel build, but he requires a lot of farm, for sure. And if you catch him, he's dead. He doesn't want to build defensive items.
Yeah, and I think, heroes like Zeus, Pango, Legion Commander, Mars, all these heroes that should at least show themselves once have not yet been picked.
It is going to be a long tournament, though. We have a lot of regions. So we might see them somewhere else. But going back to the Vietnam side, I really cannot emphasize how much the Grimstroke in that game, how farmed he was. He was ahead of off-laners on both sides. And the position for Grimstroke looks so good.
You remember back in the days when GPM talents are still available for supports? Getting a Hex is not as big of a deal, right? Because when you have the GPM talent plus the Philosopher's Stone, you just get easy go. You have your skill to farm. But now, if you can get to those core items, you are really impressive.
And he was. It's not like he just rushed the Hex. He had an Aether Remnant an Aether Lens as well. A couple of other items. I'm not exactly sure what they were on the top of my head, but he had farm. He had like 13k gold and a 30-minute game as a position force. So insane performance coming out from the Grimstroke.
Yeah, and of course the Grimstroke pick was also pretty unexpected, right? It was third pick after the Faceless Void, and I believe the Clockwork.
Yeah.
So it's a curveball that Vietnam threw, and it hit the mark. It scored a goal. But I think for Myanmar side, I like the Void Spirit.
Same.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think the Void Spirit on Myanmar is pretty effective because they can flex it in the off lane and the middle lane, and they did that, right? The Void Spirit was supposed to go mid until the Dragon Knight came out.
Well, I mean, but he still went with mid against him.
So it's supposed to go off lane.
Sorry,
supposed to go off lane until the Dragon Knight came out. And I think, no, it was supposed to go mid because Dragon Knight was the last pick after the Queen of Pain, right? And I think the Queen of Pain was kind of like maybe an off lane because you do it faces void damage over time.
Yeah.
But of course, a bit of a slight outdraft from Vietnam forced the matchup to switch a bit. It could go either way.
I just like the way the Vietnam drafts with their tanky heroes. I find that a lot of teams sort of rely on the outplay aspect. You know, where you pick a hero that, you know, they have a lot of disable, but they're not much damage. They can't take a lot of hits themselves. So, but you think, oh, if we can, you know, keep getting pickoffs, we'll win. But the end team just sticks together, and they're a stronger 5 than your 5.
Yeah.
So, you gotta think about that. You gotta think, what is our 5 collectively able to do? Do we really have one source of damage? Do we have one guy hitting? We gotta have more than that.
Yeah, and I think the first game also shows two different distinct play styles, right? And for the side of Myanmar, it's all about getting those pickoffs, or if you get a lucky crit, then you remove the hero from the game. But for Vietnam, they stick as a team. They get one good chrono, the fight ends. But let's take a look at the draft for Game 2 and see if Myanmar will be able to make some adjustments, because both teams will switch side, and Respect instantly coming up from Myanmar. They take out Ken's Clockwork, and they also ban out the Enchantress, whereas Vietnam, they will stick with the Earth Spirit and the Magnus.
Yeah, I like the ban on Ken's Clockwork, because Game 1, when Oracle was going to go try to throw that false promise on the PA, she was in the chrono, and he hook shots her from like right next to chrono. He's able to get the hook shot off. Very nice performance, but they're sticking. Oh, sorry, they're switching actually. Vietnam's taking the Oracle this time.
Yeah, in Myanmar, they will get their hands on the Tusk. Tusk also was banned a couple of times, so this is the first Tusk pick, and it might be the last, at least for Southeast Asia.
We saw him, I saw him yesterday, maybe my solo cast, where he was picked with a Snapfire. So this will be the second time I'm seeing him. The hero, I like the hero. I think he brings it, again, Faceless Void comes out early.
And now there's an Oracle.
Yeah, right? It's like
more complicated.
How are you really going to burst him down? If with the you gotta get the Oracle first, then take out the Faceless Void, or stun them at the same time somehow.
Yeah, but if you go for the Oracle, he chronos you.
Yeah.
And yeah, Myanmar is like, guys, let's go late.
Spectre.
Go late with the Spectre.
I do like that. One of the things I've noticed with the Myanmar side is that they're always able to farm the core. The core is always from, even for all the regions, even when the team is losing, most of the time the carry is keeping up with enemy carry. Like, they have to throw buys, but they do it. So wanted to have a guy who can really scale with the Spectre.
And I think probably the main element that separates, you know, a winning team and a losing team, it doesn't lie within the position 1 as much, because we've seen across this couple of these 2 days, even teams who got absolutely curb stomp, their post 1s are still keeping up in terms of farm. It's more in terms of, you know, post 2 onwards, can these members keep up with their main cores?
For sure. One of the things I'm wondering is, will Myanmar consider banning the Viper here? Viper can go off lane, really just ruin the life of Spectre, and he's solid throughout the whole game because of the way he can always break Dispersion and Desolate. So I would consider banning that if I was Myanmar.
Yeah, and Vietnam, they instantly ban out the Vengeful Spirit without any hesitation. They don't want this swap to come in and then save the important target away from the chrono. So perhaps they will still be constantly looking for heroes that has save, tools to save their teammates. Again, Shadow Demon, but no one plays Shadow Demon here, so they can't leave that out. Although it would be my go-to pick. Like, if I see this draft right now, Shadow Demon would instantly pop into my mind.
For Myanmar side, right? Yeah, with the saves that you can get out of it, either disabling the Oracle or just taking out the Faceless Void during a chrono would be amazing. But Venge is a great ban, you know. Just taking save anyone side the chrono is a big deal, especially if you can get the Agonists, which never really happens. But maybe you can get it from Roshan, it gives you that fear ability. But Beastmaster comes out, solid ban here. One
But
of the heroes that deals well with Faceless Void.
yeah, it goes through BKB. So maybe Myanmar right now might want to consider a hero that has BKB piercing abilities, right? You don't have the Magnus, you don't have the Beastmaster. There is the Bane,
There's the Viper being
the
banned.
Viper being banned out. There is the Bane Elemental. I think the Bane is also pretty decent. You can put this Tuskar 4, Bane 5. There is the Grip.
But even if you grip someone, there's multiple ways to remove it
There's
with
the
the Oracle.
right?
Yeah. So that's, Oracle will always have to be someone who can jump him. So, but they have Spectre,
Yeah.
a really good hero to get to play against because you can press R, you jump on the Oracle every fight. So it's a really good pick. I wonder if Myanmar side is going to consider Zeus. You were mentioning it. I think this is actually a good Zeus game.
Yeah, it is. You know, the Faceless Void goes in, you just drop the Nimbus. I think the Bane also has to have the same impact, right? Instead
Yeah.
of gripping the Void, you just sleep on whoever gets caught, and the Void can't really attack. But Myanmar is banning out this Phoenix. They don't want Vietnam to get their hands on the Supernova. They have a lot on their plate to deal with, and more combos would just make things even harder.
And I do like that there's still the big combo with the Invoker though. So Vietnam, they haven't shown themselves to really like, they're not desperate for it, you know. But I like the Viper ban because I thought of it. But it's also a tanky hero that Vietnam really likes and
Oh, yeah.
really works well against the Spectre.
I think Vietnam also proved that they can live without the Invoker Wombo combo.
Yeah.
But we did see Vietnam banning out the Enigma in Game 1, which is probably one of the more surprising bans because not much players in this region would go for that Enigma pick. I know Philippines is more inclined to do so, but even then it's a pretty rare sight.
Yeah.
So perhaps maybe for an offlane, Myanmar might consider a Doom or something, but they will pick Lich as the post 5 instead.
Good. With the Frost Shield, you can reduce physical damage by 60%. Does a lot against the Faceless Void. And the cast range is very high, so you're almost always going to get it off. Without the Venge, as your save, Lich, and if no one's picking Shadow Demon, no one's taking Bane, you can't take the Oracle because it's already picked. Lich might be your best option of surviving a Chronosphere. Plus, Desolate's still the Dispersion's still there, so Spectre's actually kind of tanky.
Yeah, and that is also, if that is also considering the fact that Fortune's End doesn't come in and dispels the Ice Shield, right? I think that is the most important part. And if it does connect, then your Ice Shield gets dispelled, you'll still be beaten to death. So there are ways for Oracle to deal with, for Vietnam to deal with this Lich. But in general, Oracle is just that flexible, right?
He's a very strong hero if you're really good with him. But if you can force it, you gotta focus him down in the fights. That takes a certain selfless and very sort of clever, crafty player to play Oracle well. But they've proven that they can do it with Red over here.
But how do you get on top of the Oracle other than the Horn? Maybe the Tuskar
Sorry,
can
with
get it.
Ken,
right?
by the way.
Maybe the Tuskar can do so when he gets the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, they have options. The Tusk as well as the Spectre. They just have to jump on the Oracle every time. Vietnam really careful with their draft this time. They're going to 10 seconds here. Who do they have? They go with the Underlord.
It's all about protecting the core right now. It's all about winning the laning phase, making sure that BB gets huge, and it's going to rinse and repeat.
I wonder if at any point Vietnam will consider taking a Nyx Assassin. I think the hero's in a pretty bad spot, but they might. That's the only source of free break they have. What?
Is this a Tuskar core?
Or is it the IO mid, which we've seen? Oh wow, this is a big curveball.
We just discussed, IO was only picked by Philippines. Right? Myanmar going to show something that we've never seen before.
The IO, I mean, if it's IO 5, then you do have the Tusk 3 with the Lich. That's a strong lane.
Yeah, but I think this IO also serves the purpose of saving whoever gets caught in the chrono, right?
True.
You come with a relocate. But this is the first time Last Strike was left open in Vietnam. They jumped the gun, and I love this Last Strike pick. Like it completely destroys what Myanmar has right now.
And Bombay will definitely love this hero. He farms so well, and this is a hero that needs gold to function. And even if you can get in a position 4, if it's a farm position 4, it's a fantastic pick for him.
Yeah, and if it's a mid, it's even deadlier.
Right, because there's that a lot of flex coming out here. Interesting.
It's looking a bit more solid than Myanmar. And if Game 1, the draft for Vietnam, is already, they already outdrafted Myanmar. I think Game 2 so far with these first 4 picks, they just look poised to take over the game.
You think so? You think Vietnam has a better draft?
On paper, yeah. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like it.
Do you think the difference between them is bigger than Game 1? Sorry.
Yeah, I believe so.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not sure I completely agree with that, but it depends on the IO, right? Is it an IO mid? Is it IO 5? We'll have to wait for the full draft to show up, but I kind of like that they're sort of dealing with the Chronosphere. They have 2 solutions for it. One of them is that you can snowball. If it's on the edge, you can snowball like standing next to him and pull him out there. That's pretty good. Secondly is the Ice Shield. with Frost Shield from Lich, but again, you mentioned it really well that Oracle can just remove that. Doesn't matter.
Remove it, right?
But IO also gives you another source of damage reduction, and so does the Spec with the Switch. There's a lot of damage mitigation coming out from Myanmar. However, there's not a lot of damage output coming out from them. Look at their heroes. Who's really hitting that hard? And Undying,
Spectre, I guess, and as Undying. So
there you go. So it could be the.
it could be Bombi Undying.
All right, like is it gonna be a mid underlord offline? It's like this is a very awkward draft from both teams. But Myanmar, they go for the Pugna, another save, and a decent source of magic damage.
They have to play they have to execute this perfectly.
By the way, it is a 3 tusk.
It is a 3 tusk.
That's 3 tusk, and it's going to be that 5. I'm sorry, the 4. I think Io.
The 4 Io.
Lumen because he plays the 5 for them. So on that Lich.
It's actually
Ken.
okay. So Ken Undying. So I guess at this point, I think. Wait, what did Ken play in the previous game?
Clockwork, yeah. He plays the 5 for them. So we didn't see what Bombay picked, but I mean, interesting. I kind of like.
I think Bombi is the 4 then. Yeah, Bombi is the 4.
Bombay's always been the 4. But one thing I find very interesting is how Myanmar went with a lot of heroes just to mitigate the Faceless Void Chrono. They have so many ways to deal with it. They have the IO, they have the Spec, they have Tusk, they have
the Pugna, right?
Pugna, they have Lich. It's a lot of ways. They saw Faceless Void and they're like, we got every single trap in the book for you.
Yeah.
However, I'm looking at their side. I'm thinking, you guys have one problem now. How do you burst down the Faceless Void? You got no heroes for it now.
And I feel like it's a slightly one-dimensional draft, right? Like this is all just funneling your resources into a Spectre.
Yeah. And another thing is that the amount, like I was saying, the damage output that's coming out, it's not much. It's all spread damage. It's not a lot of single target damage. And you look at the other side, you're like, spread damage is fantastic because we got Oracle. We got Oracle with False Promise. He can easily save whoever's, if someone takes a bit of damage, it's like, yeah, that's fine. I can just False Promise him. But I do like the Spectre pick. I think the Spectre pick is a big deal because suddenly you have very strong, high-scaling carry who can join fights all the time. That's one of the things that they could really use. I still think, though, it's going to go to Vietnam. I think it's going to be a 2-0 Myanmar. The draft is it's a lot of saves. I think it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's, again, the lack of damage, one-dimensional. And I think another concern is that draft can't really play too fast, right? You have the Pugna to push, but you have to buy time for the Spectre. And look at what Vietnam has. They're going to run at your towers with less drag. So I do prefer the Vietnam draft, but hopefully Myanmar can prove us wrong, at least in game 2. We'll just have to see. Let's jump straight in. Game number 2 of this regional finals. Vietnam taking on Myanmar. In Vietnam, they just need one more game, and they will qualify for the grand finals in A-Lat.
And this is going to be that for Undying. That is crazy. Oh, no, sorry. For Oracle. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, Ken is going to be playing that Undying. For Oracle. Bombi, stop.
She's like Oracle, and he still wants to farm.
Stop styling on everyone. He's making his team look bad by how well he's playing this whole tournament. Easily the MVP so far. One of the reasons I'm not loving the Tusk 3, by the way, is that when you have the Tusk 3, if he falls off, similar to Bloodseeker, the hero feels like he's basically a support.
Yeah. But how do you expect to win the lane though? You are dealing with this Void and Undying lane, and both of these heroes are strength, right?
You could take out the Undying with the Tusk. Like that's something. The Faceless Void very hard to kill, but the Tusk might be killable. It's 2 for 2 in the Baron Rose, nothing special. And I like the pick, but I like Leshak. We'll be able to see so highly valued this tournament. Now we'll see him play and see why.
Yeah, one of the most important matches as well for the regional finals.
At least one thing you can say for the Myanmar draft is that it's okay if the lanes don't go that well because you at least have the Spectre. As long as you can recover, you'll be okay.
Yeah, you can see just both mid lane just poking at each other from the beginning. Nether Blast plus and the Lightning Strike. They just want to make sure that they burn those regens. Of course, it should slightly go into the favor of Pugna early on. I'm expecting Hall to get an early level in Nether Ward at level 3.
Yeah, that will be super annoying for Leshak to deal with. And looking at the offlaners here, look at that nice double decay coming out. When I'm thinking about the draft, though, I'm looking at the Underlord. I'm thinking that's a lot of damage mitigation. The hero can get Pipe and Greaves, as well as the natural Atrophy Arrow to reduce a lot of the damage coming out from the Myanmar side, which, again, you're going to need every bit of damage just to kill that Faceless Void and burst him down.
And I think this is just all, you know, the Spectre egg basket at this point. If the Spectre can kill anyone, the game is pretty much, you know, in the favor of Vietnam. So level 2 Nether Ward picked up by Hall as expected. He did place it in a pretty aggressive position though, like with there's no creep wave there, it got taken out pretty early on.
That's establishing dominance. That's when you tell him, I don't even need a Nether Ward. I'm just going to give it to you to show you how little I respect you. That's Southeast Asia move right there.
Yes.
We call it the SEA special.
The SEA special.
It's when your mid laner purposely gives the enemy resources just to show you that I can beat him.
Just to solo kill him after.
Right.
Yeah, taking it back, you know. Loan is up, pay up your interest as well.
So that's how it works. But yeah, mid lane, it's going pretty well for Pugna. But looking at the top lane here, it's kind of hard for the Spec to take too many hits from the Underlord because of the Atrophy Aura and that bonus damage.
Into the Firestorm as well. But bottom lane also not too shabby for both the Tusker and the IO. But as long as there's a double DK.
What a brilliant pick by the Undying. This is something really cool. Is that as long as Io and Tusk are tethered, he'll always get a double DK. I was thinking, I was like, he's getting double every time, and then I realized, oh shit, they're all over there.
They try to go for it, but the lack of strength still enough. Zorin gets the first blood, and just like you mentioned, it is easy to kill the Undying off with the tag team.
Yeah.
It's gonna take a while, but it's still doable. The Frost Shield, the slow is there, and Lun's gonna get the kill onto Bombi as well. So 2 early kills on the support of Vietnam. That's how Myanmar doesn't have a good start.
Yeah, Myanmar starting with getting those kills, and like bottom lane, we said it. It's Undying. He can walk in. Yeah, he's getting double decays every time, but it's not enough to sustain him. And top lane, that was a bit of a surprising kill actually, but good for them.
Rectify, Nether Blast,
Oh.
Magic Stick used by Hong Hong, but he has to get out.
I love the taunt as he leaves. I
He
just
has to be careful. Like he got his bottle in time, so he's gonna queue up.
Yeah, be careful, and there's going to be the 4-minute ruins very soon. See if any of his teammates try to secure it for him.
The fortification came out slightly too late. He did manage to prevent Hall from getting that ranged creep.
I like that he's got no points in Edict because he knows that Pugna is one of the fastest heroes. You can't really catch him with the Edict, so why take it? And oh dear, another kill on Ken, the bottom lane.
Yeah, the bottom lane is a lot of action in the bot lane as well. It's 2 kills on the Undying so far. This Tusk is doing pretty swell. And like you did mention earlier, if this Tusk plays like a Bloodseeker, he does need that lead. And if he gets it, that would be pretty advantageous. But Hong Kong is going to get that first power rune bottom way up, which is going to be an illusion rune as well.
One thing though is that despite the fact that they're getting kills on Ken has to tank these deaths. So why? Because that BB is farming pretty well, and he's still ahead of the Tusker by quite a bit. So it sucks for Ken. He's like, alright man, I know I have to die. I'll do my best, and hopefully I can relieve as much pressure as I can from the Faceless Void. So it sucks, but it's your job.
Yeah, I think another reason the Diabolic Edict was not taken by the Leshrac was that even if you want to push towers, Pawna can always clear out the waves, right? You hardly have any opportunity to stand under a tower.
Oh, Ken.
Again, this early urn is going to work out as Ken does have the soul to keep himself alive, but it's only for a while. Zorin just punched him to death now to get the urn charge on the dead BB. Dead BB, he desperately is hoping for another bat and he's going to get it. But there is the snowball. Not enough though. That BB is going to get another urn charge. Time walk in 20, too long. Has to verify to work with Zorin. Wants to give him a high five, and he's going to find a double kill for himself. Perfectly done by this off lane of Myanmar.
And you can see the moment that his friend is not around, Faceless Void dies. He cannot take this 2 lane by himself. So they have to consider, Ken, he may not have a game for the next 10 minutes. He's like, Ken, you gotta go die again. He'll be like, alright, I'll do it.
I'm dying.
Or you bring down the Oracle. This combo of the IO and the Tusk, I know it will be effective. I didn't think it would be 4 kills effective.
Oh yeah, and they even got 3 on the Undying, 1 on the Faceless Void.
So it is just very efficient plays coming out. Zorin, if we look at the net worth, I think he's pretty much right up there. He also has an urn, which means he's going to get a fast vessel. They did a lot of homework to beat this Faceless Void, and it's paying off.
Probably prepared their whole draft.
Right. When your whole draft is meant to deal with one hero, I think you're doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the last game, that BB was beyond godlike. He was killing everyone, and this time Myanmar was saying, if we have to bring out every trick in the book, like we're doing it, you know.
Still, that only one person who's being handled. The Underlord is farming freely. The Leshrak's farming pretty well as well. So, and Zarain still behind on CS. Even though he's getting kills, he's not like able to get enough farm time.
Yeah, and the best thing that Hung Hong is doing right now is that he's taking the camps in the dire jungle. He's just aggressively walking in, taking the camps, and making sure that if there's a stack, then that's a bonus for him. But if there's no stacks, he's denying resources from Myanmar's side. So at least that will help him keep up, because Pogba is already pulling ahead.
Spike ulti.
Spectre ulti, the Horn immediately comes out as well. They get the earn onto that BB, but this time it's not going to be that easy to kill off this Faceless Void. The Tombstone though, the zombies are sticking onto Zorain.
Chronosphere is available.
And it does not have the snowball for another 12 seconds. They do have
Beautiful.
this Chrono just in time. And Chrono out Zorain. They try to beat him to death, but this tether is just too strong. Now he turns around, but the center is going to help out and bash and stun on that BB, but it's not enough. And just a bit of luck, that BB walks away with a kill, but they might sacrifice Ken, but Ken's going to punch down his IO with 24 DK stacks. And he might be able to walk away, or just needs a couple of right clicks and he will find this Undying.
Completely worth it to lose Ken right there. After he got a double kill, but big recovery for them. Just really well played. I can't by both sides. Honestly, that stun from the Centaur.
Yeah,
That's when you're getting a signal from God that maybe you're not supposed to win this game. You're like, no, not for
that
you.
was close though.
Yeah, very close.
A couple of lucky bashes plus a Centaur stun. But that BB's going to be gone on by the snowball. Do they have the damage? They use the Tusker punch, but there is back out of Zorin. Desperately wants to kill him off, and he does. He finishes off that BB, but Hong Kong is also there. Zorin might be abandoned. He's going to drop the Urn on top of Skill A to get that extra heal. Here comes the Frost Shield. Zorin might be able to get out, and he does. He gets out with his life, and Lan might sacrifice his instead, but it's completely worth it. As long as this Tusker gets out safely, it is all worth it. But it counts out with a snowball and attacking. They take those right clicks, but it's not going to be enough. They give this Leshrac a triple kill, and Ken will find one for himself.
This is when you, as the Lich, kind of think, guys, come on.
Like,
I sacrificed my life, and you still die. And
why did you throw yourself in?
And when you built your draft to deal with one hero, you're still leaving yourself vulnerable to multiple others. And you can see Hong Kong, he is having the game of his life right now. Number 1 net worth, yeah, Faceless Void suffering, whatever. Hong Kong will carry this game, and he can.
Yeah, and it's a weird decision for the re-engage. They overestimated their own damage output.
For sure.
If they had the Wallace Punch, maybe yes. Maybe they would have killed out the Leshrac, but they did not. So.
One of the things that I find very interesting is how the moment Ken got his Tombstone online, they haven't been able to kill him the same way. Like before this, they would just snowball in, just destroy him. But he throws the Tombstone now, they're like, oh crap, this, we're slowed down by quite a bit.
Okay, now try and kill off Young PH. Young PH has a fresh Blink Mill, but does not have the health to work with. 2 lucky bashes as well.
That BB, he is the definition of play to win. He thinks, oh, I can go get a kill on Spectre. I'm not going to farm. I'm not going to wait for my Chronosphere. I can go get a kill. I'm going to go get a kill. And so worth it. What a very proactive carry,
And again, this obnoxious time lock.
Ken's level 6. Almost level 7. See, he's keeping up with Zorain. How is this is the thing that's crazy. It's like he's keeping up with the enemy offlaner. As a guy who suffered the entire lane stage. It's crazy.
And now they bring the Leshrac bot. So things are not going to get any easier. Zorin will be immediately gone on. They have the Frost Shield. Might be able to kill him off, and they do. They even throw the Chain Force gets used, but it doesn't matter. Here comes the Horn from Young PH. Just really want to try, and I don't think that's a good choice. Now he's completely trapped. He has the zombies on top of him. They get the Pit of Madness onto Horn. Horn is now going to be caught by this Leshrac. He does come in with the life drain. They have skill to protect him. Hong, can he get out? They have the extra movement speed. A couple of right clicks will do, but Hong, he's confident enough to taunt his way out. They get the falls from his onto him, and Vietnam now looking to turn around. Firestorm is there. Pit of Madness roots down both the IO and the partner. They get the Earth Splitter on top of him. Ken is also in the vicinity to get this partner off, and Vietnam just strikes back.
You mentioned movement speed. Look at what Hong Kong has. He has a wind lace and boots of travel. He's like, you guys think you've seen fast? Wait till you see. I got boots for every every hoof I have here. So and a major stack.
I guess a regen rune. It's a sign. It's a sign.
I'm telling you, the Gaben has spoken. He's like, I know who I want to win this game. It's gonna be a really tall order for Myanmar to come back from this, but they can. They have a Spectre lineup. It's just it's crazy what Hong Kong can do, as well as just the way to come back, he's been able to come back is fantastic.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the Aghanim Scepter as well, no? Just random lightning strikes. If you think it's hard, it's gonna get even harder, but at least Zorin will finish off Ken.
Yeah, but Ken's job this game, and by the way, he's died, I think, probably more than the IO or the Lich, but he's still 1k ahead of them.
Oh yeah.
So Ken, no, he knows his job. He sacrificed himself for that BB, and sacrifice seems to be somewhat rewarded so far. Bottom lane though, we might have a big skirmish going on.
Yeah, everyone is TPing bot. They get the chrono, but a great instigate to prevent the damage output.
Nice.
And relocate as well to get this Pugna out. So there's counter against the chrono. It's
working.
It's working.
It's working, you know.
Zorin has to be careful though. He's pretty far forward. They have the fortress at the channel. Here comes the Underlord. And it's like, take this Uber ride. We are getting out. Everyone just goes back to the middle lane. And this is perfect. They forced the TP from Myanmar to the bot lane. Now they're going to get a free tier 1.
Oh, Tusk.
Zorin does TP in. Tries to defend, but they got to get the tier 1 at least.
Yeah, they all have to go mid, and they'll come in one by one. Oh dear.
And there's no Haunt as well, so this Spectre can't join the fight. But great snowball from Zorin to get safety. Hong Kong is just going to focus on this tier 1 with the Diabolic Edict, and he will also find it, but they're fighting in this Firestorm, which is not a great choice. And Vietnam will walk away with their own tier 1.
I just realized how difficult it is for Myanmar to start a fight. Because you remember, you're up against a Firestorm area, a Pit of Malice area, a Chronosphere, and as well as a Tombstone. So there's like all these things where it's like, okay, there's a landfield, there's a landmine over there, there's a landmine over there. It's a lot of things you have to dodge.
But we did see the effectiveness of this IO, right? It was able to keep the Pugna alive.
Very good play for like that. Another triple stack, just casually for Hong Kong over here.
Yeah, he's halfway towards his axe.
I wonder what's Undyne going for with that crown.
Crown.
Right? It's like, well, that's cool. Wonder what he's going for. It's the Atos, maybe? Could be Atos.
Underlord gets a...
Yeah, he's going for the mech.
Yeah, he's going for the green as well.
I love it. I love that he's not going for the Atos, he's just going for survivability. He's like, alright guys, when we go face to face, their damage is already lacking. Let's make sure it's even harder to kill us.
Undyne went for the Veil of Discord, so it...
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's actually going to amplify soul rip damage, and especially the left strike, right?
Oh, that's the big point,
Hong's
right?
just going to walk in and just obliterate everyone. But
even the time lock damage is magical, so I mean, I don't think that's why you get it, but it's the last strike, right? The last strike.
It is the last strike.
Oh.
Speaking of the devil, he's
Look
so
how fast he is!
Can't find him! Can't catch him. Yes,
Oh,
they hit him.
okay.
Yeah, they found him. There we go. They hit him out with a Warlord's Punch, but he's still fast. Fast as heck. Look at that haste rune. Look at him go. He's taking everyone on for a ride. They can't catch him. Like, look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. He actually gets the safety.
I like how they relocated, they
relocated just to catch him, and they still couldn't.
They're like, we don't think he's that fast, but then he goes like, oh, look at me, I'm really fast. It's a haste ruin, but still.
Relocate a bit further.
You just don't assume that the guy is that fast.
Yeah.
Either way, though, he's only 1k away from that Aghanim. Spectre, though, keeping up in net worth. We talked about this. All the carries in this region seem to really know how to keep up in net worth.
It's a sign. The third time. It's the third time. And that luck is not on Myanmar's side.
How so? Sorry. Well, either way, Faceless Void, he's going to go for the Yasha, so maybe thinking of getting that Mantis style first to remove maybe Decrepify, dodge some of the Tusk's abilities maybe. Oh, there you go.
And a great chrono as well. Here we go. There's no relocate this time, but the overcharge keeping his opponent alive just for a bit more. They throw out the Chain Frost since the gaze is used, but it's immediately cancelled. Slish does not want to stand there.
Just, it doesn't matter, you know, like, they just jumped in and killed the Pugna. The IO was there, did reduce a lot of damage, but relocate was used to chase, and that came to bite them in the blubber.
Slightly unlucky for Myanmar, but the overcharge damage reduction was actually not too bad, you know. It kept Pugna alive
it was
for
a lot.
longer. It's actually a lot. It had the Frost Shoe as well.
And I love what Underdog is going for that pipe right after. He sees.
Yeah, and I wonder if Pugna would go for the A on this.
Oh.
A on this now looks like a very good item. They should be able to kill Ken. They're going to pin a man there. They have the max. Since the case to put the Underlord back, they even use the Horn. False Promise will be deployed, and like you said, you want Young PH to jump on Bombing, and it's going to do exactly that. Here comes the Uber ride. Ken will be saved.
Alright, they got the position 4. That's a good kill. They had to invest quite a bit of resource, but again, any kill you can get if you're the Myanmar side is worth it right now. So that was a good kill for them.
I wonder if the partner would go for the Aeon Disc. I think the Aeon Disc would be a great item for Punk, right? If you get caught by the Chrono.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you might want to consider Aeon Disc on all the cores, but
But they find the last track. Huge kill. And it goes over to Young PH as well.
that might be one of the biggest game changes we can see in
Oh, here we go. They drop the Tombstone. Double DK. If you're Young PH, you gotta be careful. He's rooted down by the Pit of Malice. They're able to bring it to safety.
Did he just Walrus punch a zombie?
Yeah, he did.
That's again establishing dominance. I love that about the Myanmar team. We'll give you another ward. We will use our ultimate on a zombie. We don't care, you know.
But there's no Chrono available.
It should be up. Yeah, actually 40 seconds is quite a while though. But Guardian Greaves is finished by the Underlord, so that'll help out a lot.
Yeah.
Zarain's still only level 9 though. Damn.
Backup is there. Life Drain keeps Zorin alive. Zorin is just gonna run out of there.
He still doesn't have the vessel. He went for. He stopped for Medallion right in the middle. I'm like, okay. But Vessel would be pretty useful to have against the Faceless Void. Who, yeah, he's going to go for that Manta style. Just so he can remove Vessels when it's come on him.
And again, Vietnam, we talked about the power of this draft. The ability to play fast with their tower push, especially with this last track. They just took the top tier 2. So the outpost will be claimed by Vietnam. And Myanmar, again, they will have to play from behind. And this time, Vietnam, they just go straight for Roche. No hesitation at all.
I imagine Vietnam might consider like Raxing at 20 minutes. What you can do is you take the Roshan, you have it for 5 minutes, you wait for the 20-minute outpost with the bounties, you go high ground, and you have that big injection of gold and EXP from the bounties and the outpost. And yeah, uncontested Aegis right here. Because it is scary. I mean, like, yeah, you could wait for more items, but you could just also consider ending the game right now.
They smoked up, they have the Aegis, and they have a Chrono.
Oh
so
dear.
It's the perfect time for them to start a fight. Hong Kong is going to immediately walk up high ground. The smoke will be broken by Zoring.
He knows.
They're in a... This position is very dangerous for Myanmar.
It's a very precarious spot for sure.
Young PH is just going to walk up in front, so he has to be careful though. They have ways to save it because everyone is standing behind. Like, in case Young PH gets caught, they have ways to keep him alive.
Ironically, you can remove both the Decrepify and the shield just with the Oracle Fortune's End. So if they're both two are on him, you can still take out the Spectre or anyone else who's caught by with these buffs, even inside the Chrono.
Yeah, but these Young PHs, like you say, able to keep up in farm, but the Faceless Void is catching up.
For sure. And remember, this is so similar to Game 2. But in Game 1, where it was 2 cores versus 1 core. The DK was keeping up as well as the Faceless Void. Here's the Leshrac and the Faceless Void keeping up. And Myanmar's side, it's like it feels like a lot of times just their carry who's able to really bring it. Zhao, Rain, and Ha, like they're great players, of course, but they haven't been able to. They haven't been enabled in this tournament.
It just feels like the impact is just not as huge as the cores from the side of Vietnam. And even when it comes to support, Vietnamese supports, like they just have a bit more impact, right? A lot more results from their actions.
Oh, Zhao Rain is going to be entering that support territory himself very soon if this keeps up, because that's the problem with Tusk. You know, you have to keep up with if you're playing him as a core. Oh dear!
I'm gonna kill up Young PH. Manta get out to safety.
Solid dodge right there. But yeah, they got the outpost EXP. They were able to get 4 of the bounties, I believe. Yeah.
It's two apiece.
Oh yeah, Zari, sorry. I was like, that looks blue enough for me. Loon has to pay for his life for it, but yeah, two for 2. But at least they get all that outpost EXP for themselves.
And this is where Winter would like Winter would always say tactical feeding.
For sure.
Post 5, you are licensed to feed, and I think in this situation it is.
Yeah. I guess it definitely can be.
Try to kill skill later. Drop the Tombstone. Face Eating just causing so much problems with the Spectre. You can see Young PH wants to take out this Tombstone, but he has to deal with the entirety of Vietnam. Can they relocate out to safety though? The IO, you gotta do it right now. And yes, they get the Spectre out.
But it might cost them the IO's life, because when they come back, I don't know if they were going to be fighting for this.
Zorin is waiting though. He has the snowball. He's waiting to save. Here we go. There's that BB towards the back line. Zorin is standing in front. And Hong Kong might just go down. He does have the Aegis to work with. Here comes that BB. They pop the horns. And this is goal time. This is goal time for Young PH. You can see Red desperately using that Uber driver. He needs to get everyone out, but they need to kill him off, and they do! So the Uber driver has been murdered, but the huge damage from Hong, it comes in with the Pulse Nova. It's gonna start killing off Young PH, but Young PH is getting saved by the life drain. That may be time walk to safety, but Young PH is so far forward. He's gonna lose his life to the Soul Rip, and it's gonna be Vietnam taking 3. Myanmar just could not withstand the onslaught of this dash track. But also thanks to the Aegis, Vietnam survived this to fight another thing.
Yeah, that Underlord, he soaked up so much damage that they're trying to kill Leshrac, but they have so much sustain coming out for their side. And Bombay, he buys back. Maybe it wasn't needed unless they're going high ground. Aegis, really well used, secures them the tier 2. A lot of kills as well. You have to give up away your Underlord and your Oracle, but you're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, but they won that because of the Aegis, right? It could have been way closer without the Aegis. It's also, Myanmar has a chance. They're gonna find Ken.
Oh, unfortunate ice shot.
Yeah.
Zarain, though, he hasn't progressed in items for a long time. He's got that medallion, that wand, and that burn for the start of the game. Still, if he can jump onto Ken every time, he can just blow him up like we just saw. Ken does not have a lot of armor. Although, I think the Veil actually might give you some armor.
Yeah. Decent stats. But we did see the power of this Myanmar draft, right? They were almost 10k behind, but they almost won.
Yes.
Really credits to that Aegis. I think without the Aegis, Vietnam would have straight up lost that fight with how Myanmar played that.
Another thing, though, is that probably Vietnam only played that aggressively because they had Aegis.
Yeah.
So it's like if they didn't have Aegis, they wouldn't have played that way. And that's it's a nice arrow if you support Team Vietnam.
11k gold lead, 23 minutes in.
Looking at the items, Bombay, he's got the Aether Lens, so he can save from a distance. Nothing too incredible coming out from any of them. What about the other side? Oh, look at Haw's items. He's got an Aether Lens. Oh, okay, finally, he has a Blink Dagger. Skillay has the mech, that'll help a lot. Zarain is with nothing. Loon has nothing. He's got boots and he's got a magic wand. That's it.
Yeah, and infused raindrop.
It's cute.
Yeah, it definitely is.
That BB does have his Chronosphere again if they want to go and try and make something. But it is Hong who's carrying the team this game.
Oh yeah,
Like,
was that BB in the previous game, but now no, they can shift the responsibilities to multiple members.
Probably the team recognizes that he's going to have a tough game. He is up against so many counters. He's like, guys, I can't really do it alone this game. He's like, yeah, no problem. Leshrac will carry us.
Yeah, but look at the pings though. It might be a collapse, and instantly Chrono getting used. Oh, it's a Pugna, the most important target as well. Pugna is dominating. There's nothing much that can be done by Myanmar side.
At least, Chrono's down. You might be able to get something out of it. It's hard, but you might be able to get something. And they, Skillay. I was like, oh, they killed it. Actually, the other way around. Skillay actually used his ultimate recently as well, so dead with no relocate.
I think he wanted to escort the Pugna out, but didn't really make it.
Yeah, probably he ulted himself out, and by the time he came back, no one was there. Anyway, mid lane though, they will have the Pugna back soon. They will have the IO as well. Oof, buyback at 10 seconds. That's
probably a panic buyback. I think. Now they might lose Young PH, and yeah, they do. The overcharge is not enough. The damage mitigation just not there. Here comes the buyback into Hondo. Then you gotta make this work, but Red is healthy. He's like, guys, we're out. Goodbye. Enjoy defending your base with your buyback.
Interesting buybacks from both of them. Aya bought back. Oh wow, look at that. Let's Chain Frost chasing them till there. Would have been cool if it killed him, but I'm not sure how I feel about that IO buyback. He was like 10 seconds away and he's like, alright, I'll just buy back now. Okay. And then Spec sort of runs in, dies, buys back immediately. Myanmar's decision making is a bit questionable this game.
And I feel like it could be the slight frustration of not knowing what to do against the Vietnam draft. But honestly, if you have to glyph, just use it to hold high ground. If you have to, give that racks away. And I think it's more reasonable to give that set of racks than to waste 2 buybacks. And now there's a dieback for skill. 70 seconds. Hong is gonna get out.
Oh, Leshrac looking. Look at that, he just burst him down, just TP's right in front of them. And like you said, there must be a big sense of frustration. You're playing against this. You're like, how do we deal with it? you don't have a what I like to call a force multiplier. You don't have a Magnus. You don't have a Magnus. You don't have an Enigma. You don't have a Titan. You don't have anything that is a big AOE stun or damage or Phoenix Egg, for example, that can swing a team fight from behind.
Yeah.
You don't have that. None of your heroes have that. So it's a slow bleed for Myanmar. It's really tough.
Yeah.
It's really tough for them.
And that's why we were considering heroes like a Legion Commander, like a Mars. We talk about a Centaur. Even the Pangolier can kind of fit into the mode as well. But well, 3 minutes ago, Myanmar had a chance, but it seems like they had no chance, or at least close to none.
Is that chrono used?
I think it's another chrono use. Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
This game, it looks pretty dire. Nullifier is going to be the next item for this Faceless Void. So now you don't need the Fortune's End. I'll just nullify everything you have.
I'm trying to find a silver lining. You know, you're trying to be like, oh, what can Myanmar's side do here? But honestly, it's looking even worse than game one.
Yeah, it's game one. No, the loss came from this one bad decision, right?
Yeah.
To go Roche with a chrono, but this one was a gradual progression. Well, I would say gradual downhill slide.
It's they decided from the start we will focus the Faceless Void,
Right.
and that decision just did not pay off.
Yeah,
Like,
and I think, you know, the first game, you can say like they hit an iceberg and they sank the ship, but this one went from a minor, you know, incline in terrain to a huge avalanche for Myanmar, and it's just this. It's like the Great Depression.
well, there might be some depression after this game. That might be something, but still, there's always a chance. If they can dodge a Chronos, there's no Chronos for coming for a while. Maybe they can dodge the next one, turn it around. Ken is still killable on the Undying. You kill him, maybe you take out the Oracle after that, and suddenly you turn it to 5 versus 3. It's a tall ask or order. I'm not quite sure the saying, but it can be done,
but it's just it looks a bit impossible, right?
It is. It's looking very hard. But we've seen teams. We've seen throws.
We've seen throws. We've seen amazing comebacks where we did. And don't let anything can happen. Like, you think that sometimes you want to find that silver lining, that one factor that you can tell your team, guys, I think we can still win. We just have to, and then
Do
you
this.
just can't think of anything.
Yeah, do this one thing, but we don't know what it is.
And I think it's pretty evident that Myanmar just feel a bit lost, but at least they are just trying to hold back this push for as long as they can. And every second earned right now is a blessing for Myanmar. At least for not just for this game, but for the tournament life.
That's the thing I'm wondering about. I'm like, are we seeing anything coming out from the Spectre anytime soon? What Spectre they got for items?
He was going for the Scar.
Yeah, he was going for a Scar, but does he have the Scar? Yeah, I'm wondering. By the way, I love the item, the neutral item Leshrac has. 5% spell amp, I think 5 or 6% for free. It's like, you got a ton of damage, here's an extra 6% for free. Can we look at the Spectre for a second, see what they're waiting for there? Or not, I don't care. I guess we don't want to look at the Spectre.
But we'll see what he can do. Like, remember, he bought back, right? He bought back. I think it was slightly unnecessary, but you know, the decision has been made, damage has been done. Young PH getting absolutely ran at. The skill lane
nice save.
him out. But he did use the Horn though. They're gonna lose this Lich. What?
He died?
What?
He did.
Wait. Oh, he horned back. Oh, what? No, what a disaster. So he got relocated out, and he's like, let me use Horn. He goes back in. This is it. You know, we tried to find a silver lining, but the clouds will cover the skies of Myanmar, at least for this evening. Vietnam rejoice! Congratulations, they qualify for the grand final to represent Southeast Asia in ALAT Israel.
I mean, it was an interesting draft to make sure that all of us counter Faceless Void. Leshrac though had completed pre-game, and that last fight, that was kind of hilarious, I'll be honest with you. Io gets him out.
And he's like,
I'm hot back in, and maybe that was just a misclick, but tough loss if you're a Myanmar fan. But Vietnam, rejoice, congratulations. What they played this whole tournament, they never dropped a single game.
No loss at all.
At all. They just come in, they clean slate, win every single thing. All their players have been playing fantastic. We saw that BB Game 1, Hong Kong Game 2, bringing it. And Bombay has brought in his Wind Ranger. In this series, a bit quieter, but still amazing performance. And Red, super consistent offlaner. We don't talk about him, but so consistent.
Yeah, and I would say, they play 5 games, precisely 5 games, and all 5 games, it's a highlight reel for every single individual.
Right.
You can pick out one MVP from each game. And like you say, clean slate, they never drop a single game if you count the game that they didn't make it. But it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. They give one away, they win everything else. Let's take a look at the standings, or at least at the score for one last time, as we congratulate our winners. But this was the result of the group stage with Myanmar and Vietnam qualifying for the regional finals that just happened in Vietnam, proving Myanmar wrong 2 times in a row. Myanmar earned this rematch, but Vietnam was the one who earned the spot.
They actually beat them in 2 different series. Once in the best of 1 earlier, and now in the best of 3 right now. And yeah, they can see the score. Vietnam moving ahead. Congratulations to them. Want to go back to praising them because you win. You want to get Ken in that last game in the Undying. He had to play a really difficult role of balancing how much he dies, which is tough, with giving space to the Faceless Void. He went out, he took a few hits to the chin and still managed to come back and farm really well, have a huge impact. That's really hard to do as a position 5.
Yeah, and I think it also shows the slight disparity between Vietnam and Myanmar. Right? Myanmar also had an amazing run. Their only nemesis was Vietnam, and they fell twice. And I think after this best of 3, it's safe to say that Vietnam is the better team. But Myanmar also put out a valiant fight. I think they tried to make the adjustments. They came out with their own ideas of dealing with this Faceless Void. But one thing that surprises me, now it came across my mind, was that maybe they thought that they had a way to deal with the Faceless Void instead of banning it out straight. Yeah,
that's actually kind of interesting that they were so stubborn. With the Faceless Void, they lost to it twice in this season. I'm not even sure if they lost to it yesterday against when they played against them. They might have lost to it 3 times, but you see it, you're like, you could just ban it. You don't have to adapt by always playing around it. You can just adapt by banning out the hero. A hero can be too problematic that you're like, we cannot play against this hero player combination. Get rid of one of them. It has to be the hero.
Yeah, and I think if it's a best of 5, then yes, perhaps you can try 2 rounds. But maybe Myanmar is not to say that not banning Faceless Void was the wrong move, but it's great to see them coming up with new ideas. There's 4 heroes just to deal with the Faceless Void, but let's make it happen. You
could have dealt with it with a ban, right? That's the thing. You didn't need to pick 4 heroes to deal with it. You could have just press that ban button. But it's smart. I mean, it's interesting to see them.
Innovative.
Yeah, it's innovative to see that they decide, hey, Faceless Void, we'll let them through. We'll find a way to beat him anyway.
Yeah, and I think with all said and done, the slot rightfully goes over to Vietnam. So it's just great to see this region represent, and it's also a bit of an slight upset, right? Because you were hoping Philippines or Thailand go through, but hey, we still have the best teams in Southeast Asia to represent us at the grand finals. But here's an update for you guys. On 13th November 2020, of course, we do have the Audition qualifier. So if you guys are fans of Audition, this is it. And I have not heard this game for a long time, but I used to be a huge fan.
Of isn't it a dancing game?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So IESF actually covers 4 titles: Dota 2, Tekken 7, PES, and Audition. And of course, the qualifier runs from 27 October to 22nd November with the grand finals in Eilat, Israel. Escape to the Sun.
Since we're on the roll, we might as well thank our main hosting partners, Maccabi World Union, as well as the Israeli Esports Association, our IESF partner, MCST, the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and of course, lastly, our local partner, M21, for making this possible, giving a lot of these teams a platform to compete, multiple titles as well that you can play in multiple regions as well. So it's a big tournament, and seeing that branching out to so many esports, branching out to so many of these games as well as regions, beautiful thing.
And it's not just within Asia alone. We are branching out to the Middle East. There's CIS playing as well. So there's a lot more exciting Dota games coming up. And of course, if you guys missed out the lower third, TripAdvisor did mention Eilat is the top 10 rising destination for tourism in Israel. Well, you did watch the ads, right?
Yeah, the ads look really pretty. It looks really pretty. All that blue water. You're like, that'll be nice. Of course, no one can really travel right now. So you see that, you're like, I'll go there eventually.
It makes it even more precious, right? When especially for the players, you can treat it as like a semi-holiday and also to compete. And I think when you put the nations into the mix, it makes it even more The meaning is slightly
Patriotic, I
different.
suppose,
Yeah,
yeah.
the patriot.
We can see in Twitch chat the patriotism sometimes is overflowing for a few
I'm
people.
fighting for myself, my country, and I'm representing Southeast Asia.
Which, congratulations again to Vietnam for doing that. Representing their Southeast Asia. There's still 3 more spots, but for different regions that are coming out. But we are going to be done with Dota for today. We're going to take a few days break, and by 13th November it's going to be audition. We'll be back after that. For me and the crew, I'm Atomo. This is Husky. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We love having you around, and hopefully we'll see you for the other regions.